6,200 metres, 23 corners with a very high average speed. It is a great racetrack, Mark Scaife.
It certainly is, Neil. This is the #1 racetrack in this part of the world. And as Neil said, 23 corners, 300 kilometres an hour down the main straight, the most famous straight in Australian motorsport, Conrod Straight. Down to the chase for the fastest touring car corner in the world. And have a look at the layout. At the top of the hill, some of the most famous corners: McPhillamy Park, Reed Park, Skyline, the S's down the hill, the Dipper. We've seen drama there through the weekend. And down to Forest Elbow to lead onto that famous straight of over 1 kilometre long. And as they arrive down there at the chase, the cars are flat out, run out of breath on the rev limiter through the right-hander. And then they've got to slow them down to 110 kilometres an hour for the left-hander in the complex of the chase. Great overtaking position. We've got 12 in-car cameras. This is Nick Percat in car 222. We've got 12 in-car cameras covering all the action for you today. And what a great spread. This is Steve Richards on board Craig Lowndes' car. Massive damage to that car yesterday. Craig Lowndes and the team did a great job to get that car out, and to qualify in the top 10 was a very good job. He was 16th with 1 minute to go before the top 10. And what about this young man? His first pole position at Bathurst, and what a red hot lap it was. Ultra committed, super accurate and very aggressive. Young Dean Canto teaming up with Dave Reynolds. He's been very good all week. His speed is very close to Dave, but he's down at the back of the grid. Remember, we've got Jamie Whincup at the back of the field. This is the champion, the man that's currently leading the series, and he's got a 300-point day with 273 points to his teammate. 273 points to Craig Lowndes, 279 to Winterbottom, and Winterbottom is at the front. So he's on the front of the grid, and Jamie Whincup is at the back. Stand by, this will be fantastic.
Let's have a look at the Fuso starting grid for the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000, the 2014 edition, race 11 of 14 for our championship year. From the pole, it'll be Van Gisbergen and Webb for VIP Pet Foods. A Ford alongside Winterbottom and Steve Owen. That's row 1. Oh, we've got a problem here with Todd Kelly, stationary car number 7. Out of row 2, it'll be McLaughlin and Prema battling with Bright and Andrew Jones, position number 4 for Team BOC. And then another of the Brad Jones racing cars, Fabian Coulthard and Luke Youlden. They'll be strong today. Lowndes and Richards out of position number 6. Looking further back, position number 7 on the grid. His first top 10 shootout yesterday, James Moffat sharing with Taz Douglas. Dale Wood, and a remarkable performance to get into the shootout. He's driving with Kiwi Chris Pither. There are 8 Kiwis in the field. Jack Perkins and Cam Waters, I mentioned them a moment ago. James Courtney and Greg Murphy will partner. That will be a very strong combination. Greg's had 4 wins here. Nick Percat and Oliver Gavin, who last weekend did the Petit Le Mans at Road America in the Road Atlanta, I should say, in the USA. Michael Caruso and Dean Fiore, Nissan Altima. Alongside them will be Rick Kelly and David Russell, so they lock out positions 13 and 14. Scotty Pye, Ash Walsh, then the Davison brothers, 15 and 16 in the AMG Mercedes-Benz E63. Position number 17, Lee Holdsworth and Craig Baird. 7 is away again, thankfully. Remember, they had a little drama with Caruso's starter mode earlier in the weekend. Russell Ingall, Tim Blanchard, then it's Tim Slade and Tony D'Alberto. It'll be car number 10, the car that we regularly see with 47, and then it's Dahlgren and Ritter in the second of the Volvos, with retro livery representing the 1994 win for Dick Johnson Racing, David Wall and Stephen Johnson. Ant Pedersen, Andre Heimgartner, and then look at this, Jamie Whincup, Paul Dumbrell, David Reynolds, Dean Canto out of 23 and 24. Wouldn't have written that one down earlier in the week. And then disqualified from 14th position in qualifying for passing under the red flag, Chaz Mostert, who we heard from before, together with one of the most experienced drivers in the race, Paul Morris. That's our field. 38 Australians, 8 Kiwis, 2 from the UK, 1 from France, and another from Sweden. 5 different nationalities. There'll be 25 cars on the grid, a total of 50 drivers. Sadly, we're missing Garth Tander and Warren Luff, car number 2. As Mark pointed out before, we've got cameras from every conceivable angle around here.
And Neil, of the 25 starters, this is on board now with Rick Kelly, there are 5 of the co-drivers, 5 of the B drivers starting. We saw Steve Richards, we saw Dean Canto, we also saw Paul Morris, but Greg Ritter and Tony D'Alberto are also starting today. So 5 of the co-drivers on board now with Jason Bright.
Been a very good job this weekend by Bright. He made a little mistake in qualifying when it could have been the case that he was the quickest man. There's D'Alberto in the Super Cheap Auto entry. He's sharing that with Tim Slade today. It's car number 10, slightly different livery. James Courtney's on board car number 22. He shares with Greg Murphy. He was 4th here a couple of years ago. It was a storming drive. He's been a runner-up before. He's had a 3rd place as well. Runner-up in 2007. So coming through the final corner now to begin dropping into position after this formation lap.
So remember, because Garth Tander isn't starting, James Courtney moves up into that position. So James Courtney up to 10th.
At a very fast race last year, 6 hours and 11 minutes. We only had 2 safety car interventions for a total of 5 laps. The questions: who's got the pace? Who's got vehicle stability over the journey? What about driver compatibility and consistency? Pit stop performance, strategy, teams maintaining their discipline, fuel efficiency, reliability, and always the question mark for the weather. The cars are heavy with fuel. The first battle is 225 metres to turn 1. They've warmed their brakes and their front tyres. Their rear tyres are cool. So shuffle up to the edge of your seat, because for the next 6 to 7 hours, it's on again. The 2014 Great Race Field is set. The Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1,161 laps, 1,000 kilometres of Mount Panorama. A problem at the start. Look at McLaughlin up the inside, the Volvo, a ripping start. Winterbottom to the outside, Van Gisbergen drops 2 spots before he gets to turn 1. Out wide on the outside was car 222 back in about 10th. But it is a storming start here for McLaughlin, who's already got a car length on them. Van Gisbergen trying to recover as they go up to turn 2 for the first time. Can Gizzy do this on cold tyres? He drops back in with Lowndes behind in 4th.
Well done, Shane Van Gisbergen. That was quite a smart move, but what a start for McLaughlin. And a good move also from Steve Richards there, just to sneak in and lob that car of Craig Lowndes into a competitive spot early. Dale Wood in 5th. That's also a good start with young Moffat right behind. Good job. James Courtney's made ground. That's a good start from James. There was a couple of guys that really balked at the start there. This is on board now with Whincup. This great shot from the left-hand mudguard as he sneaks up the inside before you get to the top of the hill.
Oh, big moment for Richards. Cold tyres over the top of the hill, pushed wide over the jump there at McPhillamy.
Wow, I said that was a conservative one for Steve at turn 2, and I thought that was very good placement of the car, but that's not good placement. That was a big moment.
Caruso having a peep up the inside. Car number 18, Jack Perkins at the helm. Remember, those cars that have got the green light switched on in behind the windscreen have got the co-drivers on board. It is McLaughlin building towards 300 kilometres an hour that leads the field. Winterbottom and Van Gisbergen. Pressure between them. Then it's Richards. A big moment for him. Look at Whincup. He's not messing about. A bit of hip and shoulder with car number 34. Greg Ritter is in that car at the moment.
Great job, mate. Use your bars if you've got that entry switch, mate.
Richard Holway, engineer for the man that leads the race. At the end of the first of 161 laps, it is Scott McLaughlin with 0.6 of a second over Mark Winterbottom, then Van Gisbergen, the pole sitter, then Stephen Richards. Next in the queue, Dale Wood, then James Moffat, James Courtney, Fabian Coulthard, Nick Percat, car 222, who got a bit of a shove at turn 1 on lap 1. Then Todd Kelly, car 7, in position 10, despite the scare pre-start.
Great job, Jamie Whincup, up 5 spots, and a very bold manoeuvre down the inside of Ritter at the chase. They're big risks, those ones, Neil. We said at the start of the race, this is a 300-point day, but it's Australia's biggest motor race. The race everyone wants to win, and you can see there the level of aggression from Whincup. 5 positions on the opening lap.
Also on that topic of opening lap, just looking in the computer timing here at the moment, Jason Bright got swallowed. He went all the way down to position number 12. Remember, he started off the second row of the grid. He lost 8 spots in the process, so didn't get to focus on his start. But that's going to be a big job now to climb out. That's at least 1, maybe 2 loads of fuel before you recover from giving your opponents that kind of a margin.
That's right, he had a real bubble on the line. He dropped the clutch and didn't walk away for him, and then he was poorly positioned. He was wide at turn 1, and they all arrowed around the inside, which pushed him wide again. Jack Perkins was another that lost. He lost 4 positions in that first lap exchange too, Neil. So young Jack, who was so good in qualifying, little mistake right at the end of his lap would have put him 4 or 5 spots further up. And we're on board now with Whincup, and he's down the inside of Pye. This is just over the last rise.
And that moves him to 17. Back to the leaders. McLaughlin. We'll get another reading on that gap for you. Over Winterbottom. It's pretty much static. 0.66 of a second. Car number 4, which suffered that terrible incident at Sandown, been rebuilt. Lee Holdsworth at the wheel at the moment. There he is, new livery on the car this weekend. 19G impact with the wall at the end of the back straight. Car number 55, Dean Canto making progress in that car. Replay of the start, but try keep an eye on what happens to Jason Bright here. He's in the Team BOC red, white and blue car. It was a shocking start for him. He's had a couple of those this year, so most of the damage done by the time he got to turn 1, and they're still swamping him. Percat actually just was out there on his own on cold tyres. How's this? On board with McLaughlin, straight down the inside, straight to the lead of the race, rounding up the pole sitter.
It was a beautiful start. It was a great reaction time, but it just walked really nicely. Look at Whincup. What a great start from the back. He gained 3 or 4 spots immediately. Oh, that actually looks a little bit weird. May have been a jump from down there. We'll have to have a really good look at that. Hard to tell with the timing of it. Each of the lines of the grid normally have a judge of fact, which are the people that have essentially put the yellow flag out for them to form up on. But that was a strange one because he looked like he was going before the others. Normally you don't miss the kick that badly, Neil.
He rounded up David Wall, car 17, the Dick Johnson Racing Wilson security entry off the line. But you're right, it did look out of kilter with the other cars around him. Might have been a great reaction time. Give him the benefit of the doubt. 2:10.2, Scott McLaughlin leading at the moment and just opening the margin slightly from Winterbottom. They're now beginning to get an understanding of car trend. Here it is again.
Oh, I'd say for sure that's a jump. Seriously, the other cars aren't moving. Now, you can't see from there, so one of the things that's really important to understand, Jamie Whincup's at the back of the grid. There's a lot more elevation change on the start-finish straight than you think. He couldn't see the starters rostrum, I'm sure, because he's also parked behind other cars. So what they would normally do is the team would call you for the start, and they would say green light or red light out. And I think, under that scenario, he has actually jumped that.
In the meantime, using our facilities, we've gone back and had a look at whether or not the trigger to start and the jump align, and apparently they do. So Jamie's okay. So you're right, when you can't see the lights, you take the radio cue, and he would have been told to go. Fastest lap of the race now, Shane Van Gisbergen, 2:09.39 as they all find their feet. They'll be making little tweak adjustments to the brake percentage front to rear, little changes to the front and rear anti-roll bars to just find out where the settled positions are in the cars at the moment. And then sometimes you've just got to put up with what you've got until you can trim it later.
And that was the great comment that Richard Holway made to young Scott McLaughlin. As he come up pit straight, he was leading. And for the second lap, Richard said to him, mate, if it's a bit twitchy, just bring that front bar up. So when you're driving, what Neil said before is you've got to assess the balance. Remember, they've got full load of fuel. It's the first run of the race. They haven't run at this time of day the feeling and the grip level will be something the driver has to try to understand and give the team feedback on to tune the car through the day. But one of the first things that you do is you tune the sway bars, the anti-roll bars on board. And when you do that, if the car is a little bit oversteery, meaning the rear of the car is unbalanced and sliding around, instead of coming off on the rear bar, you come up with the front, which is what Richard suggested to young Scott a couple of laps ago.
We're looking at Jamie Whincup via the rear bumper or rear of the car of his mate, Will Davison. This little debate is about 14th and 15th in this race, and I think you're about to see Jamie put a move on, and it's done successfully at the chase. You need a bit of cooperation, and that's what he got there.
That was fast. I mean, when you get the toe, it's a 300-kilometre-an-hour right-hander that's flat out. But when you're on the inside and your line is compromised, what Neil's saying is the guy on the outside's got to give you a little bit of scope, got to give you some room to race, and you let him by.
Next in the crosshairs for the points leader and reigning champion, Jamie Whincup, is Jack Perkins. There he is. So Jack's lost a little bit of ground as well. There's Mark Dutton and Dave Couchy, team manager for Repco Racing, and Dave Couchy, engineer for Jamie, watching that progress.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add to Jamie's start there. I mean, given that he's got away with it, if you ever wonder why this team wins so many races, put him down amongst a whole bunch of other cars and he blew them away. Bottom line, blew them away.
I agree, like that. Why I thought it was a jump start was that all the others were asleep. So, seriously, if it's not a jump start, it's an extraordinary run because all the others were parked. And second to that, it's about the team understanding it. So your point, Larko, was not that Jamie's start was so good, it was the interaction with his team because there's no way he could see from there. So they've called it really well. His reaction time was great and he got away with it. I mean, to see his run early, and now clearly he's just got by Jack Perkins actually, so he's up to 13th. In 5 laps has come from the back of the field to 13th. That's a championship statement in Australia's biggest race.
Just word here from race control. The race director, Tim Schenken, is saying that car 16 at the moment doesn't have either of the brake lights working. It's currently in 17th position. It's Scott Pye, and that would have to be rectified. You can't have that situation. So Pye at the wheel of that car at the moment. So this is car 888, Stephen Richards, and right behind him, tucked right behind him at the moment, is James Courtney, and he's hunting.
So we're going to show you a split screen of the start. That's a good manoeuvre, very nice. This is the start light and Jamie Whincup. Here we go. Just have a look on the top left screen. Very hard to pick.
Well, our technicians who've got more time to study it down inside our outside broadcast facilities at 7 say that it's 6 frames. So it's confirmed on screen there by race controllers, no breach, but 6 frames, about a quarter of a second, I think. So that's tiny. So he flinched, but he flinched on the right side of the razor blade.
And the reaction time normally is about 0.2 for that style of start. So he's actually got away with it without even seeing the light.
We are 6 laps in of 161 at the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 on a beautiful day at Mount Panorama. And already we have seen so much action. And what a day. Scotty McLaughlin, the man to catch at the moment. Stay with us, plenty more action to come. It's a big day at Bathurst.
Great job, mate. Some clean air for the engine when we can.
No grip at the moment. I'm trying as much fast off it, a little bit of action here, but really not exactly sort of really stop at the moment either.
Welcome back to Mount Panorama and our coverage of the 2014 edition of the Great Race. The leader is Scott McLaughlin. He's got 0.6 of a second over Mark Winterbottom. That's pretty much static. And then it's Shane Van Gisbergen. James Courtney's in position number 4. There are a lot of battles going on in the mid to second half of the top 10. You can see them there at the moment. Meantime, Whincup is making progress at the moment. He's just cleared both the Jack Daniels Racing Nissan Altimas, so that moves him up to 10th. And these are moves earlier. This is the move on car number 15. Nice job on Rick Kelly down at the final corner. On board now with Jamie. Textbook move, easily outbrake down the inside. Report on the radio from Jason Bright. Car's got a little bit too much understeer. He's down in 14th position after the tardy start that we saw before. Frank Adamson from V8 Supercars come back and said there is no issue to race director Tim Schenken about the brake lights of Scott Pye's car, so that's not a problem. And car 22's got a steering wheel problem and they've got dashboard display issues for Courtney Caruso.
Paul Dumbrell obviously just putting your kit on to get ready in case, I guess, there's a safety car or maybe you're going to jump out of sequence, but wow, that thing is fast. Up, what, P10 already in 8 or so laps. You must be pleased with that.
Yeah, no, obviously pretty unhappy with the car throughout practice. So we sort of always trying to work on a race car and we never really nailed it. Happy with the car this morning. Lownsy obviously gave us a direction yesterday. So, hey, what's 153 laps to go, a long way to go. But, hey, more promising signs than probably what we had on Thursday and Friday.
And what a cool little system you must have used here to get him off the line down the back of the grid.
He probably took my advice from Sandown. I think we were investigated for a jump start at Sandown as well. But no, I'm not quite sure what happened, but always happy to see that little white light on the timing monitor go out saying it's cleared.
There's no problem. There was a quarter of a second to spare. It wasn't a problem. Well done.
Thank you.
Good reaction, Paul Dumbrell, but there's the HRT guys all talking, and Courtney's done a great job. He's improved 6 positions, but as Neil said, he's reporting a few issues there with the dash. Whincup, what a great drive. He was angry with himself with a qualifying mistake. This is a real statement in the first stint of this race today. To come from 23rd to currently be 10th has done an extraordinary job. He's taken some pretty big risks, and now he's passing his 3rd Nissan in the 3rd lap of attacking the back of the factory squad, and he has rounded them all up in this zone of the lap. Down the inside, Percat on Dale Wood. That was a good manoeuvre, and there's pretty lively here between the Nissan guys and now Jack Perkins onto the back of Rick Kelly.
That gets him to 7th, Nick Percat. Yeah, this has been a real tangle of cars. So Whincup will have to be a little careful here. So he's on the back now of Dale Wood. Jamie positioning for a move down the inside at turn 1, but Dale covers. He's legally allowed to do that, but Whincup is easily able to outbrake. As Mark Larkham said to Paul Dumbrell, that car's flying. Whincup with some oversteer on the exit, though. He could cop a little swamping here. And he's got James Moffat, wants to argue the case up the inside. That tail wag, those few kilometres an hour, really make a difference on the corner exit speed. Whincup with half a car length in the middle of the pack. This could be awkward. But he outbrakes and grabs the racing line just. He had to throw it in there. He was still half a car wide of the apex, but he knew that he had to have track position or it would have gone on for another half lap.
Oh, absolutely. That was a dive. That was a move like, it was reminiscent of last year's end of lap with the end of the race move on Winterbottom. That's the dive down the inside. of Dale Wood. He got that done, but he had way too much oversteer. So have a look at this now. So Moffat looms up. Then they're 3 abreast. Now you've got to be really careful not to make contact now. So the guys are moving around. The cars get unweighted. The cars do 260 kilometres an hour over that rise, and Moffat actually chose to get out of it. It was a very deep manoeuvre, big, bold braking manoeuvre from Whincup, but Moffat chose to pull it back.
Oh, look at Whincup.
man.
He's throwing this thing around. It's hurting the rear tyres. Meantime, the Holden Racing team are rehearsing a steering wheel change, and it wouldn't want to look like that because that's not going well. There are multi-pin connectors between the steering wheel and the steering column, and that illuminates the dash, the shift lights, provides all of the information, the data to the drivers. So they're rehearsing it at the moment. They're clearly going to change the steering wheel in car number 22, and they've got to be perfectly centred to get the spline right. There's a little spring release collar on the back of the steering wheel. How's the replay at the top of the hill for Whincup? Big oversteer moment. No. Part of that will be because he's heated the rear tyres. Remember, he skated into turn 1. That was the reason why he went wide on the exit. Then he skated into turn 2. Rear tyres are saying, hey, give me a break. And over the top of the mountain, it starts to slide around. But he's had to drive the thing so hard, he's probably sacrificing the rear tyres a little bit for track position. But he's right on the razor edge of risk at the moment.
We said at the start, this game is the ultimate of thinking on your feet and risk management. Today, Jamie Whincup from 23rd is currently 8th in the first stint of this race in 10 laps. Garth Tander, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, pretty impressive from Jamie. Certainly fast through the field. The jump at the start looked pretty good, but he's got very good pace, can't deny that. So the race is settling in now, isn't it? Guys are finding out what pace they've got, what balance they've got in the warmer conditions.
First of all, Garth, commiserations about what must be a pretty hard thing. I know from a personal standpoint this is killing you, so thanks for taking time to have a chat to us, mate. We were watching the rehearsal there as the boys were playing with the steering wheel attachment on the column, and they're hard to get on sometimes at the best of times. The intention clearly is to change that for 22 at some point.
Yeah, the spare wheel's out at the moment, and they're talking about that now. We've done plenty of practice of that in pit stops, so they can do it pretty quickly, but it is a fiddly job, you know, with all the pins that in the back of the wheel in the Deutsch connector there. So they'll do it as quick as they can, but it won't cost us a lot of time, and we're pretty sure that's what the problem is.
And what's James saying about the car in terms of its handling and its balance at the moment, Garth?
It's the first time I've listened to him, and it was the first lap of the race, and he's complaining about understeer. And even I said, mate, just wait for the tyres to warm up. So he's pretty happy with the car now. He's actually just asked what the pace of the leaders is so he can manage his pace to them. So he's pretty happy with it. Obviously driving blind a little bit at the moment as well. So everything's going to plan. I mean, he's done an awesome job too, from 10th up to 4th, and he's really happy with the car.
You guys have a lot of fun together as teammates. So when you say you've never listened to him before, was that just at this moment, or do you mean generally?
Well, I don't listen to him generally, but mainly this is the first time I've ever listened to him in the car. So there's Whincup past Percat there. So spoke to Nick before the race and told him, mate, you don't win at the first stint. So he's going forwards too. But yeah, Whincup's pace pretty ominous.
Thanks, mate. Good to check in with you. We appreciate your time and trouble there. So nice to have Garth Tander joining us in the coverage today, albeit in tough circumstances. Remember, he put a win together with Nick Percat in 2011. Jamie Whincup is the story. He's moved up to 7th in this battle. Scotty McLaughlin is the leader. 8/10 of a second the gap.
Now, we've spoken about the early pace, and Whincup a couple of laps ago had only done a 9.5. He was 1 second slower than Van Gisbergen, who had done an 8.5. So it really meant that he was using his car positioning, his overtaking and his racecraft rather than outright car speed. However, on the last lap, an 8.40 for Whincup. He just broke his own lap record from 2007. It was an 8.46. He's just done an 8.40 for the fastest lap ever in the race.
Pace is actually a little bit quicker than I thought it was going to be because the temps are up. It's a nice clean stop there for car number 10. Super Cheap Auto Racing. Tim Slade driving with Tony D'Alberto. D'Alberto started the race. So just doing their stop out of sequence. So 8.4 for Whincup. That's impressive.
It's been an amazing start, incident-free so far. The big story is Scotty McLaughlin's magnificent start and Jamie Whincup's charge through the field. We're back in a moment. Welcome back to the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. We have more than 180 cameras bringing you all the action from around the circuit. And so far, we've seen some incredible action. The charge of Jamie Whincup from 23rd up to 7th spot. James Courtney started 10th. He's up to 4th. And defending champion Mark Winterbottom is lurking there in 2nd spot. Shane Van Gisbergen off pole currently sits 3rd, but it is shaping up as a great race once again.
This is impressive speed, not just by Whincup, mind you, by a bunch of guys in the early part of this race, probably quicker than we expected to see. How's the way Whincup is now attacking Stephen Richards? He won't get too much resistance here, and he can't afford to get too bottled up because obviously car number 14, Fabian Coulthard's right in the game.
And that was a really indicative sign of the balance. Look how much road that Steve Richards is using versus Whincup. And this is one of the things, Mark Larkham detailed it very well before the start, about the balance of the car in the first stint and the way the car looks, the way the car behaves. You've got to read this and drive to the grip level. And what's happened is Steve Richards' car is much more oversteering. That means that the rear of the car doesn't have enough grip, it slides around more. And versus Whincup, you can see it's almost half a car width everywhere that Whincup can run the car more narrow. This is a great shot for it, because you'll see out of Forest Elbow, watch just for the throttle, and that little tail wag. You just saw the little body language movement of Steve Richards' car coming onto Conrod Straight. Whincup will make this pretty quick. He'll get by very quickly, I would think, because he's got a little run now. This is on board, the guys in the pit there, Jeremy Moore, Mark Dutton, David Couchy, the Brains Trust at Red Bull Racing. And he just moves it over. You can see the little wiggle, a little bit of body language again, under brakes for Steve Richards, and Whincup by. Whincup now up into 5th position from 23rd. This is one of the best first stints of this race I've ever seen. Unbelievable drive. This is a Brock-esque moment in Australian motorsport, and the way that he has carved his way through, he's taken risks, but they've been very well managed and beautifully executed.
Fabian Coulthard just gets a move there on Stephen Richards as well. So that will move Fab up another slot. So nice job here by Jamie Whincup. It's a determined approach at the moment from him, not taking any prisoners, not mucking about. Bit of a surprise that it's been so aggressive. Meantime, Michael Caruso, we saw that car stop earlier. He's done a very fast time to the 2nd timing intermediate at the top of the hill. So he's quick. Gillette Replay shows all of this action at the end of Mountain Straight. And look at him just trying to shove the nose up the inside there. Stephen Richards couldn't get the car on. Just watch from on board. He was out of breath in 5th gear. Got the nose right there. See the back of Stephen's car just dancing around. It disconnected at the point where he loaded it, so that car's not happy at the moment. Stephen's done enough mileage around here over a very long period of time as a former race winner in a lot of different vehicles. He didn't put up any resistance, and not a smart play anyway at this point. So just on a 2nd is the margin now between Scotty McLaughlin and Mark Winterbottom. Shane Van Gisbergen, they'll be monitoring the margin to the leader for him at 6.3 seconds. He's just drifted ever so slightly. Courtney holding station at best. Lap for him is a 2.8.8 versus McLaughlin 2.8.3. So not quite the pace for Courtney, but not bad.
And good pace if you think about those leaders, Neil. 8.33 McLaughlin, 8.32 Winterbottom, 8.5 Van Gisbergen, 8.8 as you said for Courtney, but an 8.24 on the previous lap for Jamie Whincup. So again, he lowers that marker. But the lap record has been lowered to the 8.24 from the 8.46 from 2007. So good battle here between these two guys. And now, James Moffat in the pit. This is the start of the play out of the strategy. We thought sort of 10 to 15 laps, you'll start to get a few guys in. And there's a really good indication of the lead group. That's a mistake for Van Gisbergen. That's a run wide somewhere. That's a big moment. That's a 9.6 for Van Gisbergen on that lap. And an 8.0 again. Whincup lowers the lap record again for the 3rd consecutive lap. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm just standing down here in the pit lane, so you can see Davey Reynolds here with his little dicky seat, about to get in the car. Now, I don't know if you can see, I've got a pokey cam here this weekend. to try and get in and get a really close look at some of this stuff. On Davey's helmet, you can see the little tethers there on his hands device. Dean Canto pulls up, window open. Okay, now I've got to do this and keep out of the way of these boys, but I'll let you get in there and see what goes on. Right, Dave's in. You can see the elastics holding the seatbelts out of shape. That's a 6-point harness. You can see why they call it that. There goes the net. Back out of there. Wow, I feel like I'm part of the pit stop.
Hey, Larko, they looked like they were green tyres going on the car then. Did you see?
No, mate, I was too busy watching to try and not get the camera stuck in the door.
Did you see, Neil?
By, mate.
I actually thought they were green tyres. So that's interesting to put green tyres on the car so early. That's the pace of the race.
Meantime, Whincup just keeps on punching numbers here. 2 minute 8 flat. Position number 5. And for those that are pressing on, they've got through about half of the United E85 in the car, near enough to 90 kilos when they start. They're burning it in the order of around about 4.5 to maybe 5 litres a lap-ish.
Well, the pace is on at Mount Panorama. The championship leader is on the move. Scotty McLaughlin got the jump at the start and still leads them from Mark Winterbottom and Shane Van Gisbergen. Stay with us. We're back in a moment.
Upload your radio.
Welcome back to Mount Panorama, our coverage of the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. Been a very fast race so far. We're on lap 17 and McLaughlin's leading, and we're hearing that any tick of the clock we're going to see that car stop. Car number 33, the Volvo, leads the race from Mark Winterbottom, the reigning champion, Ford Performance Racing, and then Shane Van Gisbergen just drifting a little out to 8 seconds now from the lead of the race. Courtney Whincup, who's just flown through the field, he's in 5th, and Coulthard, who's got a nice watching brief going on there at the moment. Stephen Richards doesn't look like he's totally satisfied in that car at the moment, but there has been a moment for Whincup while we're in the break. Gillette replay shows that he had to straight line the S's at the top of the hill. See the back of the car sliding under the brakes, in fact in both directions there. He's really hammered the back of that car in that stint, and Richards now in. Fastest lap of the race has been achieved by Whincup.
A new screen if we need it. Give me a minute, just make sure it needs one. Don't want to pull one off, it doesn't need one. Nice and easy, just box please, in neutral. Give me about 22 seconds, mate. Not too much else around the pit lane at the moment. I'll keep you updated.
So it doesn't sound as though there's any plan to change driver in that.
I was just about to say that that's a smart move. I think that's a smart move. He's in the rhythm. Just keep him in the car now. Make a little change to the car. Maybe alter the tyre pressures or the ride height. Send him back out again in clear air.
There's a problem in the left front. That's the reason why they're talking about wheel nuts. So the left front corner of the car, there's a drama. This is delaying the stop. So the wheel nuts cross-threaded. They've had to punch it out, put another one in, get the wheel back on. Still the comedy continues down there. Now they have to punch it in. It's got a little collar on it, so it retains in the wheel. That was costly. A lot of time burnt. I didn't see any other changes, so unless the incoming tyre pressure's been varied, which could be, I didn't see any other mechanical change to the car.
That was going to put him out in some clear air, but that little fumble has now put him back. So he's in behind Dale Wood, and that will be Dave Reynolds in front.
Now in this lap will be car number 14, Fabian Coulthard. It is a driver change. Fabian currently is in 6th position for Lockwood Racing. Richards now being passed by Jack Perkins, but remember, full fuel for the Red Bull car and cold tyres, but they'll come up to temp and pressure pretty quickly.
It's a tough start because, as you said earlier, Neil, the start segment of the race, just because of the anxiousness and the nervousness and the pressure that's on you at the start, tends to wear you out. So you find physically that it really knocks you around that first stint. So it's a pretty good physical effort from Steve Richards to then do another segment of the race. So a lot of the guys are choosing to do that in an alternate way, and the guys that have started now put the B driver in clear air, and when the race has settled slightly, it's probably a pretty smart move, like this.
Luke Gilden standing by. He's had more starts than his teammate. He's done 14 of these previously. He had a 3rd in 2003. He's been very solid and quick during the week. So Fabian out. Brilliant lap earlier in the weekend for him in qualifying.
Radio. Thank you.
Chris Clark confirming they've got comms, team manager and car controller. Oh, I stalled it. Little button on the steering wheel. They want to reset the fuel. There's Alex Premer, Frenchman. He's driving with Scotty McLaughlin, the race leader, who's lost a little bit of that margin. It's down to 0.6 of a second again. So good, consistent, great pace from Winterbottom. He's stalking him.
No drama, mate.
Yeah, just to show you exactly what went wrong with Lowndes' stop there. So sometimes you see up on the pit boom, look up there, you can see the boys always have a spare wheel nut there, and tucked in behind there, they'll have these couple of tools. And the reason is, we'll have a quick look at a wheel over here, is because the nuts are captive in the wheel. Whilst they spin around freely, they're actually captive. So when it goes wrong, there you go, I'm in a heap of trouble.
So Mark Dutton not happy about Mark Larkham just touching those. Sorry, Larko, but yeah, the nut is retained in the wheel. There are little aluminium fingers that hold it in place, and they had to do a lot of work. There are pretty stringent rules around managing wheels and tyres in the race this weekend, and there's minimum pressure requirements as well. Meantime, Winterbottom is getting closer and closer to the back of Scotty McLaughlin.
And I've said all week that they've looked really very promising. They've looked very strong. And look at those fastest laps. So Whincup's broken his lap record again on the previous lap with a 7.8. Whincup 8 dead, 8 dead. That shows the speed, but don't be misled too much because Mark Winterbottom has done an 8.08. He's done an 8.10 also. He's taken some ground out of McLaughlin. McLaughlin's done an 8.11. So there's the fastest laps, and we just showed you that graphic a second ago of how Whincup's been dominant in that way, but don't worry, these two cars have been almost as fast. So in terms of the start of the race, much faster than you and I thought, Neil, but there's not the only game in town, it's car one.
What's surprising me is that we've seen several shots already in the coverage of Whincup really crossed up, really sliding the back of the car and working the rear tyres. Yet, as the fuel burns, he's continuing to make pace. So 2 minutes 7.8, very, very fast for Whincup, and I'm surprised that he's able to recover the tyre and get the balance back and keep it up. So this is the air gap between first and second at the moment. We're staying here with Winterbottom. Have a listen to this thing roar down the straight. As we've come to expect, that Volvo's strong in a straight line. It was interesting that Frosty just rolled out of the throttle ever so gently through the chase. Compare that to the vision that you saw in qualifying when the cars are light with new tyres. They're flat through that kink.
And the difference is, one is on the rev limiter. What they choose to do, it's no use for fuel economy having your foot flat on the floor and being on the rev limiter. It just chews juice and doesn't go any faster. So they've come out of the throttle nicely, rolled out of the throttle to look after the fuel economy.
Personal best lap for Scott McLaughlin on that lap that we're watching him, 2 minute 8.08. 2 minute 8.08 also for Winterbottom. So only separated by the thousandths of a second between the two of them. A 2 minute 8.1, the last lap, best lap of the race, personal best for Shane Van Gisbergen. These guys are pressing on hard at the moment. James Courtney did an 8.6, but the fastest man on the racetrack at the moment remains Jamie Whincup. He set a new benchmark time of 2 minutes 7.8, and he's 20 seconds from the lead of the car race.
Have a look at that. Rick Kelly also with a 7.9. That's a very impressive lap time on the previous lap. Rick Kelly with the third fastest lap of the race so far. He's currently in 7th position. He's done a great job. He started 14th. He's gained those 7 positions, but he's done it also with raw car speed. There's the steering wheel we showed you before when the HRT guys were rehearsing that change, and they're getting that ready. So we're hearing that Shane Van Gisbergen and James Courtney are going to come in this lap.
I think there's also an issue with Taz Douglas at the moment, 16th car number 360, the James Moffat entry. Just getting some communication from Nissan Motorsport. They're saying there might be an issue with a tyre. Keep an eye on that for you. 1 second officially is what the computer says. You can see it from the chopper. 33 in. They stood down. We heard the radio communication a little earlier that they were standing by for a stop, and then they stood down. Does he peel left? He does. And P2 goes with him. So Frosty shadows. You've got to be very, very careful at that pit entry. Let's listen.
Alex will need a hand to get the helmet hose on.
That was Scotty.
Watch the speed in pit lane. Make sure it's in neutral.
Positions 1 and 2 in the pits. Frosty made real ground. He made good ground.
Certainly did. And you can do that when you're the car behind because the radar gun doesn't pick you up. It's a cheeky bit of gamesmanship that the front car is being monitored. The back car, you get a little freebie, you get a free kick. You gained about 4 or 5 car lengths. Their speed's been very similar now. It's been a very good exchange between these guys.
Courtney, Murphy. Car number 2 driver change. Go.
Just interested to see how they do this. Remember, you're only allowed 8 guys over the wheel. So they've got to use the appropriate amount of men. And when you get into mechanical change like this, so the steering wheel has a quick release mechanism. They've got it off successfully. They've got it engaged. And when it engages all the little micro electrical pins in there. And that's very, very important for the electronics that happens nicely. Looks like it's going to plan.
Go. He's done it. Come on. Here you go. All clear.
It was those errant connectors that caused the problem for Nico Rosberg at the Singapore Grand Prix. There's so much electronic information going through the steering columns of the car. They can't afford any glitches there. The whole day without data would be a disaster.
No doubt about that. So they did a really good job. That was very efficient, but not so efficient for FPR. They lost a huge amount of ground. Van Gisbergen, he was seconds behind. And have a look at the gap now between car 33 with Alex Premer on board and look at car 5. That's like 300 or 400 metres.
And 5, if you recall, was pretty much under the rear wing at the control line at the pit lane. So Frosty made ground as they actually arrived in the lane.
That was a wheel nut drama that they had also.
Whincup in this lap. Car 1 will be in this lap for a driver change. He actually leads the race as a result of those that peeled off in front. Here he is. They are green tyres laid out for that car, so we got a full view of the Dunlop hard tyre. 8 sets of them available for qualifying and the race. Use them as you wish. Look at Whincup. He's driving. Everything is full qualifying lap for him at the moment. Throws it over the curbs, arrests the speed, engages the electronic pit lane speed limit, 40 kilometres an hour.
You've just witnessed one of the great stints in this race in the history of the race. To come from the back of the grid, to lead before the first stop, and to break his own lap record consecutively. He's done a 7.79. That's 0.7 of a second faster than the previous lap record. Unbelievable job, Jamie Whincup. Congratulations.
So Paul Dumbrell climbs in. So from the rear of the grid, when he got out of the car, Jamie Whincup was the leader.
Now there's nothing too much in pit lane. There's a Wilson car down there. We've got about 10 seconds left now, so finish the ice now, all clear to go at the moment, mate. 4 seconds, all clear.
It's 34 seconds of transition time plus the stop.
Green hard tyres, PD.
And the fuel went in at a rate of about 3.6 litres per second, the United E85, Larko.
Yeah, I just want to see if I can grab a quick word with Adrian Burgess, see about this change. It's just on the radio to his boys, so I'm not going to disturb him. I've already had my hand bitten off once today. I'm not going to do it twice. Stand by.
So watching Paul Dumbrell up here at turn 2, just acclimatising now. There's Al McVeigh, engineer, in the foreground. Adrian Burgess in the background. Ryan Walkinshaw further behind him.
And it hasn't fixed it. We're just hearing that it hasn't no signal on the dash for car 22. It's not fixed.
So if we take a quick look at the leaderboard, is Paul Morris leading the race, Alex Premer, Michael Caruso, Steve Owen and Jono Webb. We're back with more from Mount Panorama right after this.
Driver chain. Loosen your belt. Loosen your belt right off. Disconnect your cool suit now. Make sure it's in neutral in the box. Stop on the mark. Now you can disconnect your radio. bar 10, front bar 9, 5. Good job. Orange and green light off. Orange and green light off. Thank you.
Welcome back to Mount Panorama. Now, the last 4 years in this race, the winning margin has been less than half a second. So every second is crucial. Jamie Whincup had a slick pit stop, but Steve Richards getting out of the 888 car took 12 seconds longer in the stop, and Mark Winterbottom took 10 seconds longer. So that time's so crucial at this stage of the race, Neil.
All 25 cars in the field have now stopped once. They're all on the lead lap. Alex Premer is the leader, the Frenchman, the Volvo car number 33. Meantime, new fastest lap of the race, a new lap record for V8 Supercars. Paul Dumbrell, position 5, 2 minutes 7.7991. Remember, his teammate Jamie Whincup lowered the record in successive laps in his stint. Previously held it, dated back to 2007 when they were running the Ford Falcon. It was a 2 minute 8.4. So they've got tremendous pace in car number 1. It continues with both drivers, and that's one of the great strengths for Red Bull Racing, is that combination. Dumbrell yesterday. So Jonathan Webb just in conversation with his group. He's in position 4 at the moment. So one of the real strengths for car number 1 is that combo. Dumbrell won the Dunlop Series race yesterday and the 2014 Series. Meantime, Luke Gilden, car number 14, who's currently in 8th position. There's Scotty Pye with Tim Cindric. Tim Cindric, president of Penske Racing USA out here, because the big news post-Sandown is that Penske take a majority ownership of Dick Johnson Racing for next year. Jeff Schwartout will head operations. Both Tim and Jeff are here this weekend having their... Oh, and the problem for this man, I was about to talk about him. He was talking about a vibration when I heard him about 2 minutes ago. He said, not that there's anything you can do about it, but there's a vibration and we've got too much understeer. Well, the headache's got bigger for Luke Gilden. He's bogged. He's bogged in the gravel down at the chase, and this might be game over now for Luke Gilden. What a tragedy. This may be our first safety car. Year 2 together for the combination. He couldn't stop it. Big lock-up in front of car number 10, fired off the road. Luke Gilden, Fabian Coulthard beached. So there was an issue that was distracting him.
Do you want me to turn it off, or?
That's the voice of Luke Gilden.
Yeah, turn it off, mate. They'll just have to tow you out. Just be pretty ready to go. I think we're just going to have to blaze, though, and try and catch the queue here.
And that voice you hear in the background is Phil Keat, his engineer. So what they want to do is get the car dragged out. Hopefully it hasn't ingested too much dirt and gravel, and they want to get it back out there.
The problem with it, Neil, I have unfortunately been in the same spot there. If you get dragged out forward, it's okay. But it also, you get out forward, you don't lose a lap. The problem will be, he will lose a lap under this circumstance.
Fabian Coulthard, the look on your face says it all. Such a disappointing way to start your Bathurst today.
Yeah, it's not ideal to see a car stuck in the gravel, but look, that's life, you know. lend your car to somebody else. You know, they're pushing as hard as they possibly can to get us the best possible result. And you know, sometimes these things happen, but you know, our day's not over. You know, they'll tow it out. Might have to get rid of a little bit of sand here and there, and we'll still be in the race. So it's not all bad. It's not like it's hanging out of the fence.
Thanks, Fabian.
Cheers.
I heard his teammate Luke Youlden say, I caught both pedals because the brake pedal was so low. So what he means by that is that as he's applied big brake pressure to be able to get the thing stopped at the chase, it's travelled so far that the side of his foot, which he's using to blip the throttle, has caught the throttle pedal and off he's gone. So there's a little issue there for some reason. 36 is back in, as you can see. And a driver change. And that was from position number 2. And there we go, we've got a battle to the control line. So there's something going on with car 36, correction, 360. Taz Douglas was on the radio a little bit earlier saying that he had a drama. So there's some elbowing with Tony D'Alberto.
Well, why would you do that? Why would you run into each other like that on the way into the pit? There's just nothing to gain. So Taz Douglas did have a problem. He may have been holding him up, but that's just how it is. You've just got to accept that that couple of seconds is going to be a penalty. But by running into each other on the way into the pit, there may be further action. So that's not necessarily positive. A lot of guys now coming in. This is a strategic move, which is quite clever. Now, probably he's slowing up because he was going to double stack. I'll just check for you on that. We'll have a look at it. There's the pass, and there you go. He's run into him again, so that's what it's for. And contact between D'Alberto and Taz Douglas at pit entry. Have a look at the activity.
We've got a bit of traffic here, so we're going to have... Just wait.
So they're just trying to find a gap here to get car 18 with Cam Waters safely back in the slot there. So many people taking the opportunity to grab a stop as they pull out the Lockwood Racing Holden Commodore from the gravel trap down at the chase.
So our first safety car, yellow flags at the moment as they get Luke Youlden out of the sand trap of the chase. Back with more in a moment.
Not to go a whole lap down. So as soon as you're out, just blaze in, mate. We're going to do tyres. We're going to go. Careful, but straight in here, mate, straight in here. They're restarting, we're fucked. Bring it in, they're doing one more lap on the safety car. Watch with every vehicle change. Okay, Luke, stop on the mark, mate. Have 4 tyres and fuel.
It's pretty good, and that's pretty the guy is safe, and it's gonna get some bits to fix it, but the traction is good. Yeah, mate. Well, sounds like just leave that front bar then, yeah.
Hey, reset fuel. Reset fuel. So just hang it out the blaze and try and catch the queue. It's only doing one more lap. You're almost the whole lap. Time, mate. Just gonna have to play. So, as best you can, it's doing one more lap. So we'll just work out where we're at. Okay, mate. Expecting a restart at the end.
Safety car received 120 when safe to do so.
And when you get to turn 18, hold it at 80 then, at 80 after turn 18.
Confirming reduced speed at 80 at turn 18.
just confirming here, we've got 14 on your front bar there. I don't know if you're just warming tyres but just remember for the restart you want to be 60, or if you haven't touched it, just ignore what I'm saying.
We're still on a safety car. Yellow flags are out. That's because Luke Youlden went off at the end of the chase and is bogged down there. He's now back on track trying to catch up to the main group. But Neil, we've seen some incredible highlights so far.
It's been a very interesting start to the race. Thanks, Mark. And Alex Premer, the Frenchman, is the leader of the race. Let's go back while the safety car's out and relive some highlights here. Cracking start for Scott McLaughlin and for Jamie Whincup. Whincup just sliced through the pack, surgical style, and led them into turn one and up the hill for the first time. Pole sitter Shane Van Gisbergen went back a spot. One of the real stories, though, has been the incredible pace of Jamie Whincup. Stephen Richards in the early laps just didn't look totally settled. That was Greg Murphy. He's sharing with James Courtney. They've got some data problems on the car. Steering wheel's not showing the full story. Here's Whincup just blazing through the field. They were 3 wide at one point. He was battling there with Dale Wood and James Moffat, and he's had a whole range of those moments, Whincup. 3 or 4 times we've looked up and it stopped our hearts. That was the move by Whincup on his teammate Stephen Richards. And despite that, he just pressed on and kept lowering his own lap record. Stephen Richards, meantime, had a problem with the captive wheel nut on that car in the left front that slowed him. Here's a steering wheel change for car 22, Holden Racing Team, James Courtney and Greg Murphy. That's Greg now at the helm, and this is the reason for the Petters Chrysler safety car. So Luke Youlden, co-driver of this car, sharing with Fabian Coulthard, was reporting a vibration, and what we think is a low brake pedal. He's fired into the gravel down there, triggered the safety car. They've dragged him back out.
I think by the look of that, he went in so fast, Neil, the vibration that you reported, I reckon it's had a flat spot tyre that has actually popped the tyre in the braking area, because when he got out of the sand, the tyre was flat.
So I said to you in the break, I wonder which came first, the chicken or the egg. Did he end up with the flat tyre before all that started or after? Because he carried the brake for so long locked, it could also put a huge flat spot in there and blow the tyre. But the field now under the control of this man, the Frenchman, Alex Premer. You know, I detailed earlier in the broadcast, it's been unbelievably busy since we last saw him at Sandown. He went back to Paris, where he lives with his family, then to the Nürburgring for a 1,000k race in a McLaren. That didn't go well for him. Then he went to Barcelona for another race. He's been getting some kilometres. He's now got a bit of focus on him. And away he's gone. He's jumped. He's got control of the field.
That was a nice restart. Very nice restart. He accelerated it nicely. He got a little kick on Steve Owen there. So this is a battle of the high-level co-drivers. Premer, Owen, Webb, Dumbrell, Murphy, Russell, Walsh, Blanchard, Pither, Richards. That's the top 10. And Oliver Gavin, good job with that speed that Percat had early. Oliver Gavin in car 222 with Nick Percat there 11th.
So watch for moves here. They typically happen after the release of the field. So Murphy takes the opportunity to just slide up the inside there of Paul Dumbrell. That was a nice move, and you've got to try and make them stick while you can. So that car obviously feels secure for Greg. He's so much happier year on year. Last year he was ashen. The car was spooky to drive. This year he really likes the way the car's behaving, and they will be a factor, those two, Courtney and Murphy, provided this little data gremlin isn't something more sinister. There's the race leader's got a nice margin in hand there at the moment. Already he's opened up a good gap. He got a lot of that right at the very start. The other good news for Alex is that he's a card-carrying member of the Hawthorn Footy Club. So there's been a bit of noise for him just in recent weeks as well. He's also got, we can possibly see this later in the day, a really cool helmet design where he's celebrating all the big names, yours included, that have won this great race in years gone by. If we get a chance, we might show it off a little bit later. Right now, all that stuff's peripheral. Couldn't care less. He's got a margin and he's trying to make the most of it. And John Webb, position 3, VIP Pet Foods, is hounding Steve Owen.
And the data that you were just talking about, Neil, is a spooky thing because you never know whether it's something to do with the car and the signals that come back to the dash, or it's actually a dash problem. So that's why they changed the steering wheel. And now that it says no data, or no signal effectively, you've got to think that there might be something a little bit more sinister. Oh, that was a big dive. That was a good pass.
John Webb, he looked like he was threatening as he came off Forrest's elbow. These guys have got great confidence in that car. Jeff Slater is the engineer. Steve Hallam's running operations there. The battle's continued down the order. David Reynolds is back in car number 55 after that stint that was done by Dean Cantor. That was a position. So David in a battle there with Alex Davis, and behind him is Dean Fiore. Little Nissan to Nissan action there down at turn 1. Taz Douglas in car 360. Second of the Volvos had a huge amount of understeer in turn 1 there. I could hear Robert Dahlgren's car in the background ploughing ahead. It's car number 36, Dean Fiore, driving that car with the retro Nissan colours on it, the red, white and blue Nissan. There it is. Look at that angry pack. These early stints in the race where you're just surrounded by cars front and rear, as Mark alluded to earlier, very, very tiring. Here's the move. Check it out. Nice, positive, deep and very decisive down the inside for Jonathan Webb, who was 6th in the race with Scotty McLaughlin back in 2012. There it is again from the Gillette replay and the onboard. And in the end, he got a little bit of assistance. So Steve Owen saw it coming, and the last thing he needs to do, lap 30 of 161, is end up with a Holden Commodore parked in the B pillar of the Ford.
That was great presence of mind by Steve Owen then. I thought his manoeuvre to just position the car slightly wide and effectively let the overtaking Jonathan Webb have that little bit of gap and get through. They're good moments in the race.
Mark Winterbottom, it seemed to be a fairly controlled first stint for yourself. However, I think there was a bit of a pit issue for you. We didn't catch that on our telecast. Just talk us through that one for us.
Yeah, it was good to get off the line, all right, not kangaroo hop like last year, and run around there. It was pretty comfortable, but in the stop, Steve stalled just on the exit, and then was trying to fire it up and it wouldn't start, so it cost a bit of time, but effectively safety car comes out, you're in the same position, and you just truck on again. So it was not clean, but we'll tidy it up.
The Volvo had pace early, but you seemed to catch it towards the end of the stint.
Yeah, it was pretty quick. He was actually pushing quite hard early, and you get a bit drawn into the battle, you know. He was hanging it out, and good to see a young kid like that going pretty hard at Bathurst. And at the end of the stint, it started to come to my favour a bit, but he's quick. He was really quick, and he's having a good go. It's good to watch.
On our calculations, we've seen that your stop was about 10 seconds roughly longer than Whincup stop. Was it a heavy fuel stop for yourself?
It's a full tank. I didn't expect to see Whincup in 4th or 3rd or wherever he is. That's a really good start for them. But you can never count him out. He's always going to be there. So we'll keep trucking on and do what we do. And unfortunately, it's lap 30 of 161. There's a long way to go. And sit back, eat some pudding, and just cheer on your buddy, and then you get back in.
I'm not sure how good it looks, but I'm sure it tastes pretty good. Thanks, Frosty.
Thanks. I got a good wife. Thank you.
I'm just sitting here enjoying the race with James Courtney. We saw Paul Tumbrell get Greg Murphy back there, mate. One thing I wanted to ask you after getting out of the car, mate, just tell me quickly about the pace of the race. I mean, how hot is it?
Yeah, everyone seems to be pushing off pretty quick. The track's really quite good across the top. But yeah, really the track condition's pretty good. So I think through this part of the day, it'll heat up a little bit more and it'll probably deteriorate. Get a bit slipperier for these boys, but then it'll start to come back at the end. But no, everything's good. It's nice and clean and ready to do 1,000 Ks on.
Well, it's not all good because you're driving the car information less. And here's a steering wheel out of the car. Exactly right. And you can see there's a little screen there that's got all the information, reference lap. There's lights, lock-up lights, gear shift lights. Mate, so it is very, very hard for a driver in the modern era to actually deal with what you're going to have to do with maybe for the rest of the day because it's not fixed.
Yeah, no, it's going to be all day. It's going to be like this for the rest of the day. So yeah, we've got no shift lights, so no RPM lights, no nothing. So we don't have any sort of needle or any old school thing we can go back to. It's just purely off sound and feel. So I said to Murph, we have to roll old school for the rest of the day. But yeah, it's the car's quite good. We're both pretty experienced, so I'm sure we can deal with it. But it's just losing in the straight line speed, so it might be a bit drama when we're up close trying to pass guys.
All right, thanks for the heads up, James.
Cheers, guys.
Meantime, his teammate Greg Murphy was on the radio as Mark was conducting that interview, and he's talking about the car having too much oversteer. This is really the battle of the co-drivers, because all the way from position 1 down to 12, it's all the co-drivers in the car. So this is now Paul Dumbrell restaking that claim. Remember that he was jumped by Greg Murphy earlier when they restarted and they were on cooler or cold tyres. And then subsequently we've heard Greg talk about too much oversteer in the car. So the order at the moment is Prema, Webb, Owen, Dumbrell, Murphy, David Russell in the Nissan car 15, the Jack Daniels entry, Ash Walsh in the Wilson Security Dick Johnson entry, then Tim Blanchard in the Russell Ingall car 23-8, then Pither in car 21 that he shares with Dale Wood, and Stephen Richards, Craig Lowndes entry, car 888, position 10.
32 laps done, 161 to go of this 1,000 kilometre race on a beautiful day in the Bathurst region. Hope you're enjoying it. Back with more in just a tick. The Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000, and the Mega Wall has every angle covered for you on the track, in race control and in pit lane. A couple of interesting moves. Of course, we've spoken a lot about Jamie Whincup, but Chaz
trouble here. Sorry,
Dave Reynolds, yes.
We've got a big problem here with Taz Douglas up on the outside, and he was involved in a stoush on the previous lap, and there was contact between he and Cam Waters. Craig Baird was mixed in it as well. He was reporting smoke on the radio. Why these blokes were involved in that kind of battle down the order at this point in the race is a bit mystifying in any case.
I'm totally with you. We made the comment a second ago in the ad break. They made contact on the way out of turn 1 and they were bumping each other. Cam Waters was running into the back of Taz Douglas. Taz Douglas, we're going to have another look at it now on our Mac 3 replay. You watch this, on the exit, Waters just runs into the back of it here, bang, bang, and that little bit of body contact already had a tyre rubbing on the guard on car 360. But check this out, you don't need to do this stuff. So Waters moves the car over, moves it in the braking area to the point where he puts him in the grass and he puts him in the fence. That is totally out of order.
So here it is from the other angle. So heavy contact with the outside wall at turn 2. He's been able to get the car back out of there. Here it is from the chopper. The problem here is the gap continues to narrow and narrow and narrow, and ultimately there needs to be a little bit more racing room up there because you can't go left of the white line. So Prema is the leader. He's got a nice margin, although he just had a conversation with Richard Holway, the engineer, that told him that he's on the wrong page for the data as car number 888 comes in. They've asked him to hit the page twice to get to the page they want. This is Stephen Richards.
So Steve Richards in. This is part of today's strategy, making sure that you get yourself organised, have the right guy in the right time. This is 35 laps now. He's got to do 54, remember. Larko.
Yeah, just watching the strategy, mate. Car looks good. In goes Craig. Belt's done up. I notice they don't use a, because they are using a driver assistant. We talk about the 8 guys. This man here is what's called the driver assistant. Some drivers choose to use him, some choose not to. Nice fresh set of tyres. We're going to see a lot of fresh tyres going on. There's plenty of green tyres, not a lot used, particularly in cars like Craig's that was damaged earlier in the week, and Davey Reynolds was a little bit the same. So they've got a good quantity of tyres. It's going to serve them well today.
So that's all about track position, that one, Larko. Thanks for covering that for us. I think the car's in reasonable order. We're on board still with Dumbrell, who's just coming up onto the back of Steve Owen. It's a real battle. Sorry, Brett, you were going to make a point, I'm sure, about the lead drivers.
So much happening, Scope, it's hard to get it in. But the Ford guy's doing a great job. Chaz Mostert and Dave Reynolds, remember, started from the rear of the grid. Chaz is up to 11th at the moment, Dave Reynolds up to 12th. There are a couple of the main game drivers still out there amongst all the co-drivers.
We've got a problem with car number 8 as well. So there's been wall contact with Jason Bright's car, Andrew Jones. So we'll see whether or not these guys come in. But he's hit the wall. So there's a lot going on, this co-driver stint. There's a lot going on in the field out there at the moment. So we've seen drama for Taz Douglas in contact there between Waters and Baird and all that stuff that went on. Remember, there was a battle going on arriving at the pit lane as well. So no evidence there of 8 in at this stage, but Andrew Jones reported on the radio that he'd rubbed the wall, so we'll watch car 8 carefully. We're riding here with Tim Slade. That's inside Lockwood Racing. No urgency there, and that's the sister operation to Team BOC. There he is. At the moment, he's trundling along in 13th place. He's behind David Reynolds now. Reynolds will be well positioned, as will Chaz Mostert in this stint.
Yeah, that was point that Peretz was just making about being the only 2 lead drivers in the field at the moment with all the co-drivers. Andy Jones just reported about the steering wheel being off centre, so it's right hand down apparently. So that'll be interesting. We might have a look at the inside of that just on the main straight to see whether we can pick up on the steering being bent there. If that is the case, that will definitely affect that car. Remember, Brad Jones Racing had 3 cars in the top 10. They've done a fantastic job all weekend. and for car 14 to go off the road at the chase. And now a little problem with car 8. There's the Brains Trust. You see Jason Bright behind. Little circumspect look for Jason.
Remember, Mark covered off this a moment ago about the driver maximums and minimums. So one of the things that Red Bull are doing carefully with their drivers, that remember they used Stephen Richards out there for a couple of stints, logged a lot of laps. They've got to get to at least 54 laps in the 161 in order to be able to allow Craig Lowndes to do more laps in that. There's no doubt that those guys that live in these cars have got a little edge. Paul Dumbrell has done a very good job because of the mileage he's done this year in the Dunlop Series of reversing that fact.
That's exactly right. And the interesting thing with it, Neil, is that Mostert on that lap was 0.6 faster. So a 9.0 for Mostert, Dumbrell a 9.6. So your point about Mostert and Reynolds making ground, Mostert in particular is going very fast. He's currently 10th.
Well, we finally managed to get a hold of Jamie Whincup, mate. I've seen you do a lot of good stuff in your day, pal, but that was a great first stint. You had your head down.
Yeah, thanks, Like. It looked a bit better than it was. It was up against a lot of the co-drivers, you know, who were, mind you, doing an unbelievably good job. The cars are hairy to drive this year. They keep snapping out. All us main blokes are in the wall, you know, so for them guys, they're doing a bloody good job. But got off the line. I sort of had to make up some spots after my dismal performance in qualifying yesterday.
I think you're being very modest, mate. I want to go back to the line. We actually thought you were gone. You've just told me you actually could see the light, so it was just your own reaction.
Yeah, I could see. I couldn't see the lights on the warm-up lap, but then I positioned right on the edge of the box, and I could see the lights for the start. So yeah, they went out, and I dropped, and everyone else sort of stopped for a while. So I thought I'll grab a few spots and just tried to work my way through those first couple of laps and stayed out of trouble, which is great.
And your little buddy Pete, he's out there doing the job again. He's just, you know, he rounded up Murph there before. He's on target.
Yeah, that was a little hairy as well. And when you start at the back, you take big risks to get through the pack. And so we've got through now. We just need to regroup. Unfortunately, we've got a little niggle with the tail shaft, so it's going to be a small miracle if that keeps going all day. But we'll look after it. We'll nurture it as much as we can and see, try not to make it any worse.
All right, thank you. It was great to watch.
Thanks, Larko.
Scott Sinclair, General Manager of Nissan Motorsport here. Your take on the incident between Taz Douglas and Cameron Waters there?
Yeah, it was pretty disappointing, obviously. We saw on the replay there that two cars didn't fit in a corner where we know almost three can get through. So disappointing. I'd expect to see a drive-through pretty soon from the stewards there for that one. I thought it was pretty clear-cut. Disappointing for the 360 guys, but they're still on the lead lap. The damage isn't too bad, so one safety car. We'll be back in it.
Thanks, Scott.
Top.
That was for position there. So watching Dumbrell put moves on Steve Owen. He's gone into third. Nice job. So it's Prema leading from Jonathan Webb. Paul Dumbrell has gone to third. There was a problem with the vibration on Thursday for Jamie Whincup. We'll take a break, regroup, come back to Mount Panorama. Hope you're enjoying the 2014 edition of the Great Race.
tail. And turn your CPM light off, please, if you get a chance. Look pedal. Make sure you're on the brake pedal. Tyres are all clear. You're clear to go, clear to go. Make sure you're on the brake pedal.
Set that fuel, please, mate. Set that fuel. Turn that pedal. Got a pedal.
Almost a quarter of the way into the great race for 2014, and Chaz Mostert is one to watch. He's moving with a bullet at the moment. He started at the rear of the field. He is up to 9th, and his last lap was his fastest of the race so far. Larko.
Yeah, one of the real benefits of putting a main driver in amongst a lot of the co-drivers. Should have expected it. Chaz Mostert on fire, mate. He's charging through the field. What, up to P9 there, mate? You must be happy with that.
He's doing what I expected him to do, but it's a long way to go, mate. She's lap 39.
Yeah, when you say expected, though, mate, I mean, so much of the focus in this camp has been on Winterbottom. He's been fast. Chaz has sort of been a little bit in the background, and he is doing a good job, and we should expect it.
Oh, look, I mean, he had a bit of a slow start to the year. I think it was a little bit, new team. Even though we've worked with him before, it's still, it takes you a bit of time to bond with the whole thing. I think there was a little bit of bullying from some of the regular drivers out there. The young guy in a factory seat. But, as of, I think it was probably about Pukekohe time, he came on, and, from then he's really been on the podium. And in actual fact, he showed Frosty the way in a few races.
Well, just then, mate, he just did all of that in 14 laps. Now, while I've got you quickly, a little bit of a read on the Cam Waters touching up that Nissan coming onto pit straight.
Oh, well, I mean, it's pretty tight. I mean, I haven't heard anything from race control yet, but, I mean, there was room there, and it was a little bit, they're both congesting on the same thing. So, I mean, it's, I don't know.
It's just racing.
It's racing, but, it's unfortunate. You don't like to see that happen to anyone. So, I think Taz was just in the wrong place, and they both came together. So, I haven't got a firm view either way. If he got a drive-through for it, then, we have to cop it.
All right, thanks, Timmy. Yeah, race control, happy with it. There you go. Done.
Thanks, mate.
Here we are looking at car number 97, Jonathan Webb. Second position at the moment. 5.6 seconds is the gap. Car number 1, Paul Dumbrell. Big oversteer moment on the wrong side of that very slippery painted curb there. And is a moment also for car number 34 here. This is the Robert Dahlgren, Greg Ritter entry. The second of the 2 Volvos in the field. It's the Swede, Robert Dahlgren, in control of that car at the moment. We're on board now with Paul Dumbrell, Red Bull Racing. So Paul is right behind Jonathan Webb. This is the battle for second and third. He set a new lap record, Paul Dumbrell. Incidentally, you saw another stop there a moment ago for car number 22, Courtney Murphy car. The other thing to just keep in the back of your mind is that Lowndes is out there lurking. 60 seconds from the lead of the race, and he's a bit out of sequence. So as they all peel off for their next set of stops, you'll see car 888 float to the top of all this. We're just going to have a little ride here and a pause and a breath to watch PD at work. he made it work. Whew, nice job. Interesting to see the seesaw differences in car behaviour there. And Jonathan Webb, one of the reasons, therefore, that he's not contesting that, as you saw him peel off. So that's looking rearward to Steve Owen's car. Now, I heard the Englishman Alex Buncombe talking about rubbing the wall early. Oh, dear. That was Craig Lowndes in car 888, spraying weeds and rocks at McPhillamy Park. Can't afford too much of that. Craig's down in 21st at the moment. He actually lost a bit of time relative to the race leader in that process, and is the reason why the Englishman, who also did the Nürburgring 1000k race between Sandown and now, and car 21, Dale Wood, some moments. So a lot going on, but this is a lively stint.
And that's the reason is the road is breaking up at turn 2. So as there's a big patch there on the inside, the road's breaking up at the critical point, and when it pulls the pebble or the bitumen surface out, the guys get a little bit wide. They've all run wide. So we've seen 4 cars now hit the fence on the way out of there because of the road breaking up.
So 2 cars in the pit here. One that you can obviously see on screen, and car 16, the Scott Pye Ash Walsh entry as well. Double duty this weekend for Walsh, doing Dunlop Series as well as in the Championship Series. There goes Lowndes in the foreground, car 888. So interesting that you raised that point, and there you go, Mark. So that's the reason why we're suddenly seeing so much action there at turn 2. That's a drama. So we've got a lot of junk offline there, and where the cars, they're very heavily loaded there. The front left in particular, you almost snowplow your way in there. If you arrive at the corner a couple of kilometres an hour too quick, you wind on a bit of steering lock. The road's positive camber there, it holds the car on line, and because it's uphill, you get an artificial gain under brakes and you can throw the car in. So the momentary load through the front left tyre there is extreme. The temp's up, the sunlight on the racetrack, and it's a brand new surface. It's her.
It always produces dramas, this race. We're 42 laps down of 161. Our lead is with Alex Premer. We're back at the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 very shortly.
Pump the pedal, make sure you've got a pedal, pump the pedal, keep pumping, make sure you've got a pedal, keep pumping.
You're back at Mount Panorama. It's the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. And we're right in a phase of the race now where it's going to get very busy in pit lane. And just a few moments ago, car 33 with the Frenchman Alex Premer has just been in for another stop. Shadowing at the moment, car number 1 just behind, Paul Dumbrell, Red Bull Racing Australia. Oh, very wide there for Premer on cold tyres. He was lucky to get away with that. And there are a few people just getting discomfort out there at present. There's a bit of debris on the road at turn 2. Jonathan, well, there's a safety car's been deployed. Jonathan Webb's reporting that the front left-hand corner of that car's not behaving as it should. He almost went into the wall here. That's car number 22 rounding him up, Greg Murphy. So this is going to make it very busy because we're right in the window where there can be stops. So here's the external replay for Jonathan Webb.
And we're hearing there's a kangaroo on the track at the end of Mountain Straight. So there, we're just right at the moment waiting for this safety car in terms of the deployment. We're, yes, kangaroos for sure.
Interestingly, that kangaroo was a problem for Todd Kelly last year, car 7 Jack Daniels Racing, and they've got Shuru as a partner. This is the second of the Volvos, Dahlgren. It's had a couple of moments. So doing a pad change. That's the reason they don't want the driver's foot on the brake at the moment.
There's going to be some stacking problems again here. I think everyone's going to take this except those couple of stops that we just saw, which are luckily there for car 33 with Premer.
This will have the effect of moving Lowndes up as well.
There's been some great performances so far. We've already sort of documented very closely for you the Dumbrell wing-cut move, but Russell and Kelly, great job, 10 spots. Blanchard and Ingle, 13 spots. Mostert and Paul Morris, 19 spots. Dave Reynolds and Dean Canto, 17 positions. So there's been some really good performances from those cars at the back of the grid to forge forward.
So we're looking here at the moment at car number 14. This is the car that toured the gravel down in the chase earlier in the day. Luke Gilden was driving at the time. There's a little bit of damage in the front right-hand corner of that car as well. Apparently, he's actually clobbered the kangaroo. So that's the reason why there's damage on that car, because I didn't see that earlier. And here is the Petters Chrysler safety car to intervene and capture the leader of the race. So what a day for Brad Jones Racing. So there's been contact, unfortunately, with the kangaroo. That could only be in Australia. Yeah. Unbelievable, isn't it? And there's been another 2.9 kilometres of fauna fencing installed around the outside of the perimeter here by the Bathurst Regional Council to just try and control that issue. And we're going to see a lot of activity now as people take the opportunity. So Owen's in from the lead of the race, then his teammate Mostert. They're 1 and 2, then Reynolds is 3. And as you said, Scapey, there's going to be a stack of cars here that are going to be displaced, so they'll be queuing for sure. It's going to really hurt Mostert.
I've got a thermal camera down here, boys. I want to show you this pad change in thermal imagery. Now, when I flick it, have a look at that. Now, what they're going to do is put the plies in there. Now, watch for these hot pads to come out. Sorry, I'll get out of the way. There you are, look at that on the ground. Pads in now, very important. We talk about this a lot. Pump the pedal, pump the pedal. You've got to pump that pedal up. You've got to feel the pedal come up before you exit the pit lane. Very, very important.
Chaz Mostert actually overshot there, so after sitting there and idling in, he then overshot the mark. Paul Morris is getting back in that car.
Working together all on exit.
Peak brake temperature here, to just explain those numbers, about 850 degrees in the front. So here's car 888. It's a good stint by Lowndes.
So as you said, Neil, that has really hurt Mostert and Morris. They fought back. It was a great drive by Chaz Mostert. He said his fastest lap, only a couple of laps ago, he ended up doing about an 8.5. So that's a great run. He was the fastest car in that segment of the race by a mile. And got himself right up in behind Steve Owen. So he forged his way back into contention, and then the double stacking has really had an effect on car 6.
But it's the lesser of the two evils. The reason the teams choose to do it is they don't want to end up being trapped on the racetrack. Oh no, cold tyres and straight into the wall for Paul Morris. Has gone straight into the wall there, so it's a combination.
Just try to reverse it out. Can you reverse it out, mate?
It's not just the cold tyres either, it's the debris on the road up there.
It's working, it's working. That's it.
It's buried.
Stop. Wait.
Oh, more trouble. This time it's car number 21 at the top of the hill. That's Dale Wood. Big damage on the front of it. It's had a very, very heavy impact with a wall.
Okay, mate, are you okay? Yeah, mate, I'm fine. That's not good.
He's 16th in the field and his day is done. And that's left huge amounts of fluid. You can see on the road there, they're reacting down at Advam GB, but there's nothing they're going to be able to do about it. This will take a moment to clean up.
Oh, what a day for Brad Jones Racing to have 3 cars in the top 10 and all 3 cars to have problems in the first third of the race is extraordinary. That was Paul Morris's. This is his 22nd start. He's one of the most experienced guys in the field. He may have run into the back of another car. We'll just have a look at the back of Bright's. No, that's a different deal. Someone else has run into the back, but that's actually hit quite hard, hasn't it?
You got
Andrew Jones in that car at the moment.
I think just hold.
So here's the replay of what happened to Paul Morris. He just completed the stop. He's on the marbles. There's nothing out there in the way of grip, plus cold tyres to add insult to injury. And he's just got it tucked under the tyre barrier there. That's Dale Wood in the hands of the marshals there. Got himself into the top 10 after a brilliant qualifying performance, and that car's got big damage. Why?
He's run into his teammate, sure.
You're kidding me. So he's driven straight to the back of Andrew Jones.
So that, I was mentioning it before thinking, no, that didn't happen, but it did. And for Brad Jones Racing to have that occur is just catastrophic.
So Andrew was applying the brake because he was catching the train and he almost went into the back of car 222. And that's Oliver Gavin in that car. So Andrew arrived, they're all trying to catch the train and the low speed caught them out. And then for Dale Wood, he's gone straight into the back of Andrew Jones, Larko.
Tim Edwards, oh yeah, we can see the on the screen there, mate. Sorry, we thought you may have done a patch change, but it doesn't look like you did. It was just a driver change. Paul's gone up there on cold tyres.
Yeah, no, it wasn't either of the above. He did go up there on cold tyres, but he said the track's broken up. They reported it. They did some repair work on it last night, and I don't know. He's obviously hit a big chunk of tarmac or something, but yeah, no brake pads.
This is a big problem for the rest of the day for all of us, mate. With blokes like you, I mean, how do you manage this now through the day? This is going to be problematic.
Well, we just have to wait and see. I mean, if the track surface has broken up, they might have to have a prolonged safety car to put a bit of resin in it or something like that. But anyway, we'll wait and see. All I can go on to what he said to us on the radio, which is the track's broken up.
All right, thanks, Tim.
No worries.
Jason Bright, we obviously just saw the replay there. It's heartbreaking when teammates come together. I know there's nothing more disappointing.
Oh, it's pretty disappointing. I mean, you know, obviously it was Dale obviously didn't get the call where the safety car was. You know, it's ball blind across the top there. Yeah, very disappointing.
Thank you.
Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000, as we say year in, year out, it always produces drama, and you've just seen 5 minutes of incredible drama. We'll come and sort it all out right after this break.
Fantastic. Saving the north from there. Back on the pace course. Okay, pace to 95.
Lock for a minute, James. Just turn it off for a second.
Fire up.
Fire up. For me, or for me, about those tyres, what did the flat tyre cause me to go off?
In the rear wheels, it won't fire.
Go off.
I'd say, you know, we were going to probably just the flat spot of, you I think, it's probably locked on the flat, is what I mean.
Starter motor is not working, it won't start.
We won't know till the data, and we don't need to focus on it. Obviously, the lock-up is the initial one closed. So, no problems, mate. Pace is really good. We've got lots of laps to go.
Cool, yeah, I mean, side by side with that distance thing, you just squeeze me and tried to avoid him and just take the tyre.
Copy that, mate. We all want to
give it a go, or you're going to give it a hit?
Probably down the meters to say when we've got to go, and I didn't want to get it. So, look, that's fine, mate. And no problem. The pace is really good. Let's just completely put that out of your mind. Driven fantastically to get us back on this lap. Pace is good. Okay.
Copy, I'm focused.
Yeah, select the gear, please. Put it in gear. Put it in gear.
Put it in the shed.
Go again. Put you in the shed, mate. We're going to get you up in the air.
It tried to fire a little bit before parking, and the dash and everything was going out, so I don't know whether we need a jump battery in it.
Josie, give it another go. Make sure you're in neutral. You're up in the air.
Yeah, I knew where the queue was, but they obviously didn't, that's why I asked.
It's lap number 47 of 161 at Mount Panorama. The leader of the race is Alex Premer, the Frenchman in the Volvo. And that is the track surface at turn 2, which is breaking up, and it's causing some headaches at the moment. In fact, turn 2 all weekend has been a hot spot on the racetrack, and you can see offline how dirty it is. This is earlier in the weekend in practice. Warren Luff with a brake failure, hydraulic failure on the Holden Racing Team car, clobbering the back of Craig Lowndes' Red Bull Racing Holden Commodore. Then in this race today, Cam Waters and Taz Douglas getting together up there. Douglas in the wall. Car number 34, Robert Dahlgren, the Volvo. He's sharing with Greg Ritter. They found the outside of the road down there. Paul Dumbrell and Jamie Whincup have given it a wag. Alex Buncombe, the Englishman's been wide there. Dale Wood, car number 21's been wide there as well, together with Jonathan Webb. Greg Murphy got by him. And this incident that really caused a drama then for Paul Morris. So marbles on the road. And you had an interesting point to make to me while we're in the break about that, Mark.
Well, the unfortunate thing for Paul Morris was that he was in the pits. He was on his out lap. He's only basically driven out of the pits and driven up Mountain Straight. He wasn't aware of the track breaking up there, Neil. So he didn't understand it. First time he arrived and straight in.
So the problem with Andrew Jones' car as well, there's a power or battery or starter motor issue. We're going to take a break so that we can dump the brakes and get more racing action again very shortly.
Take that, the mould off the bonnet and the rat blank. That's it. Okay, does that have to come out? Camo, are you happy? Make sure it's not going to flat. Put the tape over the bonnet, that way. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Give the air off back. You want to put the my system over you? No, okay. Yeah, okay, I reckon that'll hold. Yep, happy. That tire's okay? Is everyone happy with the tyre? Yep. Righto, okay. Send it. Cheers, off you go. Okay, Paul, obviously the same tyres as before. Just flash the fuel, everything's good. Just give it a bit of a wiggle, make sure you're happy. And the queue is coming up to the cutting. I'll get you to come in this lap again, Paul, and we're just going to top it up the fuel.
Right here.
Well, we're back at Mount Panorama, and it is a glorious day, but boy, it's brought some heartbreak for some. Paul Morris, one of the most experienced drivers in this field, at turn 2, highlighting a problem with the surface of the track. Now, Chaz Mostert earlier had done an amazing job taking this car from the rear of the field up to 11th spot. Chaz is with Rihanna.
Yeah, exactly right, Barrett's. Chaz, up until that incident with Paul Morris, it really has been driver of the day so far for yourself.
Yeah, not too sure about that. Jamie did a good job in the first stint, so yeah, just put my head down, and yeah, the car's pretty good. So I hope it's good now. Like after that little accident with Paul, you know, the track is breaking up down there, so it's a credit for him to get it out and keep us on the lead lap. Hopefully, there's nothing major wrong with the car, just a bit of cosmetic, and who knows, she might be a bit straighter through the bloody down the straight. So
thanks, Chaz.
Thanks.
Chaz Mostert, Ford Performance Racing. Garth Tander joins us on the line now as well. GT, I'd like to get your thoughts. Your teammate Greg Murphy is third in the field at the moment. I just heard him on the radio talking about the change not helping. It's still got a bit of oversteer.
Yeah, made a change in that stop. So as everyone up and down pit lane does, you can adjust the rear of the car pretty easily these days. So made a change in that stop. It's a rehearsed change. They did it in the warm-up this morning, but the track conditions are obviously a fair bit different with the temperature and obviously what's going on at turn 2 at the moment. So just adjusting as the race goes on. We know it's going to get hotter as the day goes on as well.
You've been here many times, 16 starts at this mountain. You've won the thing. This is a pretty wild one, GT.
Sort of had that feel coming into it, didn't it, that it was going to be an interesting one. talking of interesting ones,
Yes.
it's going to be an interesting race because it's the track's changing so much, and I'll be seeing with the surface breakup. I was out on the driver's parade. I was actually spotting the track for these boys, having a good look at what's going on with the track at turn 2. We knew that was going to happen, so unfortunate, but it's going to be who manages that situation the best.
Go on, I know you want to do it. Turn into an interview. Away you go.
Yeah, well, I've got to prepare for later in life. Hey, JC, struggling with the shift lights at the moment with the dash. That was pretty much from the start.
Yeah, mate, it was after the first couple of laps, you know what it's like. I was looking for it, just started catching the limiter, and then I noticed that they were getting later and later, and then they failed. So it's we haven't got any lock-up lights, no information, no bar numbers, no anything. So it's a bit old school. So lucky I got the old dog in there at the moment, Murph, looking after it.
Murph never looks at the dash anyway. So what did you have to do? You have to change anything driving style-wise? Obviously, you have to now anticipate gear shifts, that sort of thing?
I have to actually concentrate harder now, so we're all in trouble. But no, look, we've got reference points on the track, so we know, at certain points when roughly it's about to change. So, it's not too bad, but it's just costing us in straight line speed at the moment, just because you're not hitting that sweet spot every time. So, it's we'll get better at it as the day goes on. But no, it's not. It's not killing us. The main part, it's steering, so it's doing its main function.
Yeah, you'll be right, mate. You're a pro. You'll keep it up. Thanks, boys.
2 questions. That doesn't meet the minimum threshold to be able to send an invoice. Bad luck, GT.
I'll try again next time.
I want to see you send him up to some other garages.
Can I go see Roland?
Yeah, go on.
I'd love to do that. We will pay you for that. Thanks, mate. Have a great afternoon. I know
Thanks,
it's
guys.
tough.
The interesting part of losing the dash mostly is about actually the lap time of that particular lap you're on against the datum lap, and also the datum for the fuel usage. So you don't get a fuel number. So the difficult part at some stage when the race gets into a critical phase is how fast. It's okay when you're in the lead group and you know where you are, but sometimes when you're in clear track, what's the lap time? How much fuel am I using? They're critical numbers.
Been really impressed with the drive so far from Alex Premer in car number 33. He's got control of the field again. Safety cars in pit lane. He had margin when the safety car came out. He's now got Paul Dumbrell stalking him at the restart. The tyres have cooled out. They've got to be very careful again and pay particular attention to what it looks like up here at turn 2. Did you see Premer just moving around the road there in the Volvo? Part of that was to cover, part of it was to try and make temperature. Dean Fiore in a battle here with Stephen Johnson, Nissan versus the Ford Falcon. And it's the mid-pack congestion that you've got to be careful of.
And look at Murphy. Murphy putting pressure on Dumbrell. He moved it right up in behind. Dumbrell looked like the tyres were really cold because he's really struggled and he's very wide. There's almost contact there between Murphy and Dumbrell.
Murph up on the outside here. That's a hard place to be. There's quite an awkward bump right here, and there's a gear shift back to third and then to second. You've got to feed through all of them in the sequential gearboxes, not like the days in the H pattern where you just grab second gear at the cutting. Looking from the rear of Paul Dumbrell's car. Look at the margin that Premer's made. That's a good air gap. Takes a bit of the pressure away, and there's debris on the road up there. There's fluid, there's some oil soak. So there'll be a flag warning up there to warn the drivers that the track condition has deteriorated.
Alex Premer was 6 seconds in front of the field before the safety car. And after this opening lap, he's trying to get himself back into a rhythm, trying to organise himself just to get a feel for the grip level, make sure you don't... Oh, very wide for Dumbrell. Massive understeer, Neil, wasn't it? Ran really wide. He was lucky to get away with that. But what you've got to do is get yourself organised to read the grip level again. You know, as it gets hotter, the grip level, the UV, the sunlight, brings the oil to the surface of the road. An unbelievable shot.
Incidentally, it's Ash Walsh in 4th place there in car 16 that he's sharing with Scott Pye.
And as the oil level comes up and the temperature comes up, surface grip deteriorates. You've got to drive the car to the grip level and tune the car for the grip level. We heard Greg Murphy before make a change to the car. As the tyre grip comes up now for Dumbrell, it gets better.
Problem here for Andrew Jones. Remember, that car went back into the garage. He might just be pulling to the left to let the train go by here. So he's given away many laps. I don't know that it was just a plain simple starter problem, because I heard him say that
this
Chris.
lap, just take it easy. There's not much supporting that rear wing now. It's had a fair old hit, so...
That when he was hitting the starter button, it was dimming all the lights as well, so they might have an alternator problem and they've had to change batteries in that car, and he was suggesting using the jump battery to get it started again. But if that was happening, they've got a deeper problem to manage there. 1.1 seconds is the margin that Prem has opened up over Dumbrell, and Dumbrell's just managed to ease away very slightly from Murphy as they all try to find a settled place with these cars, understand what the track conditions look like and get a feel for the cars. The temperatures come up a lot, which is Mark's point there before. The top 11 drivers in the field are all co-drivers. The best placed primary driver is actually Tim Slade at the moment. He's in 12th. All the key runners have done 2 stops. That's down to position 7. Dean Canto is 8th. He's done 3. And that car's got pace and looking really good, car number 55, David Reynolds and Dean Canto. So we'll keep a bit of an eye out on those guys as well. Some damage for him earlier in the weekend after being fastest on Thursday. Riding here with Greg Murphy, 4-time winner of the race. First one for him was back in 1996 with Craig Lowndes. He's done this so many times. He looks pretty relaxed there at the moment. Heart rate's pretty low too.
Yeah, it's always important, and Murph's experience will be critical in terms of not making a mistake. But it will also just allow him to get into the flow again. You can see there, just nice and composed. This is a place, although you do drive so close to having an accident all the time, you do get a couple little breaks with Mountain Straight and Conrod Straight. You can see Greg just relax back then, let his hands go loose on the wheel and get organised about the chase.
Very hard stint of the day now with this temp up and the dirty track conditions. So lap time for Prema on that last lap was a 2-minute 10.2, for Dumbrell 2:10.7, for Murphy a 2:10.8. So not a lot of pace at the moment. Look at that gap, it's out to 1.7 seconds between Prema and Dumbrell.
That's a really good job, Alex Prema. In the first lap of the restart, he was about 3/4 of a second faster than the other guys. He's got that gap out to 1.68 seconds against Dumbrell, but he's been very impressive. And Neil and I have been commenting all weekend about the Volvo S60 and the little bit of oversteer that we've picked up on with Scott McLaughlin in particular in qualifying. They seem to have just taken a little bit of the nervousness out of the car, and that's a critical phase. It's a critical thing in terms of the balance and the nice balance that evolves through the course of the race. That nice balance makes the car easy to drive and less dramatic.
Interesting that Richard Holway, the engineer for car number 33, said several times during the year that one of the great challenges for them in race trim has actually been to cure understeer. So they've had a car that, as it's progressed through its fuel load and its tyre wear, has actually been hurting the opposite end of the way in which it normally works with a V8 supercar. So it's the front that's been letting go. And that actually, in a funny way, might be helping them a little bit here, because that car is actually a lot more settled in the race today than it's looked at any other point in the weekend. The rest of the time this weekend, every time I've looked at it, it's looked like a flag. It's scary.
You have commented about 20 times about how wild it's been, how oversteering. Big smile on Whincup's face, just getting himself prepared. This is always a taxing time, because not necessarily ready to get in, but what wears you out is you've got to get ready early. So you sit there with your balaclava and helmet and gloves, and you're all organised. You can't really have a drink when you've got the helmet on, and the way that all that unfolds, you tend to get a little stressed and certainly not necessarily prepared until finally you walk out to the pit lane. And when you walk out to the pit lane, you've got to get your brain around making the driver change nice and smooth. And as I said, it's quite taxing when you're just sitting there semi-prepared to get in the car, probably 10 or 15 laps early. Sometimes you sit around for 20 or 30 minutes in that state.
So just reiterating the point again, that top 11 places in this race at the moment, it's co-drivers that are doing the hard yards, and the green light is on in behind the windscreen of their cars. That's Craig Lowndes making a move. He's in 19th now, 18th. And he's got a few mates, Tim Slade, Ant Pedersen, Todd Kelly, Jack Perkins, Jack Perkins, Lee Holdsworth, and Robert Dahlgren primary drivers in the race. But we're going to take another break very shortly. But this is really poised at a fascinating position at the moment because Prema's got some pace. And I want to keep a very close eye on 55 as it progresses through the day. They might be able to get through from here with just some very simple stop planning to be very competitive at the end.
Speaking of that, a Volvo leads the great race. 2 Holdens and 2 Fords make up the top 5. We're back at Mount Panorama shortly.
Back at Mount Panorama, Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. Don't forget to join the conversation. Alex Prema is the leader. 2.9 seconds is the gap. This happened in the break. A little mistake here for Paul Dumbrell. Actually much bigger contact than even I envisaged here. Greg Murphy was able to sneak down the inside. Lucky there's been no apparent damage to either car as a result of this. But one thing that's been really evident is that Greg Murphy's got good pace at the restart phase of these races, and he's been able to capitalise each time. It'll be interesting then to see how the car progresses through the stint, and watch this, because Steve Owen thought there may have been an opportunity to sneak up on the outside of Ash Walsh, and that didn't work out terribly well because he had to tour the grass. Here's another angle. So Walsh got very sideways, and as he started to move right, he had no idea that Owen was there, and he escorts him out to the grass. They managed to get it all sorted once again. Well, these middle stints of the race are the ones where the risk is very, very high. Now, of the top half dozen runners in the field at the moment, only a couple of them are in the 10s, and that's Prema and Murphy. The next group are all jammed in about the mid-11s at the moment. There's the gap first to second, and we saw some evidence earlier of this car smoking. So Dean Fiore's at the helm, and you can see it there. So that's actually got worse since I last saw it. Frank Adamson from V8 Supercars has been looking at that car on instruction from the race director, Tim Schenker. He's up there in Cam's race control at the moment, so in for a look to see what the issue is. Now, I didn't really get to make the point before, but because Dean Canto and Davey Reynolds have done their 3 stops, and the minimum requirement is to do 7 in this race, what I wanted to expand on was it's only 4 stops to home for them from this point. Whereas everybody else has got to do more stops to get home at the moment. So they're in a nice position given that they're a long way up the road. Looking at the move here by Stephen Johnson down the inside of the smouldering 36 car. Working out what was going on there. So the Gillette replay shows that the lights have parted company from the medical car. Get my brain into gear to explain that. It is. Never seen it. If wonder if that's actually been cleared from that sector. Meantime, back here on board at Forest Elbow with Paul Dumbrell. This is position 3. Greg Murphy further down the road. Again, another great job here by Alex Prema to just put that little air gap in. It's just under 3 seconds at the moment, just to take the pressure off, and they sent that car back out, but it hasn't cured the problem. They did fuel and tyres, but maybe didn't get a chance to look at what the deeper issue was.
Power steering problem with this car, and he's trying to stay offline, which is very clever from Dean Fiore. But there's definitely oil coming out of that, as you can see, and when that happens, you can see he's been on the other line there before, and you have to be so careful. And from a driver's perspective, the thing you look for is a little bit of sheen. So just go shiny. In these conditions at the moment, beautiful conditions. Beautiful, mild, sunny day, roughly 25 degrees. And when you look down, you see the little sheen on the road as we see Ash Walsh, who's done a very good job handing over now to Scott Pye. They were 4th in the race. Very nice job and good speed from that combination.
This time last year, Scott Pye teamed with Paul Morris for an outstanding result for a 6th here. So they're taking one of the tear-offs away from the screen that get a lot of bugs and garbage on the screens of these cars. Nice straightforward stop, and just a reminder again that this becomes Dick Johnson Racing Team Penske next year. Marcus Ambrose returns to V8 Supercar competition. Will run the bodywork of the new Ford Falcon that we saw earlier in the day. There is Stephen Johnson in the retro 1994 style livery, the number 17 car. He's currently in 8th position, vastly experienced around this racetrack, and he's another one of those guys that loves it. He's had 20 starts here for a best position 3, 2007 with his mate Will Davison.
So 57 laps down of 161, well past the 350 kilometre mark covered. Volvo still leads, a couple of Holdens and a Ford in the great race. Back in a moment.
went in.
Copy. Nice and easy, got best brilliant.
Safety car forwards and flags. We have that issue in turn 2 with the track breaking up. Safety car just stand by.
Cold tires, press on. At the cutting, so when I get back inside, I'll let you know when the safety car is trained.
Back at Mount Panorama, we're under the control of the Petters Chrysler safety car again, and the field's reacted to take a stop because for the second time today, Taz Douglas has found the wall. Can't totally point the bone at him for this one either because there's so much debris on the racetrack up at turn 2. It's trapping drivers. It also includes Scott Pye, who freshly made a stop for fuel and tyres and that driver change before. So here's the replays, the situation in the background there. See the Nissan Altima unfortunately nosed into the fence. It's the second time that we've seen it up there today. And this man, Scotty Pye. And that is a real disaster. They were competitive and in a great position. This is a live image. These guys had actually worked their way back onto the lead lap. They got a drama with the door on the car. The other thing that's happened here is car 15 and 55, because they were a bit out of sequence with their fueling, they've not taken this safety car. That's elevated them. So David Russell in the Rick Kelly car, the Nissan Jack Daniels entry, has gone to the lead. And as I said earlier, Kando and Reynolds are nicely positioned with the way they've sequenced their stops. They've got a fast car in their P2 at the moment. Look at the damage in the front left-hand corner of this 360 car. What a disaster.
Well, as you said, the second two are into the fence there, so a catastrophic day for car 360 Taz Douglas. And one of those was caught up with a little racing incident, but that one there was straight in. That was fast.
So the last time that car 15 stopped, Jack Daniels Racing, David Russell, Rick Kelly,
We'll go to a lap and come back.
was lap 44. That was Matty House in the background. He doesn't want to drop the lap. He wants to just send it and then come back and have another crack at repairing it. And car number 55, Canto and Reynolds, last stopped on lap 45. And as you can see, bottom left-hand corner of screen, they're only halfway through their fuel stint at lap 59. So they'll press on now, try and get themselves in an interesting position strategically. Now, despite the fact that David Russell leads the race, Dean Canto's one stop up on him. Yes. That's a good position to be in a race where you've got to do 7 stops. So they've dispatched that car. They know that it's wounded. They'll tour, come back and have another play with it. It's a bit of a procedure here at this racetrack. Here's the replay of why. Turn 2. Track's been resurfaced and there's a patch there that's broken up. Huge scarring on that car, sadly. And then a second car went in on the debris up there as well. Scott Pye being trapped. Saw Paul Morris get trapped earlier as well. Look at the damage on that.
And remember, Neil, it's the second fastest region of the racetrack. It's 260 kilometres an hour back to 130k, so you're trying to retard the car roughly to half its speed. You've definitely, at that stage, still hit the fence at roughly 130k. So this is an overtaking manoeuvre. Murphy made a little mistake because he lost the spot to Dumbrell, and then he lost a spot to Steve Owen. And this is the overtaking manoeuvre, looking back from car 22 on the Gillette Mach 3 replay, car 5, down the inside at turn 1.
Just to explain, all of this occurred before the safety car came out, and then they all peeled in, which has rearranged it again in case you're now scratching your head. Larko?
Yeah, I've got Taz Douglas down with me, and I'm just keen, mate, to get a really good read on what it's like from your perspective, how problematic it is now getting through that corner.
Yeah, it's pretty, you've got to be really precise. You know, I don't think I was more than an inch off the line where I should have been. I turned in a little bit late and wasn't right in against the apex. And as soon as I was on those marbles, I was just a passenger. I knew that I was going to be a little bit offline, so I slowed right down. And even on the marbles, there's nothing you can do.
I'll quickly ask you from your perspective later in the day, what's going to be the solution? Are we going to end up just having to literally drive around it?
Yeah, definitely. I was actually out there then in my stint thinking, geez, I'm glad I won't be driving the car at the end because it's going to be a handful. It's just going to be one line through there.
All right, bad luck, buddy.
Thanks.
Taz Douglas in conversation with Mark Larkham. Now, meantime, race officials are actually having a long, hard look at what's going on up there at the moment at turn 2. Trying to figure out a way of rectifying the dramas that we've got up there because it's bordering on dangerous. The other thing that happened in that interview that we saw a moment ago is Jason Bright and Andrew Jones came in and stopped Andrew jumping out, Jason getting in. They're 4 laps off the lead because they copped a whack from teammate up at the top of the hill after the last safety car, then came in, the car wouldn't start. They've had to wheel it into the garage and fix it, then they got it back out. And here's the reason for the issue. There's a patch. The helicopter shot that we had a bit earlier in the coverage really shows that patch quite markedly. You can see it's much darker there, and there's a huge amount of the asphalt material just breaking up and going wide of the line. There it is. That's absolutely it in a picture.
And that's the patch that Neil's been talking about. It's a dark new section. The whole place has been resurfaced, and it's a big cambered region, so they've obviously had to repair it as a consequence of that resurfacing. And when that patch has gone in, on the loaded side, so just off the inside curb, you see on the left wheel side, it's pulling all the sediment out of the road. And as that sediment gets dragged out of the bitumen surface, it gets pulled to the outside, flicked to the offline section. So if you arrive at the corner, and as Taz said just a second ago, just slightly offline, you catch those things that we call them the marbles. And it effectively is like driving on ice. You just run wide, you can't do anything, you can't slow the car, you can't steer the car, and you're a passenger. They're the marks. You see the guys that are on the brakes, those nasty rubber marks are the indicators for the 3 or 4 or 5 cars now that we've seen in different zones there go into the Castrol Edge tyre bundles. They've served their purpose very well. In fact, they've saved some cars from huge damage. I just said before how fast it is. 260 kilometres an hour when you arrive down there. One of the key places on the racetrack in terms of making time, because the elevation change, it's the start of going up the hill. And when you get the car turned, roughly 130 kilometres an hour, you only need to be less than 100 mil wide of the perfect line, which is right in against the inside curb, the apex, the inside clipping point. As soon as you're a little bit wide, you catch the marbles, you go in the fence, and your car looks exactly like that Nissan Altima. Very used. That's twice for car 360 into the fence there. That's the first time he was escorted there, second time in there by himself.
Not a good situation, unfortunately, is it? The other thing that happens there, it's not the peak load location on the racetrack, Scafey, but it's one of the places on this racetrack where there's extreme loads being pressed into the road. We'll come back and explain a little bit about that later in the coverage.
Well, it's been a story of the turn 2 dramas today. It is under investigation at the moment. Engineers are looking at it. We'll be back with more at the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 in just a moment.
back to 80.
Thank you, safety car.
Too far back for me to push it. Got you coming box now, mate. Box now. We can fuel it and have another look.
Okay, copy. It doesn't feel too bad. I think the track's losing grip though. We've got no front.
Okay, you've got old front tyres on too.
Copy that. Pit lane.
Safety car increasing to 100.
What are I going to do about the front tyres?
Okay, Tim.
Yeah, that car should come back to pit lane, please. Mechanical flag.
Thank you very much.
Red flag, safety car, leader cars, stop just ahead of the grid. All the cars are stopped to stop behind the safety car in a single line.
That was the voice of the race director in CAMS Race Control, Tim Schenken. They have suspended this race. It's a red flag that's been displayed. Now, because they're under the control of the safety car, they'll be directed into pit lane ultimately. Single line. No, they're actually going to bring them back onto the grid. It's got me slightly puzzled. Rule 10.1.9 says they'll bring them back into the fast lane of the pit lane if it's suspended, but it looks like they're heading onto the grid at the moment. Now, race director Tim Schenken is a very, very experienced man when it comes to event management, so clearly there's great concern about this track condition.
Yes, Tim, I did receive most of it. Can you just repeat?
Jason Barguana.
The sinking wall gates are being opened. The teams can approach their cars. No guests, only crews, only crews. Copy that. Thank you, Tim.
He was the British Formula 4 champion, British F3 champion.
For the information of all the teams, the reason for the stop is to attempt to repair the track at turn 2. The stop we would imagine is going to be 15 or 20 minutes.
A long time since we've seen these kinds of scenes. There was a blockage in the race back in 1981 up at the top of the hill. We had the drama in 1992 when Mark and Jimmy won the race when there was a blockage up the top. This is for an entirely different reason. But I wanted to make the point about Tim. 36 Grand Prix starts. He's been the clerk of course at many Grand Prix events. He's been the race director for V8 Supercar for a very long period of time.
The team
So unprecedented scenes. Third time ever that the race has been suspended, red flagged, but never under this circumstance. Craig Lowndes out of the car. They're being told roughly 15 minutes to repair the surface at turn 2. Lots of regulations around what you can and can't do under this circumstance. All the cars parked line astern. Race suspended.
Well, this is certainly a rarity for us, but probably a smart call. They'll use the resin, the quick dry resin to fix the racetrack. And to get an update, let's go to Larko.
Down here with Damien White, General Manager of Motor Racing for V8 Supercars Australia, mate. Never seen anything like this. Can you just tell us about the conditions under which this will be held and how this is going to play out?
This is a new rule for this year, stopping and resuming a race. Basically, right now, the teams can work on the car. If they're in the pit lane prior to the red flag being called, they can refuel. If they came in after the pit lane, they can work on the car but not refuel. But the race directors has called this will be a 15 to 20 minute stop. The crews can come out and work on the car.
To what extent can they work on the car? Tuning, performance, whatever they like?
They can do everything they want to do, except on the grid they can't refuel and they can't change tyres.
Thanks, Damo. And what do you know of what are they going to do to the track? Are they going to put some resin down or something?
Probably too early to say. I think by stopping the race, they can have a proper measured look at the circuit, consider their options, and then we'll hear more.
Given this is a kind of what we call a park firmo where not a lot goes on, can the driver swap happen now, or is the same driver got to go again?
No, the same driver has to stay in the car.
All right, thanks for the clarification, pal.
Damien White there in conversation with Mark Larkham. So crew members are allowed out there, television obviously allowed out there. Original drivers stay in the car. Here's the reason. Track breaking up at turn 2. And part of it is actually the damage to the safety fence up there as well. In fact, that could even be the bigger part of the story up there at the moment, because they don't want to have a damaged safety barrier on the outside of the racetrack at a very fast location.
Dean Canto sitting in the car of the Bottle Falcon, something we have not seen before at Bathurst for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I was under safety car, and just as I came into the chase, I saw a red flag out of the corner of my eye, and I got on the radio and said, "Is that a red flag?" And it was like, yeah, it is. And obviously I sort of put 2 and 2 together and worked out it's for turn 2, but the guys have got to drive to the conditions. You've got to slow it down to get through the corner. We all know it's there. It is a little bit slippery, but, you know, I've been going back an extra gear just to get through the corner, so anyway, whatever.
Currently you are tracking well and you're in position 2 at the moment.
Yeah, not bad from starting from last. Car's strong. Obviously, Dave just had a small accident in qualifying, or a large accident, but, you know, we always knew we were going to be strong. We were strong all day Friday. Yeah, we'll just press on. We'll see what happens from here.
So let's have a chat to Scotty McLaughlin, absolute front runner all day. First, mate, can I confirm that your cool suit is on and you're not uncomfortable sitting there?
Oh, mate, I'm cool as. No worries.
Nice to hear. Mate, I know this is a little unusual. What's your read on the track? So let's say they go and resin it, tar it, do whatever. You know, by the end of the day, it's probably going to be back to where it was. That's almost inevitable, I'd say. Is it possible or feasible you could drive around it?
Unless they clean the outside line massively, yeah, it could, but I can't see them doing that. And it's not really that possible around there. I mean, I can't see it happening.
So the problem is, mate, so online where the damage is, no grip. Just offline where the marbles from the damage is, no grip.
Look, I mean, Alex said to me that it was getting worse. I haven't been out since the first stint, so it wasn't as bad then. I knew it was getting bad, but not too bad. So, yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but we've got to, all good.
All right, thank you, Scotty.
Dave Reynolds, you guys started from P24, currently sitting in 2nd position. You're starting to pull off a little bit of a miracle. Early days yet, though.
Yeah, it's still early days. We didn't take that last safety car, so you know, we're a little bit behind on fuel time. But this is a bit strange, isn't it? It's like a half-time break.
It is a half-time break, so should someone bring out the oranges for you?
Yeah, that'd be all right. This is probably the first time ever I've got to talk to Dean halfway through a race, so it's kind of exciting.
You can catch up on all the goss.
Yeah, we both said struggling for a bit of pace, but, you know, hopefully the track comes to us at the end.
Thanks.
No worries, cheers.
David Reynolds there. So just confirming the race is suspended. Neither the race nor the timekeeping system stop. Mark Rayner is looking at the track down there. Event manager at turn 2. They're not allowed to change tyres on the grid. Cars are permitted to be worked on if the category technical manager says it's okay. A break and we're back.
Down off the car if you want. Shags, you can come down off the car. Fence, mate.
Do the same thing, just rotate, turn the engine over for about 10 seconds. Clear to go.
Welcome back to Mount Panorama. A rare scene. It's been red flagged for the 3rd time in history. It happened back in 1981. It happened again in 1992. There's damage up at turn 2 to the racetrack and to the fence. The race has been suspended. It's neutralised. It's not stopped. It's just neutralised. There's the scene up at turn 2 in the foreground in the white shirt. That's Mark Rayner. They're looking at that patch there. There's a massive investment in resurfacing this track between November and February. November last year, February this year. The rest of the track's fine, but this odd little patch down there at 2's caused some grief. You can see where the loaded side of the left side of the race car and tyre has actually plucked some of the asphalt out of the road there. It's caused a lot of problems. Many drivers have found the wall down there. To add to the story and all the work that's now going on, which is permitted down on the grid, let's go down to Mark Larkham.
Yeah, Neil, it's a hive activity, and what's kind of weird is that none of the teams were geared for this. They didn't have trolleys ready. It's just never happened. One guy that's hot but not bothered. If you look at that thermal shot, you can see. Just give yourself a cool down there, Craig. You okay? I mean, you're out of the car. You haven't got the cool suit plugged. Actually, you're not in bad nick.
No, I'm actually quite good. I think that, the conditions are getting warmer, but I was circulating pretty well, looking after the car, and obviously we had a bad pit stop the first one. We had a jam wheel nut, put us back, but we're cruising on quite nicely.
We did have a bad pit stop at that first one. I'll talk about that later. Mate, tell me about the track. What's your read on it? I mean, we can see it's profoundly bad. They've stopped the race, but I actually assume it's going to happen again later on, or maybe at other corners.
Well, look, you're right. I think that the repatch that happened at 2 is also into the dipper. So there's 2 repatch sections that weren't here early in the year, obviously, when we raced. So it's a loaded tyre, and it goes for like 2 to 3 metres around the corner. So it's not just patches. It's about a foot wide. You can get around it, but of course, you're just going to reload somewhere else, and that's something that, as you said, we're going to have to worry about later on.
And it's a quirky question, but let's fast forward to lap 140. You're the race director. It's all come apart again. What do you say?
Well, look, you just have to assess it at the time, but look, if it's within 15, 20 laps to go to the end, you're probably just going to have to suck it and see.
All right, best of luck, mate. You've got a free kick here for a little bit of a tune-up of the car, and you can see what a lot of the guys do. They think fast, these teams. I love it. Look at this, plenty of time. You wouldn't normally see a disco on today. They got the pads there, ready to go in. Very clever. These guys have had to think on their feet, get out, and it's now happening. One's seen it, everyone's doing it. And this will be a great race, because when you've got fresh pads and fresh discs and you're a race driver, good stuff.
Excuse me for a tick, Larko. One of the other things that I saw was that there was a starter motor beneath car 33, our earlier race leader, the Volvo, so it looked like they may have even been considering doing a starter motor change, so heaps of pad changes. But would you have a quick squiz for us and verify?
Will do, mate. I'll go and have a check.
Thank you.
How's the activity? I mean, teams are so clever, and the work that is being done now is effectively preparing the cars, which Mark Larkham was just detailing, preparing them for a sprint to the end, and those brake rotors, etc., are a key component of that, Rihanna.
Jack Perkins, plenty of work going on the cars, but you yourself, type 1 diabetic, you just checked your blood sugar level. Everything okay with yourself?
Yeah, no dramas. Gives me a great opportunity to do that. And I guess if I didn't get the outright lap record, I've got the lap record for a type 1 diabetic around Mount Panorama. So, no, this is pretty weird. I've been to Bathurst for a lot of years in a row now, and I've never seen anything like this. And I see all these guys making chassis changes. I'm going to need my blokes down here with some new rear springs or something to hot our thing up, but we're not trucking along too bad.
Yeah, as you said, not trucking along too bad. Your stint was pretty good.
Yeah, it was good. I just sacrificed track position to Lowndes. We started saving fuel because, unfortunately, we need a break away from Reynolds or else we're going to double stack all day, and that's cost us probably 30 seconds already, and that's not ideal. So we need to try and do something a bit different to those blokes, and hopefully we get in front of them somehow. And my young mate Cam Waters did a great job as well. So we'll see what happens. I know we can go have lunch now or something.
Cam, you had a bit of a hairy moment there with Taz Douglas. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, I managed to get a run on Taz going up the straight, and we're kind of banging a little bit going down the straight, and then in the braking zone something happened and he hit me, and I had a moment, and then I managed to get through. I don't know where he went, so it's too early in the race for that to be happening.
Thanks, guys. Good luck with the rest of it.
Thank you.
Wow, it is all going on here. So you can see there's that starter motor Neil Compton was asking about. Well, there's one going in there. I think there's another one further down the grid here. The guys, look, they've had to get air bottles onto trolleys to get the air spike in to get the cars up. Then they've had to have other air bottles to get the guns on the wheels to get the wheels off. Benny Craig from Erebus Racing just told me, he said, mate, this is fantastic, brand new car. He said, we've just put discs on it, pads on it. He said, we're just cleaning out the radiators. He said, it'll be good to go again. Fascinating. Look at this car here, Scotty McLaughlin. They are in under there. So a set of pads you can see the boys doing on there, and they're going to put a set of discs on. And you can see if you're looking under here, these guys have even had the time. Well, there's men in under there. There's the double jacks. That's a fair bit of work to get them up on that. If you ask me, would you ever seen a car up on double jacks on the grid?
Larko, before you bolt, are they doing start? Just go back.
Yeah.
Dive in under there. Have a squeeze. Are they doing a starter motor? Because the reason there's a guy under there is there's a reason.
He is right in the area of the starter motor, mate, and I can see he's diddling with wires, so I'd say yes.
Okay, beauty. Thank you.
I'll just keep going down here. Whose car we've got there? Wing Cup and Dumbrell, so some tuning going up there, some pads going in there, disc going on there. Winterbottom's car up in there. I don't know where Mark is. He's out of his car. Quite smart. A lot of the drivers have got out now and got away. I'm actually really surprised, I've got to say. I thought a park firme situation like this, you typically park the cars and not let anyone touch them. So this is what's caught everyone out. Let's grab a quick word with the enforcer. Mate, this is, you and I collectively been around 100 years, never seen anything like this.
Man, I sort of had a feeling in my bladder last night that she was going to be a bit of attrition, but I never thought it was going to be this bad. Man, I've got to tell you, there's some seriously loose driving out there, serious. Like, even the first 10, 15 laps, I was looking at it going, man, this is out of control already. But even looking when Tim was in the car, man, it's just a bit of silliness. But on the other side of it too, you know, the track's still very loose. Yep. You have to be extremely careful. You go a little bit offline, she's straight in the wall, and that's what we're seeing. You just go, I was going to say half a car. I reckon it's a foot.
Yep.
You go a foot off, and she's firing off. So it's really edgy the whole time. So if you want to push down into the 8s, you know, get ready for it. Yeah. She's ugly down there.
I think a little bit of wisdom will serve you well this afternoon. Best of luck, pal.
Doing all right so far.
Russell Ingall, Mark Larkham. You've got to be a Boy Scout and be prepared for this race. It's all in the Ops Manual, page D22 of the sporting regulations. You can pluck it down from the V8 website. It's a little PDF to help you sleep tonight. But they are allowed to work on the cars on the grid. That's what they're doing. We'll be back.
Well, the crowds are waiting very patiently. If you've just joined us, yes, the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 is underway, but all the cars are parked up on the grid at the moment. The three main things they're not allowed to do is they're not allowed to change a driver, they're not allowed to refuel, and they're not allowed to change tyres at the moment. But apart from that, it is open slather as they work on the cars. And the cause of the problem is turn 2. Now, if you've been watching since we started on Friday, you will have noticed that that has had a lot of attention. There's been so many incidents up there, and there's been more in the last few hours. The problem is this: the surface of the track has started to deteriorate. Remember, this was relayed within the last 12 months. It was a $2 million upgrade. Patches were done at different times, and it is being resealed there at the moment. So what we are going to do is head down and have a quick chat with Rihanna to the boys at HRT.
James Courtney, Greg Murphy, this couldn't come at a better time for you guys. You've been dealing with steering wheel dramas all day. Perfect opportunity to get on top of those.
Well, it wasn't actually the steering wheel. We've changed one. We changed a few other things in another pit stop. It has come back to a wiring issue, so we've been able to change the piece of the loom that they believe is the issue, and it seems to be working now. So fingers crossed it's fixed. It was annoying more than anything. I mean, we were still able to drive the car, and everything else is working fine, and we had a radio, which was good, but it was just no shift lights and an intermittent dash that kept flashing on and off in your face, so not ideal.
James, in these enduro races, you never get to speak to your co-driver until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Now you get to catch up with each other, have a bit of a laugh, say what happened during that stint, and you know, just see what's been going on.
Yeah, we need to crack a few tinnies, have a beer on the side with the lads, but no, it is a strange old day. It's been a strange weekend, really, so it just adds to the flavour. I'm not sure how they're going to manage the turn 2. They're saying also the dipper's falling apart, so it's it's chaotic out there. So Murph's been out in the war zone, and I'm preparing myself for it.
You guys are currently sitting in 16th place. How do you see the rest of the day unfolding?
Yeah, we're not, with the way it's all unfolding, we're sitting 16th, but strategically we're a lot further up. The car's actually been really quite quick. Both Greg and myself have been running, top 3 throughout the day. So the car's been really quick. It's just that little dash issue, but hopefully we're on top of that now.
Thanks, boys. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Cheers.
And in the meantime, it's made a long day, even longer for Garth Tander, who's busy on the phone there in the background. All around this circuit at the moment, crowds are waiting for this race to resume, and it has been a great turnout today. Massive crowds, great weather. People still enjoying the day out there, and Edwina is up with the crowd at McPhillamy Park.
Oh, Barrett's not much action at the track at the moment, but always lots of action up here in McPhillamy Park. And the race isn't the only cause for celebration this weekend. It's also Anthony's Bucks party. Congratulations, Anthony. Tell us about your beautiful dress.
Yeah, well, I sort of got stooged. I'm not meant to have the Bucks party till a couple of weeks down home in Tassie, but the boys found out because of my brother opened his mouth.
We won't get you to do a 12 because it's open at the back. Does it breathe easily in this heat?
Not bad on the top half, but the bottom's not real comfy.
Let's not go into that with too much detail. Look, mate, it's your first Bathurst. What are your impressions so far?
Oh, I absolutely love it. Yeah, I've watched it on TV for years, but it's nothing like being here.
Quick message to the missus.
Big shout out to Alice Bingley, me bride-to-be. Love you.
I really hope you have a forgiving fiancé. Enjoy the rest of the day, mate. Back to you.
Oh, good on you. I hope he just picks a different outfit for the wedding.
Just very quickly, Barrett's, that work, they're putting the resin down up there. It takes about 15 minutes to cure. And so from about the point where they applied it, it's 20, 25 odd minutes before we're likely to see a car roll. Another point to keep in the back of your mind here, we will see cars roll, but they've got to get to 50% of the race done before it counts for points. Lap 81.
Wow, we're counting down. Not long to go. This break, unprecedented in this race, so we'll bring you back here in just a moment. Stay with us. We'll be resuming racing sometime soon.
Three beavers, fairly hammered. The boots flexing quite a lot. There's nothing fortunate at the beaver, but if Andrew wants me to leave it, I can leave it, but yeah. Yeah, I would like if someone could bring the side hammer down. I reckon it's just there's a lot of strain on the bracket now. We'll just bring the beam back a bit.
Bathurst. I have seen him up now, that's good. Right, find the nearest title, go for it, Hey, Alex, are you alright?
As the official clock stands, there are still 100 laps remaining in the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000, and this is the last thing that anyone expected to see. All of the cars are parked up on the grid at the moment, in the straight. Reason being, on corner number 2, the track has deteriorated that badly and is currently under repair that we've had to halt the race. Larko.
Yeah, just down here having a chat to Gary Rogers. Another one's a little bit bemused. I mean, hard to find a solution to this one. You've been coming here 40 years, Gary. What's your take?
Well, I mean, it's unfortunate, but I'm really concerned with the manner it's been carried out. Personally, I think you should just drive around the track and fix it. Like, as a driver, put some witch's hat. If you run over the witch's hat, you're rubbed out. I mean, I don't think you should stop a race as great as this for this. Now, I know safety comes into play. I know there's a whole lot of other things, but I think it's an overreaction, and I think certainly these cars should have been in pit lane, or even if they were stopped on the track, you shouldn't be allowed to work on them because certain advantages will happen. Now, our car in particular, everyone knows we've had starter motor problems, alternator problems, and we may have to push start our car. And if so, let me tell you, we will want an exemption for that because we've said to the drivers, do not stall these cars no matter what you do because we may not be able to start them again. Now, it's not like we're running last at the moment, so am I angry? You're right, I am. And also, if they think they can patch that track up with a little bit of cement, it's like wiping an elephant's bum with a cotton bud. I mean, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. So that you don't very often see an agitated Gary, and you know it's hard to judge whether they've done the right or wrong thing stopping the race. But I do get what he's saying is that other people are now tuning and working on their cars. If they have to push their car, that's actually against the rules. So yeah, we'll watch that one closely, Gary. That's a good pickup. Thanks for the heads up. Now I'm just going to dive under the car. Just bear with me. Here I am back again, and we'll have a little look at this starter motor under here. I've got my little pokey cam going, and if we get in right underneath this car, we'll see. Come on, Larko, do you know where the starter motor is? I can't even see in under there, but in any case, oh, there we are. I can just see right up in there. Can you see that shot? That looks like a nice brand new starter motor to me. Now, again, they're not convinced that's going to work. If it doesn't, they'll have to push the car. If they push the car, that's against the rules. There's a really nice peak underneath the car. Some beautiful engineering steering rack there. Really nice.
Lee Holsworth, this is all very strange. Talk us through your day with Craig Baird.
We just kept out of trouble, and I think we're actually in a decent spot now. But yeah, we've kept the nose clean. Turn 2 was pretty horrid then. It was a bit of a hold your breath moment every lap through there, but it's a bit of a bonus to get a bit of a breather, and hopefully we'll press on and get through the field a bit further. But I think we're probably about 5th or 6th on the road at the moment when all the pit stops pan out, so it's not too bad.
There's plenty of work going on up and down to the cars. Have you guys made any adjustments to your car?
Slight adjustment. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone will take the opportunity to do something to their car. Track wasn't really grippy then. It was quite loose, so made a bit of a change for that. Hopefully the cloud cover will grip it up a bit.
Thanks, Lee.
Cheers.
There is literally everything and the kitchen sink up here in McPhillamy Park. Brad, what is the name of this contraption, your team name?
It's called Team Bin Racing.
Excellent. Why?
It's an upside-down rubbish bin on wheels.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. Talk us through some of the other features.
We've got the barbecue cooking at the back. We've got everything including the kitchen sink. We've got a freezer in the Sid Chrome toolbox.
With running water, I might add.
Running water. What you're sitting on's a simulator. At the front, we've got a bar fridge, 40-inch LCD. Satellite TV.
Not only that, a smoke machine as well.
Yeah, it does burn.
Turn that on for us.
Yeah, a bit of a smoke machine.
How many years have you been working on this contraption for?
6-7 years.
That is work well done, Brad. Congratulations. It's the best I've seen up here so far. Back to you guys.
Now, this is interesting, just down here at Jamie Wincup's car. This is a tail shaft. So now we have what's called a transaxle. So that runs from literally the back of the engine, the clutch, all the way down to the transaxle. Now, there's the centre mount there. The fact that they've got this out, I would suggest there's possibly a vibration. I was going to talk to Duddo, my old mate. He's under the car at the moment. I might wait for him. But just while I've got the opportunity, you saw him tune me up earlier on the tyre dilemma down there, and he was absolutely right to do so because there's a new rule this weekend. When the cars, let's go back a step. 17 pound is the most pressure or the least pressure allowed to run in a car tyre now, nothing less than that. So there's new rules this weekend come into play in V8 Supercars where you have to sit your tyres out in your pit box within a defined box, and you've got to do that before the pit stop, and no one can mess with them, and rightfully so. When he saw me go to pick it up to show you the wheel nut, he's run across. Now, I plucked Duddo out of university many years ago. He used to work for me, and one thing I'd like to think I taught him to be is competitive, and that he was, so no problem with me.
Good to see you've taught him well, Larko. Just repeating, racing suspended here at the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. We'll be back with an update right after this.
Yeah, I've got a set right here if you need them. I'm just using them at the minute.
We're back at Mount Panorama. Thanks for joining us. The race has been suspended. The red flag is out. So turn 2 is the problem. There's a problem on the racetrack and there's a problem with the fence. It's being rectified. We'll take the opportunity to have a look at the race highlights so far. Very good starts for both Scott McLaughlin and also the series leader, Jamie Whincup. But it was a Volvo that led them to turn 1 on lap 1. The pole sitter actually dropped back into 3rd spot. We've seen very good pace today from car number 22, the James Courtney, Greg Murphy entry, but they had a little question mark hovering over them as well in terms of steering wheels and electronics and data feeds to their dashboard. 3 wide on the run up to turn 2 at one point. Paul Dumbrell was very, very quick as well. Jamie Whincup was sliding through the field, really hammered that car. His drive in that first stint was impressive. He lowered the lap record, climbed up over the top of a heap of drivers, and in fact when he stepped out of the car he was the race leader. They had a problem when Stephen Richards came in with the left front. Captive wheel nut gave them a drama. It lost them a bunch of time. For Luke Youlden in car number 14 for Lockwood Racing, this is one of the Brad Jones entries. He was complaining about vibration. He went off the road down in the chase, and then there was some aggravation between Taz Douglas and Cam Waters. At one point Craig Baird was a bit locked up in that as well, and it resulted in Douglas ending up making contact with the outside wall there at turn 2, and a lot of damage in the front left-hand corner. There's James Moffat, his co-driver. Alex Buncombe, British driver who drives in the Nissan International program, also found that wall and gave it a scrape at turn 2. Double stacking when the safety car came out for the second of the Ford Performance Racing cars. This was Paul Morris, sadly partner with Chaz Mostert, and he ended up in the wall down there at one point. That's Adam De Borre just having a chat there with Chaz Mostert, and that was a bizarre scene. Trying to catch the tail of the safety car, and Dale Wood ended up straight in the back of his teammate Andrew Jones. Then Andrew came in. They tried to fix the damage on that car and then simultaneously discovered that it had a starter motor or a battery issue, perhaps even an alternator issue. They had to put the car back in the garage. Meantime, there was contact between 1 and 22, Greg Murphy and Paul Dumbrell getting stuck into it. And then a second incident involving car number 360, Taz Douglas, followed then by car number 16, the Wilson Security Dick Johnson Racing entry, Scotty Pye. So that's the situation. There's another little problematic spot at the top of the mountain as well, up near the Dipper. So the red flags come out. The race is actually suspended. It's still an active motor race. It's not a time certain finish. We've had quite a lot of questions in relation to that. So they'll do their 161 laps unless there's more of this trouble. We'll keep you updated. There's some quick dry epoxy resin being applied to turn number 2. That's in the process of curing. We'll get another breakaway. We want to try and give you as much racing as we can this afternoon. We'll come back to the mountain very shortly.
Parking you off in that Friday in the dad on Brent. Back out of the side to Robert. So, got 3 goodies on it, 1 average left front. Okay, so what's the idea? We're going to lose that.
Thanks, Noons. James Moffat, Taz Douglas. Plenty of work going on your car. Taz, you were a victim, unfortunately, of this track breaking up, and work going on the car, as I said, behind us.
Yeah, definitely. I was a tiny little bit wide there at 2 and got on the marbles and straight in the fence. It really is just one line through there, and I was thinking when I was out there, I don't want to be in the car at the end of the race when it's probably going to be at its worst. James will be in, even during a stint earlier on over the top, I was a little bit offline and picked up some stuff on my tyres and felt like a tyre had gone. So the track is getting pretty dangerous, and somebody else went in after me and before me, so I'm not sure what they're going to do with the track and what's going to come of it. But the boys have fixed the car up. They've done an awesome job, and give it to Moff, and he's going to have to wheel it back up the front.
You also had a bit of a hairy moment earlier before that with Cam Waters. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's we've got struggling a little bit for straight speed. You know, it's no secret that and it's kind of in a pack where we're good when we're by ourselves. We're probably one of the fastest cars, but when we're in a pack and the safety car, it really does put us behind the 8 ball, and we're vulnerable. We can't defend and we can't attack. And Cam was up the inside there, and it was his corner. You know, no dramas, mate. You can pass me. You're there.
And I was just braking straight and giving him room. He just came across on me and knocked my front right, and I was straight in the fence. So I don't know what he was thinking. He had the whole track to go to, and I wasn't in a position to even challenge for the corner, and I wasn't even attempting to. So this early in the race, you know, he could have just given me a little bit of room, and we would have both gone around there, no dramas. Instead, I ended up in the fence and back in the fence the same part again.
James, you've been to plenty of Bathurst. You've lived most of your life around this circuit. This stuff is unprecedented.
It certainly is. When I got the call on the radio that it had been red flag because the track was breaking up, certainly a new one for us. But look, I think the Bathurst City Council has done a fantastic job in resurfacing the track as it is. And, you know, there is obviously a little bit of an issue there at turn 2, but, you know, the rest of the track they've done a fantastic job at. So, you know, we don't want to take too much away from them. The old girl, she's looking like she's done a couple of rounds at the local demo derby, but we're somehow still on the lead lap. And you know, with this red flag, anything, you know, the way the day has unfolded so far, anything can and probably will happen. So we've just got to keep trucking along, and hopefully we've had all our bad luck out of the way.
Thanks, guys.
Some good news from Mount Panorama. We have a restart time. It will be in precisely 11 minutes. So we're 11 minutes away from getting back underway in the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. Drivers like Jason Bright getting themselves ready. Some good news too, we've got the crowd figure over the Bathurst weekend. It is officially 195,261. A bumper crowd here at the mountain. Let's go to Rihanna.
Brad Jones, you have been coming to this circuit for many, many years, and this one is probably one that you'll want to forget.
Well, yeah, you know, I'd like to start a petition. I think what we probably should do is shut the whole thing down for today, repair the track probably, go back to our original start positions tomorrow morning, and do it all again.
I'm sure that you'd like to do that. Unfortunately, we cannot do that.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in a nightmare. Hopefully someone will wake me up sometime soon. Look, honestly, though, Fabian, I don't think... is in such a bad spot. I mean, I don't know what else can go wrong, but he's sort of the last car on that same strategy as McLaughlin, Courtney, those guys. So, you know, it's not over yet, and still a long way to go, a lot of racing. So we'll see what happens, but, you know, I don't know what else can go wrong for us, to be honest.
Thanks, Brad. Keep your chin up.
Thanks.
Okay, I've managed to collar my old mate Mark Dutton back down here on the pit lane. Mate, this is pretty serious stuff, and nothing more serious than seeing you guys drag out a tail shaft, but you've put it away. Vibration drama?
Yeah, a little one. It's only started, but you take the opportunity to see if you can fix it. We're still mates, aren't we?
We're all good, mate. That's all good. I've explained it. Don't worry. You owe me a beer.
I thought you owed me a beer.
You did the right thing. Centre bearing. Did you put a centre bearing in it, or what have you changed anything?
No, we haven't changed anything. Just because there was no sort of definitive time of when we'd start, so you don't want to start the change procedure, and then the race goes green, and the car can't move because there's no tail shaft.
Dado, you now have the responsibility for managing the team and what's going to play out this afternoon. You know you're in for a very, very difficult afternoon. I mean, fast forward, what do you think is going to play out here? Because this ain't going to go away.
No, exactly. I mean, we're confident that Jamie will put up with the vibrations, and yeah, there's lots of fast cars out there. Craig's doing well, Jamie's doing well, our co-driver's doing well, so I think we're in with a fight to the end.
As long as they're rally drivers, mate, they can manage the slippery conditions, huh?
Yeah, exactly. But it's good fun, and there's been sort of less safety cars than expected, even if they have been a bit longer.
Yep. All right, best of luck for the afternoon.
Cheers, Larko. Thanks, guys.
Good work, Larko. Now, repairs to the track surface at Turn 2 are just about complete. We're expecting racing to resume in less than 8.5 minutes. Stay right there. We'll get a commercial break out of the way and come back to the action.
Hello?
And radio check 1, 2. Radio check. Yep.
Keep talking, please.
1, 2, 3, 4. How's that, mate? Volume all good?
All good now, thanks. Any updates?
You got a brake pedal there, Scotty? Can't call it short. Range 3. So we're just going through that now.
Noons, firstly, I just need to apologise to Tim's late because I just made him chew his sandwich quicker than what he would have liked. But Tim, just talk us through your day so far.
I don't have any food left in my teeth, do I?
You're all good.
Yeah, I don't know. It's mediocre. We the car's not fantastic, but it's not terrible either. So we've made a few little changes at the stop here, and fingers crossed they work in our favour. But what a weird day. Really, really odd. I think this is the first time it's probably happened. So I'm not sure what they're going to do if the track breaks up again.
And you guys are currently in 4th on the road. So where does that put you in terms of fuel?
Can't say. Can't tell you. Can't give away our secrets. We'll be out here for a little bit longer and then come in.
Okay, thanks, Timmy.
Thanks.
Philly, just let Paul know that they've used the resin to fix the corner, like what we have at Dylan and stuff. Yeah, got your dirty clock.
It is unusually quiet at the mountain. We are just inside 5.5 minutes until the race restart. Track surface at turn 2 has been a problem. Everyone is laid up in pit straight at the moment, but we will be resuming racing in just over 5 minutes. Just by the way, the first time this race ever had to be cut short was in 1981 when it ran for 120 laps. That was due to an accident that blocked up at McPhillamy Park. In 1987, it was cut to 158 laps, and in 1992, 143 laps, Scafie, when you won with Jim Richards. So that's the history of the race being cut short. At this stage, we don't know whether it's going to be cut short. We expect at this stage that it will not be, but we're about 5 minutes away from a race resumption. All right, let's go down to Rihanna.
Ryan Walkinshaw, owner of Roll Control Racing. Now, obviously disappointing for you only to have one Holden Racing Team car on the grid today. You know, it's just disappointing not to have the real fan favourite on the grid.
Yeah, look, it's disappointing. You know, I think the cars are both pretty quick in practice, and I think we let ourselves down a little bit in quali. And you know, it's one of the risks you take when you have a qualifying session followed by another practice session, and then the top 10. You know, it risks causing damage to the car. And unfortunately, we ended up in the big incident where we had a brake failure, and you know, there's no way we could have got the car ready for today. So it's disappointing, but you know, we still got another 3 cars that are all capable of winning. So. look after them.
And this situation, so unique to Bathurst.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? I don't think anyone really predicted this. I think it's the first time we've had a red flag for a significant amount of time. So, you know, it's one of the special things about the mountain. Anything can happen here, and normally does at some point. So I guess this is just another one to tick off the box.
On the other hand, your other 3 cars all sitting really nicely at the moment.
Yeah, look, they're okay. I think it's going to be interesting to see how it all pans out after this. Everyone's had a fair amount of time to adjust a few bits and pieces on the car. Everyone knows where they've been lacking speed around the track, so you know, it'll be really interesting to see how people have changed and how it's all going to pan out. But look, cars are quick, drivers are happy, so we'll just see what happens.
Thanks, Ryan.
No worries, thank you.
All right, Rihanna, thanks for that. Closing in just a few minutes before we get back to the action. We're going to take a quick break and be back for the restart of the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 under extraordinary circumstances.
It's pumping still. It's just got like, you know, it's surging. We've had it before at like test days and stuff. It's like there's water in it or something. Yeah, it's been stationary for a little while, so once we get some proper airflow through it, I think it'll clear up. The tube's probably frozen over. How long to go? Expect to probably turn fairly quickly. Yep, copy. Confirmation of the restart procedure. Get back to time, mate. Yeah, be on the radio, please. Mind that weather, mate. Got that. How's it looking? No, a little bit out of speed before we started. You want to go to 47 on the bar? Where I had put it. Originally it was the only one that agreed to the 9 to 12 cars we're all on the same fuel station. They've probably got pressure tyres now, but going home they're going to have we've got unpressure tyres.
Just update on the start time, which is delayed slightly. This stage, the estimated time of a 5-minute signal will be 14:07. 14:07.
Okay, the 5-minute signal will be 2 minutes time. 5-minute signal, 2 minutes time. Yeah, what do you think about the bar?
Confirming 5-minute signal at 14:07. 5-minute signal at 14:07.
Back at Mount Panorama, and we're about to get this motor race underway once again. Just to reiterate that get back on the motor racing stuff, the race leader is David Russell in the Jack Daniels Racing This is an Ultima that he shares with Rick Kelly. Dean Cando sharing with David Reynolds. They're in position 2, but the curious thing for me about car 55, it's the first car in the queue that's got 3 stops out of the way, the minimum requirement for the race.
Signal, safety car, just started, lights on, please, lights on.
Voice of race director Tim Schenken. So he's got 3 of the 7 stops resolved and done. So 4 stops to home. That shot you saw a few moments ago was curious as well. As if we can't layer up a few more issues today, but there's actually some weather building to the north and northwest of here. I just double-checked the weather for this particular city again, and they're not really saying anything, but the district and in other parts of New South Wales in this reporting area does have some isolated showers and thunderstorms, and the wind's picked up a little from the northwest at the moment. Let's get back downstairs for an update with Larko.
Yeah, well, pretty well all the cars, Neil, are back down on the deck now. Just to recap, this has been a weird little event. You see a lot of the teams here, where if I can just grab that there, topped up the dry ice in the drivers' cool suits and the cool air into the helmet. And it's a really weird one. But to understand it, they were allowed to do whatever they liked to their cars, provided they didn't fuel them, they couldn't change the tyres, and they couldn't change the drivers. So the same drivers are all in the cars. Now, that's not going to work for some people, sadly, but that's the way it goes. And what I find a little bit funny about this is that the guys that have hurt most out of this is the Scotty McLaughlins, for example. The guys that were actually going well had their car tuned, it was in the window. Now, I've spoken to most of the teams along here. They've at minimum put pads in their car, which most of them were going to do anyway. All of them have well, nearly all of them put discs into the car. Nearly all of them have adjusted shock absorbers, put little spring packers in, adjusted ride heights, done all the sorts of things that you never get a chance to in a race, to think about, have a little bit of a look at some data, make some changes. Any little reliability repairs. We've seen 2 starter motors go in there. We've seen Jamie Whincup centre bearing looked at. So a whole raft of stuff. Radiators have been not just cleaned, but cleaned properly. So when you look down there at that grid of cars, you've nearly effectively got the same mechanical quality that we had at the start of the day. So it's game on again, and stick around, because believe me, this ain't over yet.
Roland Dane, a very bizarre situation at the Bathurst 1000. Your thoughts?
It's the longest ad break I've ever been in. Yeah, it's a shame that we're in this situation, unfortunately, and I'm not sure, whether it's the best call to suspend it, but that's the call of other people, so we have to go with that. And of course, it puts a curve ball and everything as far as strategy goes.
The ability to make adjustments, set up changes on the car. Your thoughts on that as well?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that, but anyway, it is what it is, and so you take advantage of it and get on with it. So that's what everyone's done, and we'll go from here. But there's still 100 laps to go.
Jamie was clearly quick in the first part of this race. How are your cars placed so far?
Yeah, I mean, we're on 2 different strategies out there, so we're in 2 different places, as it were. It's sort of half the grid, as it were, in different places. So it'll have to roll out, and we'll have to see what happens. Hopefully, we just don't have any more stops that could disrupt it further, and we end up with a shortened race or something, because that would be a shame, and you'd end up with people who hadn't done the requisite number of pit stops, and then you get the race result altered by it, which would just be shambolic. So I hope that's avoided at all costs, because that wouldn't do us any good.
Thanks, Roland.
Thank you.
I tend to agree with Mark Larkham and Roland Dane that preferable to have what's described as parc ferme conditions, where there's just a lockout, the car's just frozen in state, even though the race is suspended. Problem is, though, it's in the operations manual and it's been there all year. The rule wasn't changed prior to this weekend, so it's an awkward one that has to be enforced the way it's written. But it has basically refreshed the field. Now, what you've done, Mark, is you've done a little executive summary of where we're at and who you think the beneficiaries are from all of this.
Yeah, so, Neil, for me, Mark Larkham's summation was very close. All the cars now have got fresh brakes, pads, rotors, and the body repairs that you saw so many cars hurt from the early part of this race. So a lot of body repairs have taken place. But the biggest couple for me have been car 33 with the starter motor. It'll be interesting to see where that starts under its own steam. Second one is car 22, where they've had a data electrical problem all day, and now that's been fixed. The driveline vibration for car 1 is the interesting one. That's, I think, now the talking point. How bad is the vibration for Whincup's car, and will it make it home from here?
So what happens now is they're back under the control of the Petters Chrysler safety car, and the normal restart procedure applies. So they'll line up behind the safety car.
Probably try to avoid it.
And when the lights go out, then it's game on once again. Standing by for the green now.
Green flag, safety car move off, safety car move off.
And how will the track condition be?
I just spoke to the gentleman up there repairing it, and he thinks that it will hold for a little while, but when you're wiping the epoxy, the resin that it's been put over the top of the bitumen, that it effectively wipes the bitumen surface out as they do it. So I'm not that confident that it's going to stay. That's the resin there that we're talking about.
So not confident that it will stay, not confident also of what level of grip may or may not be available to them there. The other issue is we've got a problem here for car 22. Is he going to be able to get that away? He is mobile now, so there was angst there for everybody behind. I just intercepted a team radio message that they think there's only going to be the one lap behind the safety car, so that means stone cold tyres and brakes. I would have thought that it might have been prudent to at least squeeze another lap in to just get some temp here, but anyway. So car number 97, Shane Van Gisbergen, not noted for his patience. James Courtney gives him a little love bite and some hurry up, so they'll actually have to close up that margin now.
So it's a bit of a weird field because there was a real mixture of co-drivers and main drivers. There's the section of road that's caused this race suspension. David Russell, Dean Canto. So then we go Johnson, Slade, Pedersen, Lowndes, Perkins, Kelly, Davison, Will Davison, Scott McLaughlin, Jamie Whincup, Mark Winterbottom, then Ingle, Holdsworth, Percat, Courtney Van Gisbergen.
Problem for James Courtney. They're talking to him about making brake temperature, and he angrily shot back then and said, forget the brakes, why haven't we got any power? So he's angry and he wants to know what's going on. So James Courtney's my focus here. Keep an eye on car number 22. He was the one that was in strife leaving the line. He's currently shown in 16th.
I just got a text from Larry Perkins who said, why weren't they under parc ferme conditions? So a lot of the history of this sport and the dramas that have unfolded, everybody's got a view. As Neil said, we have done what is written in the rules. The race suspension was conducted under the operations manual, and now we're back on with it again. So race 60, lap 62.
He's recycled there. So what he's done is at one point there, James actually switched everything off there and lit it back up again to see if he can reboot it. So it's had a problem coming off turn 2 again as well. So it's disabled and others are now rounding him up. They've had enough.
Just have a listen for it. He flicked it off. What Neil just said, sometimes they...
I reckon he grabbed the master switch there before scoping.
Yeah, he turned it off and hoping for it to reset itself.
And then because it's rolling, he can switch it back on and then bump start it, which is what he's done. So these guys are going to frantically try and make temp now. Brake temp and tyre temp. But James drifted out of position.
He's not in the queue at all, mate. He's right up there. 200 metres behind where he was.
15 hole speed, 15 hole speed.
Okay, so the lights have gone out. So now David Russell, they got into a bit of a battle yesterday with Stephen Richards in the Carrera Cup race.
So car 22 is coming into the garage. Frank Adamson said he has to come in regardless because he did not start on his own accord, but the car has an issue regardless of that anyway.
So remember, they made a change to the wiring loom in that car. There is Frank Adamson from V8 Supercar, vastly experienced in the race car business and the technical side of the game. There's Adrian Burgess, Alistair McVeigh on the left, Rob Starr on the right. What a horror weekend.
And apparently it's a throttle position sensor issue on the Courtney Mobile.
David Russell leads the field. Accelerates now through the final corner. Racing resumes once again after one of the most bizarre stoppages. He drops the cold right rear tyre off the top of the curbing there. The battle for second placing. Stephen Johnson it is trying to jam the Ford down the inside and displaces Dean Canto. Up in fourth place is Tim Slade. They're all slipping and sliding all over the place. It's going to take a moment or two for temps and pressures to normalise. Look at Slady going with Stephen. Dean Canto is going to get shuffled wide and he's going to be on the dirty side of the road at 2. It's not where you need to be when you arrive up here.
You need to be real careful. They're all pioneers. Got to get to the end. Oh, there you go. The pioneer was David Russell. He was the first one there. No grip at all. Turned it in on the slide, way out over the curb and on the edge of the fence.
Stephen Johnson leads the race in car number 17. There's no way you couldn't give me millions of dollars to drive in the number 2 wide position up into turn 2 that lap, because we know how rotten the race surface is up there at the moment. I would have stuck the right-hand side of the car on top of the curbing and even on the grass if I had to.
100%. That's exactly what you do. You limit the risk. You park the car as far in as you possibly can. That means you drive the car right up on the inside curb and you take all the problem, all the left-hand side, out of play.
Stephen Johnson is the race leader from Tim Slade. There is James Courtney, car 22, Holden Racing Team. So early in the day, from right at the start of the motor race, they had dash display issues. They thought it was a steering wheel. They changed it. That didn't resolve it. In that extended stoppage, they replaced a piece of the wiring loom. That's not resolved it. Now they've got a throttle sensor issue. Van Gisbergen making a move. Meantime, back at the front of the race, Stephen Johnson has taken the opportunity to slide by David Russell, who ran wide at 2. Odd change on here as Tim Slade goes down through the inside of the chase for the lead. Stevie argues the case and gets back round the outside. He's got the ideal line now as they make it to the last corner. Tim's looking for the crisscross car 7. Todd Kelly's been rotated. There's more cars involved in this, including one. Car number 1, Jamie Whincup. We're on board. He's got it mobile. This is the danger of cold tyres and traffic. More cars involved.
In pit lane, broken left front wheel. In pit lane, been steering front left.
Very calm demeanour of Jamie Whincup, explaining the damage, looking for what he needs to be repaired.
In the garage shop.
And this was all of the chat at the start of the day, where Whincup started. He started last. He came through the field, an extraordinary drive. He then, under circumstances which have been unprecedented, ended up further back in the field than he should have been when the race was suspended. He's then tried to forge his way back through, and he's been caught up. We'll have a look at why. Let's have another look. So this is the replay. Whincup down the inside. I think it's Todd Kelly. Sorry, no, it's not. Whincup comes back on. Whincup did it to himself. He went off the road. He's come back on. When he come back on, he made contact with Todd Kelly. Todd Kelly is the innocent victim in this one. Jamie's done it to himself. They've come on and whack. Now, Jamie couldn't see Todd from there. So although that was a mistake from Whincup, he wouldn't have seen where Todd Kelly was. You can't turn your head far enough with the Hans device and the seat structure to be able to see with your peripheral vision, to be able to see where Todd was. And those cars have made significant contact. That's not a little bump, that's a major bump.
So it's damaged the steering arm and possibly worse on that car. They'll have to look at those upper and lower suspension wishbones. Meantime, car 7 has come in for inspection and rejoined.
Yeah, busted back wheel here, but if you look down the front, they've got steering arms and a lower wishbone sitting on the ground there. The spanner's ready to do that. So I'd suggest Brent Steering and Jamie would have been onto that at 100 mile an hour.
Championship leader. He came here with a 273-point margin. This is a sudden death event. You've got to finish it. You've got to be classified, which means you've got to be in the 75% to be able to do that, to get points. And if he drops points this weekend, it opens up the championship in 2 weeks' time at the Gold Coast.
And within 2 laps of the restart of a suspended motor race, the biggest day of the year, 2 of the major competitors out. Courtney out, car 22, Courtney Murphy. And now Whincup Dumbrell in the pits for major rectification works.
So there's only 3 of the co-drivers at the sharper end of the field at the moment. Stephen Johnson's one of them and he leads the race. Dean Canto's in position 3. And David Russell is in position 4. Everybody else is a primary driver in the top 16. So United E85 going on board Whincup's car. Gee, they got that thing sorted quickly and back out of the garage, topped it up with fuel and have sent him.
Mate, let's just see what you've got, mate. Let's see what you've got. Get a feel for the car, mate. See what the problem is.
This will be a little bit of the risk mitigation here to get it back out and not drop the lap. Oh, problem for Stephen Johnson rotated now. Could this day get any worse? Stephen Johnson has gone into the wall at the top of the hill. The right rear corner of that car caved in.
Oh, that is unbelievable. Steve had just got to the lead. It was a very healthy exchange with Tim Slade. He did the crisscross. We're on board with Tim there now. Sorry, with Steve. When he got by Tim Slade down to Murray's corner, it was a very nice pass, was leading the race, and now can't get a gear. Check this out. He was gone. He was sideways. This is similar to Murphy and similar to Mostert from last year.
Done it on his own.
He just gyrated by himself.
Now, I wanted to make the point about car one. Oh, the safety car's back out again. You're kidding me. So big contact with the wall there between Sullivan Park and Reed Park. There is the stricken Ford Falcon of Steve Johnson, his dad. And they're looking for the race leader car 10, Tim Slade, to pick him up. This will be the 4th safety car intervention. There he is. And he's actually peeling off now as well. So that leaves car 55, as I've been saying now for some time, well positioned in their strategy. It also peels the field off. It allows car 33 to jump into the game. So you'll find McLaughlin's going to go P2 here behind Dean Canto very quickly, and the rest of them are all in now. I wanted to make the point, Scafey, about Whincup. I reckon they had a quick look, quick patch up, send him. Don't want to drop a lap. And then for a further assessment, they got the left rear wheel on. They were looking at the steering, which I believe is still bent, but we'll keep an eye on what's going on with one. I'll just keep an eye, and he's still out on the racetrack at the moment.
And what's helped him is this. The safety car will help him with that. So he'll be able to come back in again and have a proper look at what is actually the problem with the steering. So Jamie was going to go and report. He will have reported it's left hand down or right hand down, and he will then determine whether they need to come back and change that steering arm. Now that was pretty good from FPR. They didn't have to stack too hard on that one. That's always important, not to be parked for too long. That stationary time is critical for track position. 888's been serviced. So Super Black, 111. That's the wildcard entry run by FPR, New Zealand operation. Car 6 back out. It's had a torrid day. So Canto, McLaughlin, Percat, Holdsworth, Moffat, Pye, Winterbottom, Engel, Van Gisbergen and Ritter. That's the top 10.
Well, we're back underway and it has been full of excitement. We are 66 laps down of 161. Who knows what will happen next? Will the weather come into play? We'll find out as the afternoon unfolds. Stay with us.
Can't believe that we don't wave white flag when there's a train of cars doing 60 kilometres an hour and you've got cars coming across at 200. Do I now have to drive through the pits again because Jack Daniels have to sign me or what? It's just going to be the longest day ever. Come through this lap and just get some fuel again. Mate, I'm sure with that car. What's sure with that car on? Well, Ellie and his dad's advised me, so do I need to get back around as quick as you can, mate, but obviously with caution. And just come up, right, just come pop it up. Gonna be fun. 4 minutes of the first second during cup race. The last of the first second during cup races from 2000. You'll win the pit, so I've stayed out. So Winterbottom's already got one more pit stop ahead of him here. So he only has to stop 3 more cars. A bit of conversation here about whether anyone's got a big fast time. Seconds of the fuel, fast lane, changing car on the fast lane, over the out just in front of him. Go, 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 go.
Back at Mount Panorama, that's the Petters Chrysler safety car that you can see on the crest at Mountain Straight, where normally the cars are doing just on 260 kilometres an hour. And that is the view from the driver's seat, normally occupied by Stephen Johnson. That's just gone off to the left there of the area between Sulman Park and Reed Park at the top of the mountain after Stephen hit the wall. So there's been a lot of things go on in this restart. No surprise, typically safety cars breed safety cars. James Courtney had some electrical dramas, had to be shoved back into the pit lane. And then they've taken that car in and worked on it. It's actually been dispatched since then. This was the restart. Lead of the race, David Russell, yielded on the outside, fell wide, lost a heap of ground, and it ultimately, look at that, no grip there at all. It's the resin has got absolutely no grip. So he lost position straight away. And then Stephen Johnson lost the rear end of the Falcon. He did that on his own. No great damage at this point, but right here, it made pretty substantial impact with the wall. That's damaged the transaxle, which contains the gearbox in these cars. That's the one. It's the secondary impact that's done the damage. Here it is again. Check it out. We're with car 10 here. Bang. You had to grab a low gear to be able to get around that too.
And that was absolutely a mistake there from Stephen. You don't see it very often. He's very experienced here. GT, Mark Scaife, what a race. Have you ever seen anything like it?
Man, that escalated quickly. Go ahead, Ingham. I don't know where to start.
Give us your executive summary.
Hey, Scaife, you've been coming ill. I mean, I was out the grid with Rusty and Murph, and none of us have seen a red flag in the middle of a race like that. So you wouldn't have seen that either, I guess. But yeah, look, obviously with the 22 car, throttle position sensor failed. So whether some sort of heat soak sitting out there under the red flag. So poor JC had nothing. Bridie actually pushed him in, and then that restart. Dave Russell, obviously first pioneer. I bet you that's a Scaife line. Pioneer on the way in. Yep. And went in a bit too deep. But then all that stuff with Stevie J. How's that? Like you said, he never makes mistakes. But you see what he did when he actually lost it? He gassed it up, kept it off the wall, NASCAR style. Good job. But then obviously something with it looked like he was playing with the gear stick and couldn't get a gear. But crazy race. There's going to be more happening. It's definitely going to be more happening.
Give us your top 3 based on where they are.
I'm going to rebuild my car and get out there. Yeah. I might be a chance.
You're still a chance, yeah. Pretty Flintstone style.
Yeah, so, I mean, the safety car might be half a chance as well. JC, I mean, you have your lunch in a minute. You must be, gutted. Do we know how many laps you've lost yet?
I think, is it 4? 3. So we've got a bit of work on. But, look, disappointed, but, it's a long way to go. Yeah, look at the craziness that's going on.
Yeah, mate, crazy race. Plenty's going to happen. They'll be probably going to happen in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, thanks, GT.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, folks. Here we go again. Dean Canto is the leader of the race. Garth Tander is the resident comedian, being fed lines by James Courtney from Anchorman. they've lost their focus on the race, but that's okay. There are a couple of others that are in the game here at the moment. Dean Canto versus Scotty McLaughlin. It's 55 versus 33. McLaughlin's got great straight line speed, but Canto has shown the equal of all those around him in this last couple of days. He's had good pace as well. Facing a restart as they come through this time. It's Nick Percat, position number 3. Then Lee Holdsworth. James Moffat, it's remarkable to consider car 360s in the game.
And the pressure will be on Dean Canto now, Neil, because McLaughlin, Percat, Holdsworth, Moffat are all lead drivers. Same with Winterbottom and Engel and Van Gisbergen in that top 10. So Canto, as the co-driver, leading the race, he will be pioneering a little bit over that slippery section we're about to approach.
Also focus on the car that's about 6th or 7th in this queue. Right there, car 1, if he can get round turn 2 on the slippery stuff. Oh, black flag, car 1. Pit lane drive-through penalty for unsafe release. Unsafe re-entry, the correction from the race director.
Unsafe re-entry.
That's from the incident in the chase. So what Tim's saying is when Whincup went off the road in the chase at the left-hander, when he come back onto the road and made contact with car 7 with Todd Kelly, that was an unsafe re-entry onto the track. So the penalty is being applied for that contact, and Todd Kelly was the innocent bystander.
I was about to make the point that he needed to round up this lot to get back on the lead lap because he's gone one lap down, Jamie Whincup. Now that's going to make that more problematic because he'll serve the pit lane penalty. That'll put him at the end of the train. So he's got to clear all the cars in front of him before he can resolve that issue, Larko.
Yeah, good point, Neil. I watched Roland Dane. He stormed up to the front of the pit garage here talking to Duddo early, and he was only interested in one thing, get that car back on the lead lap. That was the strategy for the rest of the afternoon. Just got made a whole lot harder.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be a big task. So they're just advising him now. Dave Couchy advising Jamie Whincup. So the dangerous re-entry is about the rotating through the grass and coming back out and clobbering Todd Kelly in the process. And Tim Sheehan had to correct himself with the initial application of the penalty over the race management channel. It wasn't a pit lane issue. It was the re-entry onto the race track. So now Whincup, series leader, reigning champion, in, and watch the whole field stream by. Got to click in the 40 Ks here, first gear, drive down here at very low throttle percentage. Here's the reason why. So he's gone off the road, toured the grass. When he came back on, he hip and shouldered Todd Kelly and tipped him into the wall. Well, actually, Todd didn't make contact with the wall, fortunately, but he rotated him. Damaged car 1. Yeah, Garth's right. So Jamie was busy on and off all the pedals and the steering to correct.
For an unsafe re-entry, mate. With eyes forward, we still need to maximise the most out of today, mate. So eyes forward, smooth and consistent, brother.
The reason for that comment, we need to maximise the day, is they have to protect their championship positions. 273-point margin, but it's over his teammate, mind you. It's over Craig Lowndes. But they'll have their eyes on Mark Winterbottom and Shane Van Gisbergen because they'll threaten to grab decent points today. And at the moment, Winterbottom's 7th and Van Gisbergen is 8th. 7th is worth 192 points, 8th is worth 180 points. We're a long way from resolve, so I'm not going to get too carried away about what all that means till we get much further into the day.
I'm a little bit concerned that they didn't choose to take the safety car with Dean Canto and Dave Reynolds. I think that's actually now going to hurt them a little bit. They're going to put them out of phase a little bit. With our strategy forecasting and the way that it's shaping up, Winterbottom's in a very good position. So's Van Gisbergen, Engel and McLaughlin. They're guys that are going to be very strong. Russell Engel's been very good today with a very good performance from Blanchard.
Yeah, that's an interesting point because they no longer have that advantage that they had over those around them getting to those 7 stops. And when they do stop and their fuel window actually closes earlier than those around them at the moment, it takes them out of the train, sticks them up the back.
So, you know, your point earlier, before the safety car, they were in, I thought, the prime spot. Bit of a bold move there down the inside for Van Gisbergen on Winterbottom. This is, you know, pretty healthy stuff because as we get down the road, the last 40 laps of this race, Van Gisbergen and Winterbottom, they'll be right in this. So will McLaughlin, so will, at the moment, Percat, Holdsworth, Moffat, Pye, Russell Ingall.
There's another animated message from Greg Murphy in the background. I only caught part of it. Rob Starr went back and said, did you just say we lost power? So we'll keep an eye on 22 for you again. Down in 21st position, 3 laps off the lead, Greg Murphy.
And Scott McLaughlin's being, I think, coaxed a little bit by Richard Holway now. You don't need to go mad to get by Canto. It doesn't really matter at the moment. Just get yourself into a rhythm, get yourself back in the game, organise the right spot to get by, get out into the fresh air at some stage. There are some benefits in terms of fuel economy of being just a little bit behind. I thought Van Gisbergen almost gave the fence a rub there between Reid Park and McPhillamy Park. Little witness Martin is looking for on that right rear guard. Couldn't see anything, but it was very close. He got right out into that area where Dale would make contact with the back of Jason Bright's car. And as Van Gisbergen now gets into an aggressive spot to get down the inside of Pye, can he get it done here? Yes, he does. Nice move.
One of the reasons why focus is on Shane at the moment, he's the fastest of the lead group too. So his last lap through was a 2:09. A low 2:09. Here's the replay, because we actually held our breath for a tick. I thought he might have wrapped the wall. He certainly brought the dust up. It was the grass, but there was only a couple of millimetres between him and the wall. That's pretty much out of margin there.
Certainly. So Canto leading from McLaughlin. As I said, that's a good exchange. Nick Percat in a very strong position. Lee Holdsworth up there for Mercedes E63 in the Erebus entry, and then Moffat, Van Gisbergen, and that's Winterbottom now for position. That's to go to position 7 down the inside of Pye, coming out of the final turn. Makes it stick on the way into Hell Corner and the run up Mountain Straight.
So you're going to see Van Gisbergen and Winterbottom float towards the sharp end here in these coming laps. They're going to start to get in contact with Percat and with McLaughlin at the current speed rate that they've got. So Canto's withstanding the pressure at the moment. His last lap through was a 2:09.7. Plays 2:09.8 for Scotty McLaughlin, who looks up the inside at the cutting. And Van Gisbergen continues to be the fastest driver of the top half dozen drivers, and only marginally slower than him is Mark Winterbottom. Right at McPhillamy, there's a big jump in the road here. They get back to just on 220 kilometres an hour here at Skyline, 3rd. Through the S's back to 2nd. This very tight right-hander, caught Garth Tander earlier in the weekend. We saw Shane Van Gisbergen give the walls a rub there as well. McLaughlin's in a nice position here as he comes off the elbow. Not throwing the rear of the car around. He's a little bit closer. He'll try and get some gain from the draft, but all the cars will be out of breath when they get to the bottom of the straight, which limits straight line passing opportunities, but he might look under brakes. Here comes Van Gisbergen. He's on the assault with James Moffat. Oh, this is actually going to be interesting. They're going to go too wide down here. That is seriously brave by Van Gisbergen to stay on the outside and not blink. And look at this. McLaughlin starting to agitate. Looks inside, can't quite get it done. Alex Buncombe is pretty animated on the radio too at the moment. Oh, problem here, that's the reason he is. Car number 16 already wounded, and now it's been finished off. It's Scott Pye with huge damage and another safety car intervention.
That is bad. Jason, was it? I just heard.
It's weird, mate. It's just like, I can see what Dave's talking about. You can't tell. It feels like something's loose or...
This is...
And then it's just...
the end of Conrod Straight. This is the fastest section of the road.
Don't like seeing cars parked there because of the speed, and I think I heard radio communication, but best not to speculate until we know more about what's gone on down there. But that looks like it's been a very bad incident on Conrod Straight. So the safety car intervenes again now for the 5th time. Scott Pye's the driver. Let's look and listen. Why is it scorching down the concrete wall here is the question. So you're not braking at that point, so something's failed. Remember, it's had some dramas and some contact today, so the medical crew intervening here. And I think I heard him say on the radio that something failed, but anyway, we'll get to the bottom of it for you. Let's hope that Scott's all okay. Now, I would bring car 55 in.
100%. There's Scott getting out of the car, so
that's good news.
That is very, very good news. It does totally endorse the safety cell and the structure of the new generation cars to have that sort of incident and have that sort of damage, and for Scott Pye to be able to get out of the car and be able to walk out, get in the team medical car behind is a great sign.
That was Ryan's story from Dick Johnson Racing. You saw on screen before, and engineer Mark Fenning behind him. So, yep, 55 in.
They must have heard you now.
I doubt it. It's the logical thing to do, because now that the field compresses, they get their gas back in, get their tyres on, and they put him on the end of the train, and he's still in a competitive position. However, he's lost some track position, but relative to the leader, okay.
Yes. And based on what's gone on today so far, who knows?
Hope they've got their miners' hats.
Light.
Ash Walsh, a horrible incident to see with Scott Pye. He appears to be okay, but can you give us your understanding of the incident?
I think from the crash that Scott's had before, it's done a little bit of damage to the right front suspension, the left front suspension, and as he's gone into the chase there, it's let go, and obviously you can see the result, not good. We looked like we were going to have a second lease of life today, but it's not meant to be, so we'll come back and try and fight harder at the Gold Coast. I just feel sorry for all the guys. They've got a lot of work by the looks of things.
Thanks, Ash.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right, and thanks, Rihanna. We have seen everything today. Big crashes, kangaroos, track torn up. You wonder what could possibly be next. Hope you're enjoying the great race for 2014.
Go, 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 go. Paul, these are the tyres that you had on the car when the red flag was out. It's only done 4 laps. There might be a road sweeper. Hey mate, no worries. Go with the crashes. The queue is going across Skyline at the moment. On the 4th block. Yep. So, in the garage or in the box? Out the front. Out the front in the box, mate. Out the front. On the pit lane, and we'll be fueling and having a look at these stuff as much as we can. Roger, roger. We'll be cheering at 7 of the 6 car rounds next year. Okay, mate, got a clear run in. Fuel up and boom. We're off. We go fuel you up and we're going to have a look at the engine. In front of you, there's some cars behind you with more fuel. Clear in now, clear in.
Take about panorama. Petters Chrysler safety cars got control of the field because of an unfortunate incident on Conrod Straight. Here it is in replay. The Gillette replay shows you that the car's just arrowed down there at high speed. Now we go on board with Greg Murphy for a little bit more of the story. Check this out. In the dust cloud, bits everywhere. Can't see. He's almost got it down to walking pace. And then finally you can see the Falcon on the left. So something clearly failed in that car. We're very fortunate it didn't dig in or whack the wall. And he's come in and out in Greg Murphy. Rob Starr in the background. They're a long way off the lead, 3 laps down at the moment. It's just been a shocking day for the Holden Racing team.
Did you see? I'm sure it was Whincup. Greg braked. He was slowing it right up. And Whincup arrowed through there like it was cold trickle. It was like there was just stuff everywhere. He lost about 500 metres on the car in front because he actually slowed down like someone sensible. It was just extraordinary.
I was in the fetal position with Murph, just hiding in the dust, hoping that it was all going to end.
And the other car just disappeared.
Didn't see that. There's Scott Pye. So that's the driver. Let's go to Rihanna.
Scotty, I'm really sorry to grab you in such an unfortunate situation. First and foremost, I just want to make sure that you're okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm good.
We heard from Ash Walsh that it was possibly a suspension failure that caused the incident.
No, that's what it felt like, but the tyres come completely off the rim, so going into the chase, the tyres come off, and it was the rear right that went, so it's only hard left into the wall, and yeah, there's nothing I could do, but yeah, it was odd. It didn't feel like a tyre because the steering was still straight and everything. I weaved down Conrod, and it felt fine, you know, there was still pressure and things, but it's just come completely off the rim, so there's nothing you can do. It's unfortunate for the boys. Both cars I think are out now, so yeah, it's not great at all.
I'm glad you're okay. Thank you.
Thanks, cheers.
Yeah, good to see images like that, Scott Pye, and you can just... I mean, he's had a big fright. There's no two ways about it. Something fails on a car down there.
Yep.
You bless yourself if you stand up and get out of the car at the end of all that.
And remember, over the last 18 months, he had that massive incident at Simmons Plains. He had that massive incident at Barbagallo Raceway.
And Eastern Creek was what I was about to say. So he's been in the wars. He's seen too much of it in his young career. A break and back.
Just confirm your speed.
Safety car at 80.
Okay, safety car. You can lift it to, lift your speed to 100. When you come to 20 and the sweeper you'll see ahead of you, just ease it back to 80 and hold 80 until you get to turn 23, then back to 100.
Safety car received at 100.
Yeah, I'm alright. It was a big dip.
Thanks, buddy. Good to see you. You're okay, though. If you can, stick around for a chat for a second, as we clean up down there at the chase. That'd be interesting to know what Cam's
Okay, safety car expecting at least another lap. We just need to clear up as much as we can here.
Another lap on the safety car, mate.
Safety car received.
Last year, I remember Farmer Galley over WA last year, he's just had the worst one this week. Let's just call Kim, mate. We might time in again and top it up again with you. Just top it up. Put up in the tree.
Bias +5, bias +5. Okay, mate, just talk to Skippy. We need to crack on up to the restart. Place the car, so take a couple of laps to reassess the balance. Charge to stop, basically. Can you repeat that, please, mate? Push hard to the stop. Can I?
Okay, mate, so you'll catch the pack pretty quick here. I don't know, to me it still feels flat, but we'll have to wait and see. Okay, mate, copy that.
Okay, safety car 3, I've left you alone. It's been a bit busy here. Just need to get a little speed for 100, please. We're safe to do so.
It has been a stop-start affair here at the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. That's the view on the mega wall right around this circuit at the moment, where crews are catching their breath for the moment. Who knows what's going to be next? Race control have had a busy day. And we are just having a yellow flag situation at the moment. Scott Pye, the latest victim, at high speed, almost 300 kilometres an hour in Conrod Straight. The good news is he's out of the car and okay, although he is a little bit shaken. One more lap under safety car before we resume racing, so let's grab a commercial break. We'll come back and get them back under race conditions.
Cleaning up debris, so yeah, it's going to be another lap. Good or bad for us having safety car lap 2 up? All good, mate. All good.
Anyway, mate.
Pick up to speed to 100 now, pick it up to 100 west, safe to do so.
Safety car increasing speed to 100, we're safe to do so.
Heaven's pretty low. Sorry, mate, I'm still... Okay, it's clear, it's clear. Clear to go, this is the driver. Hang on, there's big hour coming. Wait. Yeah. Okay, clear. Go, 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 go.
Safety car, lift your speed 120 west, safe to do so.
Safety car increasing speed to 120, we're safe to do so.
Safety car, when you get to...
Go down,
Safety car received.
Please, mate. There's not a big drama over here, the back anyway, but I'm saying as it stopped, the thing fell out.
Not far off a restart on what we would have to stamp right now as one of the most extraordinary, unusual super cheap auto Bathurst 1000s we've seen in recent years. Just to refresh your memory, Scotty McLaughlin is in the lead from Nick Percat, Lee Holdsworth, Shane Van Gisbergen, Mark Winterbottom, Russell Ingall.
Interesting games going on out there at the moment in terms of fuel conservation. The leader stopped car number 33 last on lap number 58. We're on lap 76. We've got about a 23 lap fuel range-ish is our average we're using for the field today. You get about half a lap back for every lap of safety car in extending your fuel range. But cars 97, 5 and 23 Van Gisbergen, the Winterbottom car, the Ingall car, they're desperately trying to conserve fuel at the moment so that they can get into a position to only have to stop 3 more times, and they've ticked off their 7. So those guys are trying to get around on the smell of an oily rag at the moment. It's really interesting. So we're going to get a restart down here. The lights have gone out on the Petters safety car, Scafie.
And conversely, Percat and McLaughlin have definitely got to make 4 more stops.
Correct.
So they're at the front, but they've got to make 1 more stop.
But they've got track position, and the way things are playing at the moment, it's hard to use the normal strategies and apply them in any logical way. This is a good drive again by Nick Percat. We've seen some great performances from him so far this year in car number 222. He's with the Englishman, Oliver Gavin, who's part of GM's Corvette program in the US. He's an Englishman. Good operator. It's a great shot, isn't it? Just shows the undulation even in the run down to the final corner here. It's the National Motor Racing Museum on driver's right down there. They're turning left to get this thing underway once more. McLaughlin, Percat, Holdsworth. Holdsworth stopped on 58, so he's got to do 4 to the end as well in the Erebus entry. 4 stops, that is. But it's the next little group that I'm curious about. And there's a few of them that are all sharing that strategy when they stopped on lap 65 for that Stephen Johnson safety car. They include Van Gisbergen, Winterbottom, Ingall. I think Ritter is another one of those, yes. And car number 18, Perkins and Waters, yes, that's included on screen there at the moment. Car number 14, Luke Guild. Car number 10, D'Alberto and Slade, they did that as well. So they'll be trying to get an idea now of where they're at with their fuel to see whether they can get home in 3 stops from here. And we're only on lap 77 of 161. We don't normally light up with all the different strategy possibilities until you get to about lap 100 or beyond. But it's already becoming critical in this story.
No doubt, especially when you see the number of safety cars that we've already experienced and the way that certain teams have used them and not versus car speed. So look at McLaughlin. Although he's got to make that stop, remember, he's been very fast all day. So has Van Gisbergen, so has Winterbottom. They've been very fast, and just before the previous safety car, Jamie Whincup was the fastest guy on the track. Now he's way down. That was almost a nasty moment, wasn't it?
Yeah, Holdsworth had a big moment there through the right-hander approaching Forest Elbow, the left-hander that brings you onto Conrod Straight. Had quite a twitch trying to pull it up. We're on board here with Mark Winterbottom. Car number 5 is in position 5 at the moment. So we've had 5 safety car interventions. That last one has nailed the second of the Dick Johnson Racing entries for the day. So they've lost cars 16 and 17. Last year we only had 2 with the introduction of the new car. If you go back to 2006, we had 10 of them. We only had 5 laps of safety car last year. We're already giving all those numbers a bit of a run.
It's a crazy race, isn't it? And such a cruel sport, DJR, to have both cars out with only 78 laps run of 161. Larko?
Yeah, got Chaz Mostert down here just getting his kit ready to get in the car. Mate, your co-driver, Paul Morris, one of the first guys to clock over his minimum amount of laps. Now, you're going to look for the first strategic option to get back in the car. I guess the question, mate, in these tough conditions, are you happy to go right through to the end of the race then?
Yeah, you have to. You have to take the gamble. You've got to get there. Yeah, it's going to be a long afternoon, but yeah, definitely looking forward to it. The car was really good in my first stint, so fingers crossed, we're in a good position to battle for a nice top 10, if not a little bit further up. So hopefully the car's nice and straight after our little bingle, but looking forward to getting out there.
Mate, the way you drove before in your first stint and the way this race is going, I wouldn't be going for anything else less than a win, mate, because this afternoon anything is possible, believe me.
Hey, thanks very much. We'll see how we go. Hopefully the Pepsi Max, you know, bloody rocket can get up there. Thanks, mate.
Chaz Mostert, Mark Larkham. Current projections are showing the race to conclude just after 6 o'clock Eastern Summer Time, and we've just had it confirmed that we'll be going through to the end of the race in all markets on the 7 network, so stay with us for this, what will be a fascinating conclusion. Chaz Mostert is 7th in the championship. He was a winner last year at Queensland Raceway for the first time in his young V8 supercar career, and he had a win in Western Australia this year as well. Last year he had a big shunt up at Reed Park and he was subdued for the remainder of the weekend. But you need to keep a bit of an eye on him at the moment. They're not apparent on timing and scoring at the moment. They're down in 17th. But once Paul's got those 54 laps ticked, we'll keep an eye on their pace.
I totally agree. He's actually, anytime there's a safety car now, they will take it. And Chaz will get in. He was super fast in that previous stint. Remember, he started right at the back after a red flag infringement, which put him to the rear of the field. The only other car, when you were talking about strategy, with Mark Winterbottom, Russell Ingall and Shane Van Gisbergen, that's on the same strategy, that's still very strong. It's not right in terms of track position right now. He's 11th, is Steve Richards and Craig Lowndes. We've seen Lowndes perform incredibly at this place. He's a Bathurst master, so don't discount Craig Lowndes yet, because, as I said, he's 11th, but he's on the right strategy.
That's Winterbottom threatening on Holdsworth at the moment. Yeah, I didn't get to them before, did I? So they're one position behind car 14 at the moment, car 888. So 14 is Yulden and Coulthard. Sent a text to Brad Jones before and said, what's your strategy and your fuel consumption like with that car and where are you at for pace? He hasn't answered. It's very rude of him. So can't imagine why we wouldn't be his #1 priority, because he's had such a great day. But car 888, Red Bull Racing, you're exactly right, Mark. So currently in 11th position, old hands at the wheel, Richards and Lowndes. Those guys are still lapping at pretty reasonable lap speed, but part of what will be polluting their lap speed at the moment is actually traffic. They actually need clear air to get an understanding of whether they've got pace. There's Jamie Whincup, and he's still trying to unwind that lost lap. Aggravated by the fact that he had to tour the pit lane from the dangerous re-entry onto the racetrack. Probably would have been able to do that had it not been for that, but How many times has the word if been used in motor racing discussions?
And I'll bet you that it's not steering very well, Neil. I mean, the lap speed is still very good, but after the contact with Todd Kelly, there is no way that will be wheel aligned properly. It will have toe out or toe in on the left front, right front, wheel offset. When you drive them, when you come down the straight like that, the steering wheel's offset. It turns one way better than the other. And he's right up in behind D'Alberto now. He's got a great run. He'll sneak down here. This is wild. This is as fast as it gets, and he gets it done. Tony just came out of the throttle and let him through a little bit there. That was good driving, Tony D'Alberto.
And when you're in the preceding car, when someone is that close to the rear bumper, it actually destabilises the back of the car. It starts to walk, and you have to chase it a little with the wheel. It's quite an unnerving feeling. And you can tell the body language of Whincup was there's no way he was going to step out of that. He was going to force the point.
He's been very brave today. There's been times today that we've seen him put on some passes, especially when you take the championship into context. Today, 300 points. He come into this event, 273 points clear of his teammate Craig Lowndes and 279 points clear of Mark Winterbottom, but he's taken some big risks.
Nick Percat has just done a personal best sector in the final sector of the racetrack, which pretty much deals with the exit from Forest Elbow all the way to the start-finish line. He's only 1.2 seconds behind now as a result of that. He grabbed half a second in the last lap.
So as the team settled into some good, solid racing, we are 80 laps down of 161. Just repeating, the great race will be staying on Channel 7 until the conclusion of the race.
Which is great news, Barretts. We've been staying on 7 around the country to finish off 161 laps at this unbelievable racetrack. Can anything more happen today with this stuff?
Don't invite it. Don't invite those. Whincup's actually rubbed the wall, I'm hearing here. Gillette Replay might tell us a bit more of the story. Where is
Yep, that's him, right there. How much has the Castrol Edge signage been attacked today? Check this out. This is a big slide. Speedway action. Absolute speedway action. Look at the rear wheels. He's got the throttle lit up. He just made that pass on D'Alberto on the previous lap. He's right out sideways. He's got the car at 30-degree angle on full throttle, dragging that car back onto the road. Unbelievable car control.
It has been an amazing day. Every time you look, there is a highlight at the Bathurst 1000 this year. I hope you're enjoying it. We're back with more in just a moment.
Long way to go, ain't over till it's over.
And we move into the second half of the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. After an incredibly eventful first stage of this race, the crowd here, 195,261, and they have been treated to an incredible day out. They have seen just about everything. Neil, whoa.
So finally, Kando, who's been gnawing away on the back of Stephen Richards here, is able to get that move done. So that moves him up into position number 11. That's been threatened for the last lap and a half, maybe 2 laps. And Stephen really looked like he was having a battle with that car. Its behaviour at a couple of the critical spots around the racetrack looked uncomfortable, is the best way to describe it. So Kando's now cleared himself. Remember, they came in, and we talked about it in that last safety car, topped up. So they're in this game. Meantime, personal best lap on the last lap for Lee Holdsworth. He did a 2-minute 8.6, the fastest he's done for the day. And Alex Buncombe looking quite quick in his Nissan as well, down in 16th place. So some interesting lap speeds being achieved here and there. There's been a bit of cloud cover come and go. So here's the move by Kanto. And in fact, Stephen Richards just completely sidestepped that one, didn't want to be a part of it. And right behind there in car number 15, the Jack Daniels entry, is twice winner of the race, Rick Kelly. And he's being coached by Eric Pender, his engineer, because Rick's telling him that the handling's not too flash, it's a long way to go, just press on, mate. Oh! That's rear brake blocking you can hear in the background there for Winterbottom. Got past Holdsworth, that's taken Frosty to position number 4. So he had a little bit of rear brake Morse code going on as he arrived down here at the left-hander at the bottom of the chase. And again, Lee, being a wise hand at this caper, decided not to make an issue of it and left him some room.
So we were on board for that. The external Mach 3 replay shows how close it was to get down there, and we could hear that meshing of the gears, which is the bad noise essentially when the rear wheels are locking. Remember, we've got a spool diff, means there's no differential. Both rear wheels do the same speed. They're basically hooked together. And once that happens like that, it's like putting the handbrake on. So he only just got away with that, Neil.
Greg Ritter's quick out there at the moment too in car 34, the first of the co-drivers in the field. He's 7th.
He does a good job year on year, doesn't he?
I had a yak to him yesterday, plasterer by trade. He's only doing 2 events a year at the moment. He's trying to pick up some other drives in other categories just to try and stay fresh. Meantime, Shane Van Gisbergen, the pole sitter's got missile lock on Nick Percat in the final corner. He's got closer and closer in the last couple of laps. So it's Volvo, Holden, Ford, and then Mercedes. That's 1 to 5. Russell Ingall's been quite strong here too. We saw him earlier when he had a chat to Mark Larkham, but his experience is proving to be valuable here this weekend.
7 laps left. The experience is such a big factor. That's what we were just saying about Steve Richards and Craig Lowndes. We saw Dean Canto pull a nice move before on Steve Richards, but he's an old wise head. He moved it over. He didn't fight. He didn't battle. We're only halfway through this great motor race. And what you've got to do is buy yourself a ticket. Neil Compton said it earlier. You need to be in contention with 2 stints of this race to go. With an hour to go, you've got to be on the lead lap, you've got to have track position, and you've got to have the car that's fast enough at that point.
These are the guys that start at Sydney Motorsport Park Eastern Creek earlier in the year. Shane Van Gisbergen on the wet track, and on the Sunday, it was Percat that nearly claimed another race win in his career, but the last one came with Garth Tander here. It was the first potential solo when he chased McLaughlin home. Interesting to consider that the top 3 guys in the race that I've just spoken about, McLaughlin, Percat, Van Gisbergen, the very same guys. We understand that 222 will be in this lap.
A lot of pressure then on Oliver Gavin, because for those of you that aren't necessarily familiar with V8 Supercar racing, don't watch it all the time, this race is such that with the co-drivers, the pressure on them to do their minimum laps, 54 laps of 161. They've got to do 1/3. Many of those guys have done that now. But you can't pair your A-game drivers. You can't put Lowndes and Whincup together. You can't put Tander and Courtney, for instance. So the guys that are with, for instance, James Courtney, like Greg Murphy, the guys that are with Jamie Whincup, like Paul Dumbrell, they've got a huge amount of pressure on them. And today, the pressure will be on them to make sure they don't make a mistake and they hand the car back in good order.
Last stop for these guys was lap 58. So it's a driver change. Oliver Gavin going to jump in. He did GT race here earlier in the year. Did Petite Le Mans last weekend in America. It's part of GM's Corvette program over there. Vastly experienced, a former British Formula 3 champion. He's done the German Touring Car Championship. He's 4 times an American Le Mans Series champion. 4 class wins at the Le Mans 24-hour.
Bit of water, good water, yep. Bit of lights, okay, that's it, waiting.
He actually drove with Ryan Briscoe.
Clear, wait, clear.
Last weekend they ended up 12th outright and 4th in class. Drove to the Gold Coast a few years ago with Greg Murphy as well. He's a great guy.
Cold pressures. Bring yourself up into the rhythm. Fair track.
At one point was the driver of the safety car in Formula 1 in the early part of his career as well.
That was Alex Somerset talking to Oliver just to make sure he's got all the things organised. Just got to get yourself composed, and it's not worth making a mistake on the way out. So you just have to get back in the swing, get back in the rhythm, understand what the grip level is. You haven't driven for a while. There's been lots go on, all the things that we saw when the race was suspended, for instance, at turn 2. There's a little patch just here that's also breaking up a little bit on the way into the dipper. So you've just got to go and have a look. You've just got to go and make sure that you understand the condition. This Coates Hire shot is a great way of seeing exactly what the track looks like right now, but the drivers are in a different spot.
Murphy trying to unwind himself from being 3 laps down. Meantime, we're hearing that car number 33 is due to come in. Super Black Racing, their car 111, and Pedersen at the wheel on the exit of Forest's Elbow, bringing up some dust, and here is 33 in. And we knew that that was coming. That leaves McLaughlin in the lead of the race. A correction, leaves Van Gisbergen in the lead of the race. This is Alex Premat climbing in, using the seat insert. It's a lot to do in not very much time here. The fuel's the limiting factor. They get about 30 seconds grace to get the harness on and everything plugged up. The belts were slow. He wants to get the belts over the top of his hands device. He's going to tidy it all up as he departs. Couples up the air. He's done a lot of endurance racing. Alex Premis, so no stranger to just calmly getting everything back in control as he goes down the lane. When you're doing 40 Ks, there's plenty of time to think. Actually, back in his GP2 days, he was teammate to Nico Rosberg and teammate to Lewis Hamilton. This guy comes to this business with a really serious international racing pedigree.
No doubt. There's been times when he was forecast to be Formula 1 superstar and raced against so many of those now that are at the front of the Formula 1 field, and he can drive, there's no doubt. We've watched him in the wet, we've watched him everywhere. He's a left foot braker also, Crompo. He's got a different style to a lot of the guys.
He's part of the Audi sports car program for many years as well, and like many of the guys that come either from junior categories here in Australia or from other categories overseas, the first year or two for them they find in V8 Supercar really hard. They're a very different car. They're quite heavy, they're quite slippery to drive. You don't get a lot of solid feedback from the tyre to understand the car behaviour. This is car number 1 just slicing through the field, still trying to get that lap back for Jamie Whincup. That's a move on Russell Ingall, who's 4th. It indicates how much speed one has got, but he needs it because he's got to get the lap back. But I reckon it's only now that Alex is being able to apply, Alex Premat, all that he learnt in those previous encounters with Gary Rogers, and to some extent it's a shame he wasn't able to apply it.
Here we go. Now watch the heat. I'll flick it over. Look at that. Now they would have been 900,000 degrees before he came in there. And what I want to do is we might just get around the back of the car here. You can see, look at the heat. And if I get down low here, look at the heat transferring from out underneath that car. Unbelievable.
I like all your gadgets, Lucko. You've done very well.
And I'd occasionally look left if I were Lucko.
Funny lad. You've got to do a selfie before the end of the weekend, Lucko, for sure.
He stalled it. There's a few seconds. Also, information back from Brad Jones that pace is good. They've got to get to lap 92, and then they're going to put Fabian in to get home with 2 stops. So Luke Youlden at the moment in 6th place, car 14. Seriously rapid car earlier in the weekend. Had some wars today when he toured the gravel very early in the piece.
Over the halfway mark of this race now, 87 laps done of 161. It will be on 7 until the conclusion of the race this afternoon. Stay with us.
Okay, mate, we'll do one more time left, mate. One more time left. I'll try and score a half rest for you.
Well, I just come down and I've grabbed that thermal camera again because Lee Holdsworth's tyres were sitting here. We just saw them come off the Erebus car. Now, there they are. Now, when I flick that on, there you go. You know, we talk about Canberra a lot. Well, that red sort of area of the tyres is the hottest area of the tyre. You can see the outside of the tyre, very little use at all. And look at that. See the red ones over the back, the red wheels? They're the front ones. You can see they run at a much hotter temperature than the rear of the tyre. Pretty cool, eh?
Yeah, those front brakes make massive temperature around here. And in fact, one of the interesting stories technically about this race is matching front to rear brake performance and the fact that the fronts right here get superheated to about 850 degrees right there. Then you release the brake pedal and scoot out the other side here. Then you run downhill again and you get all the way back to fourth gear. And while the brakes have got huge amounts of air being gulped in at the front of the car, they get another big hit and they go right back again to the very same temperature. But what happens on the straight before you get to all this and then again up Mountain Straight is everything else cools out. Try to balance temperature between the front and the rear brakes through the phasing of this entire lap and lap to lap as the conditions change is actually a real challenge.
Scotty McLaughlin, despite the chaos that has gone on so far in this race, yourself and Alex Premer, it's been pretty cool and calm and collected for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty crazy. It's been, to be honest, it's been a little bit boring, like the safety cars and stuff like that, and driving slow, but yeah, the car's feeling good. We've hardly touched it. Yeah, the boys are doing great pit stops, and Alex is doing a fantastic job, so go Frenchie.
Was it a dream come true to lead this Bathurst 1000 on that first lap?
Yeah, it was pretty sick. I'm not going to lie. It was when I got the start, it was basically that start that I thought I got in my head. I played it a million times last night. I actually got it. So it was amazing. And to lead the first stint was so cool.
And you can tell you're 21 years old because you got out of the car, you spoke to your engineer, and then you got straight on social media. Thanks, Scotty.
Yeah, I'm straight on to my mum and dad. So, yeah, thanks.
This is on board with his teammate now, the Frenchman, Alex Premer, to understand that motor racing is as much a foot skill as it is a hand skill.
Yeah, clockwise, softening the front bar.
And he's just resting that left foot over the brake. So 100% throttle, not lifting for the gear shifts. This is 260 kilometres an hour. Drives it like a go-kart. Flips the throttle for the downshifts to synchronise engine speed, make it as smooth as possible, and then back. Very nice progression to 100%. Second gear, a little bit more patient with the throttle there, but see the second stab? That's because it lit up in the rear, and then the reason you came out of it the second time, there's a little jump in the road there when you grab third gear. You've just got to give the car a little breath. This is where Stephen Johnson came unglued. And David Reynolds here. And there's a big weight at what we call metal grate, and then it's briefly back to flat at McPhillamy. Oh, Van Gisbergen is in from the lead of the race. And he's driven it in there. Sideways. Full quali style, sideways.
Cool suit out. Helmet fan off. Remember to leave the car in neutral for the boys.
It's probably a little bit earlier than they would have ideally liked. But they're going to be banking on another safety car between now and the end of this race, I reckon. So on lap 91, if you just work simple maths as they do their driver change with Jonathan Webb now climbing in, you want to stop on 92, 115, 138 to get to 161. So they're just playing a little game here, one lap shy. He certainly wasn't easing off. Green Cup, 19th. It's a good stint by Van Gisbergen.
And there'll be a lot of guys now that are on a very similar strategy. We detailed before, Mark Winterbottom will be, Russell Ingall will be, Steve Richards will be.
This is critical. A good performance here by Shane Van Gisbergen in that last stint to give him good track position. And now there'll be a little battle between the co-drivers again in these two leading cars. And it'll take about half to three-quarters of a lap for Jonathan Webb just to find phase again, to understand what the track conditions are like since he was last in the car and get the tyres and temperatures and pressures of brakes and tyres all up to his liking. That's what the little wriggle was there through the cutting and the left-handed, but Prema's had the benefit of being a little bit settled for a little bit longer.
Prema was last in on 85, so those tyres now have done 5 or 6 laps. Got everything to normalise. He's got his brain around how to drive it. We've seen in the last couple of laps him doing very similar speed to Winterbottom and Van Gisbergen. In fact, on one lap he was the fastest car of anyone out there. Now Winterbottom in, as we said, similar strategy now with Van Gisbergen.
So this is based on getting 23 laps range. Green flag running. If it continues to run green, they'll get to 115. Then another stop and get to 138, and that'll get them home. Russell Ingall out. Oh, and a move here and off the road. A move and off the road for 33, so Prema, we've been talking up his stock all day, but at a very important moment, he's just fallen off the road.
Okay, go as soon as it drops.
Just got to calm down.
That's hustling before the tyres are ready to accept it. Remember, they're pressured very low, the tyres are cold. They've got to come back up to their ideal working temperature, which would be around about 90-odd degrees across the tyre face. Mark Larkin was showing you those images before, but they pressure up as the temperature increases. They'll start no lower than 17 pounds and they'll end up somewhere around, and I'm using the old language, 30 pounds. So rounding up for position here on warmer tyres, Jonathan Webb, round the outside of car number 5. So Steve Owen now in that car. So this is a real shootout for the co-drivers once again. Luke Youlden, meantime, car number 14. He's gone to second and he's chasing Cam Waters. And I think we'll see Youlden in very, very soon. They were asking him to just press on as hard as he can. How's the big desperate run down the inside and the dirty line there? No chance. Made the left-hander in the chase there look like the right angle bend at the bottom of your staircase.
And check this out, because he got wide and then he just couldn't get it stopped out in what they call the grey. It's out in the slippery section. He actually chose to release the brake and spear it across the dirt in the end, because he would have spun. We're on board there with the Van Gisbergen mobile, and that was down the inside of Webb. Webb was smart with it. He turned it properly, got it organised, and in the background you'll see the Volvo appear back on the black stuff.
And the dangers in all that are potential tyre flat spotting and debris in the front of it. And then all of a sudden you've got water temperatures going up with junk in the radiator. So Cam Waters has come in Jack Perkins' car number 18. And Luke Youlden's in Fabian Coulthard's car number 14. That leaves Canto leading the race and Rick Kelly in second position.
And both of those guys have done their laps, and so has Steve Richards. So Steve Richards has completed the 54, so's Luke Youlden, and so has Cam Waters. So that means that these guys will have a very long run to the end. It's like a triple stint.
Which will be physically demanding here. I reckon Rich will be glad to get out of it after that stint. It didn't look like a comfortable ride for him at all.
We picked up on it earlier. It was very oversteery, meaning it really battled for rear grip.
So Jack has got out in front of Fabian.
It's amazing sport. Luke Youlden parked in the sand trap early, brings the safety car out. They're able to get back on the lead lap. They're now back in contention. Absolutely back in contention. They're on the same strategy effectively as Van Gisbergen and Winterbottom and Lowndes.
Look at this. Very close between 33 and 5. Prema and Owen disputing positions here. Alex Prema will be pretty filthy on himself for ending up off the road down there. And there's a reason why they've switched positions here, because the Falcons run wide on the exit, very wide. So Steve Owen, turn 2, out and across the other side of the curbing. He would have had to just hold off on the throttle application on the corner exit there, and that allowed the Volvo to get back up the inside. So we've got vast majority of those in the top 10 are co-drivers, but I just heard you querying. I called that Jack had gone back into that car, but I don't think he has. I think Cam Waters actually stayed in car 18 then.
Yeah, so he's been doing a really good job. And they've chosen, although he's done his number of laps, they've chosen to leave him in there. That may be twofold. It may be because Cam Waters is doing a good job, and secondly, because it is such a long triple stint for Jack.
Remember earlier in the day, we've had quite a lot of safety car interventions. So the last one came between laps 71 and 77. Here's why. Scotty Pye had a failure in the front of the car, Dick Johnson Racing Wilson Security Ford Falcon, and then this is the onboard from competitor Greg Murphy. Yeah, I can see what you're talking about now with Whincup. He just kept blazing. So it was a full-blown dust storm at the bottom of the chase. There's the stationary Falcon.
How much he going?
Whincup made about 500 metres. This is the V8 Supercar onboard camera that's used for the judicial process. We've downloaded this vision and data for you. So check this out. Oh. As a driver, you do not want to have the thing come unglued at that part of the racetrack. As you grab sixth in that final hump and you head down there, you're starting to nudge up towards 300 kilometres an hour. It's about 83 metres a second when you get to that sort of pace. So you're travelling at an enormous speed, and those concrete walls. The fact that he's been able to just rattle down the wall there, and yeah, the car is sad, but he's okay. That's good news, but that would have been an awful fright.
Well, it certainly has been a race of incredible highlights so far. You're watching the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. Just a reminder, we are staying on 7 live until the end of the race tonight, whatever time that might be. Hope you're enjoying it. Back in a moment.
There's some reports of turn 2 breaking up again, so just exercise caution there, Zach. Same time as what you're doing before. Keep it up.
to go when you drop, mate. Still clear. We're all good. Go, go, go. Looser and looser.
26 cars in this field, 52 drivers, and of the drivers we've got 8 New Zealanders, 2 from the United Kingdom, a Frenchman and a Swede, and they are certainly having a classic Bathurst experience. Mark Scaife, you've been keeping a close eye on Craig Lowndes. That was a little moment for him.
Well, he's so aggressive with it. We've seen some of the best drives of his career here, Barrett's, and on the previous lap he set his fastest lap of the race and was the fastest car of that particular lap. Look at that big slide. He tried to dive down the inside of car 4, and it's a little bit weird in that respect, because when you've got that's Craig Baird on board the E63 Benz at the moment, but it's quite weird when you get into the little phase of the race now. This is where Lowndes starts to come to the fore. This last 60 laps or so, we've seen some tremendous drives, the flamboyance of Lowndes, the aggression of Lowndes, and he's on the same strategy as the lead guys. So don't worry, given his pace, he will continue to forge forward. He'll get by Craig Baird pretty quickly, I would think.
The other guy that's really quick as we look at this pit stop here, Taz Douglas, James Moffat, car 360 for Norton, is number 6, Chaz Mostert, is shadowing that pace that Craig Lowndes is achieving, and there is Lowndes down the inside, clears Craig Baird for a position.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I'd expect Craig Lowndes' form to continue now. Whilst there's plenty of good tyres on the pit lane, just had a bit of a scan, and as a result of them having that incident earlier in the week and not running, they've actually got a really good bank of green tyres all the way in. Hey, Scaife, I was just interested in listening to Scotty McLaughlin. Good chat there, saying that I assume he's talking about visualising. He's gone back over and over that start in his own mind, which is a great technique for a young driver. And I've never actually asked you, is it something, mate, when you're at the peak of your powers, that you actually did yourself?
Well, yes, like I reckon, I'm sure you did a similar thing. You try to play the things out of your mind, and you try to play out what you are going to expect. What's the grip level like? How are you going to go about it to get the best yield? Where do you need to position the car? And that's what I was just saying a second ago. When you come out of the pits, one of the most difficult things when you've been sitting in the pit area for, an hour, is understanding the grip level and getting yourself into the rhythm to make sure that works. And it's now, for instance, a great example of this is Fabian Coulthard being helmed up very heavily by Oliver Gavin. And Oliver's not really doing anything wrong. He's not blocking, but Fabian's got to find a way by, and to understand where you can make that manoeuvre, where you can get down the inside, whether you can do it with low risk, is what these guys are paid for. This is the profession. This is the skill of understanding that grip level and maximising your car's performance versus someone else's at a particular point in the race.
So this is an aggressive push now by Fabian Coulthard.
Keep it square, cover the impact.
That's Alex Somerset in the background talking to Ollie Gavin. So Coulthard's going to run all the way to the end in these long stints that we're looking at. Super Black Racing on screen there at the moment. Car 111, Ant Pedersen, Andre Heimgartner.
Heimgartner getting in right now in that 111 Super Black Falcon FPR spec. And they're all talking about balance. They're already talking about what you're saying, Neil, very early on, to get the balance, to try to tune the cars on the best tyres for the closing part of this race.
The other thing that's just worth contemplating here in the way the strategy unfolds and how you've got to be very careful how you play the game here. Talked about the possibility that Mostert's going to be a factor in this race. He and Paul Morris. Mozzie's quick at the moment, really quick. Yes, he's down the order at the moment. They've done 9 stops already.
Yeah.
But what they've done, and FPR did this a couple of years ago. Oh, you're kidding me. There's a football on the racetrack. Wrong weekend. So what they've done is they've just come in and grabbed fuel and dealt with all the troubles earlier in the day, and then just ended up in a position where they've got the right guy in the car at the end of the race, a quick car. They don't have track position at the moment, but if anything further happens with safety cars, they will get in the game, and they'll arguably make a lot of ground while there are other co-drivers around them and they've got their A guy in.
That's right. Here's Canto. And check this out, this is a very fast entry. He's used all the road, speared across the curbs, back to 40k. Lucko?
Yeah, just want to have a bit of an overview of a pit stop before the Model A Falcon comes in. Here he comes down the pit lane. Here's our 8 guys. 1, 2, 3, 4 wheelmen, spike man, fuel man. Over here we've got the car controller. He can't do anything except control the car. Now I'm going to get out of the way because Davey Reynolds is going to get in. You can see he's got his little dicky seat there. He's going to put that in when Dino jumps out. And the guy standing here, he's actually a 9th man, which I've said before, we allow at this race only, or when we've got 2 drivers. Now, out comes Dino. Really difficult with the hands device, which is that device behind the helmet you can see there. In he goes. Now they'll be plugging in radio, they'll be plugging in his air vent for the cool air, his cool suit. Net's got to go back up. 6-point harness has got to go in. Yep, he's just plugged his own cool suit in, I can see there. Tyres, fuel going in at 3.7 litres per second. You saw those guys throwing around the wheels and tyres. Remember, a wheel and a tyre, 10 kilos. 10 kilos, that's 20. The little gun, that's about 3.9 kilos. That's 25 kilos those guys are just throwing around like there's no tomorrow. Well done, boys. Nice stop.
Well done, Lucko. That was a nice stop, wasn't it? I was really impressed with their composure that time. Their previous stop was a bit frenetic. It was a bit rushed. But that stop was nicely done. And now Dave Reynolds on board for the sprint home. This is going to be an intriguing battle when we get all the A-game guys back in the car with a 60-lap sprint race is going to unfold.
And he's dropped back in position number 6, David Reynolds, behind Cam Waters in the Jack Perkins entry. So sister cars. As you quite rightly pointed out, he's just going to have to drive a whole series of qualifying laps now to get to lap 161. So it's setting up a real hardcore sprint run to the end.
And when you do that, the risk versus reward is the thing that's important. It's so easy to make a mistake when you apply that a level of commitment to get to the end, Rihanna.
Nick Perkett, helmet on, you've got a couple of laps before you jump back into the car. Oliver Gavin under a bit of pressure from Fabian Coulthard there, but you guys are on a nice strategy with fuel towards the end of this race.
Yeah, I hope we're in a good spot. Ollie's done an awesome job. Fabian's, he was the quickest guy around this joint a couple of days ago. So for Ollie, first time here in a V8 Supercar, holding off Fabs is awesome, but yeah, pretty pumped. Just had a nice ice bath, put a brand new kit on. I can't wait for the end now. It's awesome.
Thanks, Nick. Good luck.
Cool. Thank you.
Hey, Dean Canto, I saw all the girls up, the babes up the back going wild when you dropped your suit down there. Very nice, mate. You're in good shape. But I'm more interested to get a read on this turn 2. You've been out there, done a stint. Is it hanging in there or not, the repairs they did in the circuit?
It's just starting to have a few little pebbles again. So if you take a tight line, you're all good. But we'll see what happens. Obviously, as the cars keep belting around, it's only going to get worse. But look, you got to drive to the conditions, really. Back earlier, before we red flagged it, I was using second there to slow the car down. But we'll see what happens.
And strategically, you happy the way it's played out? It didn't quite work for you there a little while ago, did it?
Yeah, look, obviously we're behind the 8 ball, starting from last, but the car's coming good at the right end of the day. We got hurt by that other safety car, but hey, this is Bathurst. I had good fun out there then, mate, passing cars, and my day's done for me now.
I reckon as long as your headlights work, you'll be in the game tonight.
Cheers, mate.
He is in the game, isn't he, Dean Canto? Have a look on the leaderboard and you can see that he's the first of the primary drivers in the car. Greg Murphy's on the right-hand side of our screen there. We're on board now with Jonathan Webb, who is the race leader. And the gap between Reynolds and Jonathan is 17 seconds. It's not an awful lot. This is up the top of the mountain, the run from McPhillamy. That's 220 k's before he puts his foot on the brake pedal. Then trail brakes all the way down here, modulates the brake pedal because there are so many changes of surface and curbs. And if If you just left the same level of brake pressure down there as you kept changing direction, you'd be locking brakes everywhere as you rolled the car from side to side. More trouble here at turn 2. This time it's car number 888, Craig Lowndes, that drops the left rear over the curb. So Reynolds and Canto are in really good shape here. It's 2 stops to the end for them from here, easily.
They've done a great job, these guys. That was a very strong performance all day for Russell Ingall. And when you consider the day that they started with in terms of their grid position, they started 18th. They forged their way forward all day. They're currently 4th on the road. And Tim Blanchard's done a good job with Russell. This is a combination that we thought in terms of experience with Russell Ingall, you're always going to be in good shape, but Tim has really stepped up. This has been a good overall performance for car 23.
All right, we've just clocked over the 100 lap mark. We have 60 odd laps to go, and this race is starting to take shape. Jonathan Webb is our leader. Alex Primus sits in second, and then Steve Owen. Beautiful conditions in Bathurst. Stay with us, more of the great race after this. We've been racing now for 5 hours and 23 minutes. There are 59 laps remaining in the great race. And there are 3 teams that have been the quiet achievers, the big movers so far. Tim Blanchard and Russell Ingall have moved up 14 places from where they started. David Reynolds and Dean Canto have moved up 18. And Robert Dahlgren and Greg Ritter have moved up 11, chipping away and getting it done.
David Reynolds just moved up another position there. So he was chasing his teammate Cam Waters. He got it done down at the chase. Meantime, Alex Premer is pushing hard, trying to claw back some road here, and he's got this move done on the Gillette replay down the inside of the chase where he mucked up a few laps earlier. Here it is again from on board. It's hard to do down there because of how tight it makes that left-hander at the bottom of the hill. But he needs to hustle because Oliver Gavin just getting wide here, and that allows Fabian to get the run up the inside and done. Just monitoring that gap back to Reynolds. It's still about 15 or 16 seconds. And there goes Fabian for position. So that moves him to position number 7. Meantime, I heard Greg Murphy on the radio before having a bit of a chat about the car behaviour, and he probably advising them that he just gave the wall a rub on the exit of turn 2. That's been a popular theme today.
Certainly has. It's probably, oh, here we go. This will be safety car.
Now this is
interesting.
Time.
This is Slade. This will change the strategy of this race markedly. This will put 4 or 5 other cars in contention. Canto and Reynolds were in the absolute A position before this.
Well, I reckon they've got a little bit of fuel flexibility on their side. Bang. Here's the reason why. Same thing happened to Stephen Johnson earlier, making contact with the wall there. So this is Tim Slade, clobbered the wall on the left, climbing up towards Sulman Park, and then car ends up resting on the right-hand side of the road there.
A big shout out to our flaggies. Those flaggies were fantastic then. They ran out to the top so that the guy below could see the yellow flag and make sure that all the guys coming up the hill were advised of the incident. That was fantastic. They do a great job every weekend for us, but a big shout out to our volunteers. Flag marshals just then were sensational.
Yeah, this comes at an interesting time in the strategy here. So pad change for these guys, the lead car. The lead Volvo, I meant. So that's hot, hard work there. Got their protective sleeves on. So in is Premer, Coulthard, Gavin, Dahlgren. I reckon 55 could end up in front here. There's the shot of Tim Slade, the driver involved in the incident at the top. You feel for him, he's had a tough year, Tim. He's a driver with a great capability, but it hasn't worked out well for him here this year. Percat in, car 222.
Get out there. Green, off. Green, off.
I'm just checking this, but I think Jamie Whincup has now got back onto the lead lap, and that safety car is going to help him. So don't discount car 1 yet, because he's been so fast. He's currently 18th, but that safety car has really served him well. I'm just checking for you.
You've got green tyres on.
Well, what a day it's been for Jamie Whincup. He started from 23rd at one stage, led the race, back down the list now, but could he be right in contention as we come towards the finish? We'll keep you posted.
The safety car queue is coming up to the skyline. The incident is at Great.
Waiting on fuel here now. And obviously looking. We've got 7 seconds now, nothing in behind. 5 seconds to clear the car. Waiting on fuel, ready to go. Clear.
Cold, hard tyres, safety car conditions, cold, hard tyres, mate. The train is at the top of the mountain, just about to come off the top. Thank you. Bring up the top of the circuit. Yeah, bring up the top of the circuit. There's crap everywhere up there. So be very careful. Really cautiously, the train just coming down. We don't need to push. We're going to catch the train. So there's no need to push. Just make sure you pass all the crap. Just coming round the start finish line now, mate, just for your reference. Trains around the start finish line. Tom Brian, let's go. Okay, you got distance? Go, mate. Go. Got anything coming down pit lane? But you'll make it. Light, red. No green. Yeah, make sure you got a brake pedal, make sure you got a brake pedal.
The 2014 Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. It's felt today in many ways like a battle for survival, but about now you can feel the intensity go up a level because these guys can see the finish line within reach. Now, Mark Scaife, you've been crunching the numbers, you've been keeping an eye on Paul Dumbrell and Jamie Whincup, who've had an incredible day. They started from the back end of the field, they went to the front end, penalty, and they went back, but they could be coming back into contention.
Well, this is a great story. They fought their way back with genuine car speed. Dumbrell's got to do a few more laps to get his minimum 54 done, but they are right back on the lead lap in contention again, Barrett's. Corrected, they're already 14th. So, this is going to be fantastic.
And I tell you what was really clever, Scaife. I was talking to one of the boys in the team, Ludo, who's one of the smarts in the team. He said they actually didn't put as much fuel in it last time to keep themselves up in there so they could capitalise on the safety car when it come, then filled it up when they had the time to do it. So quite a quirky, clever little strategy to keep them in the position to capitalise to get them back on the lead lap. It was always the plan. Well done.
All right, good work, Larko. Earlier on today, we saw the Virgin fly past in the 737. Virgin are a great partner of V8 Supercars. We travel, obviously, a lot of the country, and Virgin is our airline. And, Neil, I know how you love your aeronautics. This is a very special moment for aviation fans.
Yeah, it was awesome, wasn't it, just to watch this machine go over. Captain Mike Sullivan, they would have been in the sim to try and rehearse all this beforehand so that it all went very smoothly, and it did. But great to see that machine overhead at the beginning of the day. Seems like about a week ago, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? But you almost lost your way. I love that line. It was, is there a car race on?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Oh, what, it's Bathurst? No, it's great. So Boeing 737-800 series, the most popular airliners in the world. I think there's more of them are operating around the world than any other airliner in terms of volume of aeroplanes sold in the 700 and the 800 series, Scapey, because I know you're going to love this. You've got the winglets on them. That's how you know what they are. And the new 900, which has been stretched.
Right, okay. Thank you
like
for that? Thank you for that. Extraordinary, Brett.
And you thought Noonan was a nerd.
Yeah, that's right. Don't say anymore. Let's get some car stuff going.
So a couple of interesting strategy plays here that have got us talking. It animated the commentary box here. We all flew onto our computers and in calculation mode as to what it all means. But one of the things that is interesting is because they've only got the 8 sets of tyres available all weekend, and we had red flags in qualifying, people had to throw tyres at the problem, and because we've had a weird day the way it's all played out, it's also going to be about who's got rubber, good rubber, fresh rubber left at the end of this to make a statement.
No doubt. And the big strategy play then, because I was really surprised they didn't bring car 5 in, which has hurt them. But the reason they couldn't bring him in, Neil, is Steve Owen's only done 50 laps. He hasn't done the minimum 54 laps yet. So it was a good decision not to make a bold move like that, because it would have been an infringement. But it's hurt them in terms of strategy. And have a look. There's Lowndes. He was very fast. Lowndes is in 7th. Hi, Mum and Dad. Hi, New Zealand. Bit of jandal. Yeah, how many stars are on that? Might have been 1 or 2 missing there, Scotty. Anyway, back on with the game again. So Jonathan Webb leading from Steve Owen, Blanchard, Reynolds, Cam Waters. So the pressure will be on Jonathan Webb to maintain a nice flow, get himself organised again, and then Dave Reynolds, who was very fast, up in behind Tim Blanchard, who want to get a good run out of here. Up Mountain Straight, it was very fast in a straight line when it passed one of the Nissan Altimas just recently, passing car 15, David Russell.
So Jonathan just covering down the inside. That puts Steve Owen to the outside. The track's actually held up better here since the repair than we thought may have been the case, thankfully. So they're able to use more racing line options through there now than we thought, which is good for the racing quality. Oh, that is close when you go up to the cutting and you start thinking about 2x2.
Good move, David Reynolds. He just edged it back in. He probably made a little bit of contact, but not enough to upset Blanchard. And very easy. The smallest tap there will unload you. We've seen so many guys. We saw Jamie Whincup in qualifying rotate himself into the fence under brakes for the cutting. It's always nervous. You don't need contact there.
And he's on the road to redemption, David Reynolds, because Thursday, practice 3, the last session of the day, at that point he punched out the fastest ever lap for a V8 supercar around here, a 2 minutes 6.37, new record figure. And then the next day, oh, big moment there, the 360 over the top of the hill, the Nissan Altima. James Moffat driving the wheels off that thing into Forest Elbow. And then the day after for David Reynolds, he ended up a little wide of the line trying to round up Todd Kelly at the top of the hill in qualifying and smacked that wall very hard. So it's a clawback weekend. Then they had a little problem with a fuel pump when they went back out for practice 6. Look, he's making a move down the inside here and he's got it done on Blanchard. So Reynolds has got pace. But how will they fare with strategy now? Now, when they stopped last on lap 92, green flag running would get them to about 115. We've had another safety car for a couple of laps since then. That'll stretch that out somewhat. But he's going to have to stop again. It puts him out of sequence. Mach 3 replay.
Have a look how close it was, Neil. Oh, that is so close. We'll have a look. We'll be right on the front of this car when this happens. Check this out. You see it merge in. That was a little contact, but it was early enough not to upset Blanchard too much. That's as close as it ever gets. And we've seen over the years the track block there with Greg Murphy and Marcus Ambrose in 2005. The smallest touch and a big run wide there for Blanchard. Lost a lot of time.
And once you end up losing momentum and everybody savages you on the exit there, you just drop a bunch of spots, and that's happened, unfortunately. Other guys...
That may be him.
Can you let us know with the front or the rear? Let us know with the front or rear. You need to do one more lap though to get your laps out of the way. If you can handle it for one more lap.
Try and pick up that Brendan Hogan, I think. I reckon he's talking to Tim Blanchard. I was just trying to pick up my radio. Was locked on David Reynolds, and I couldn't pick up who it was, but the other fellas that are doing a ripper job inside the top 10 are Car 111 Super Black Racing from New Zealand. Andre Heimgartner's at the helm of that car. They're holding their own there at the moment, so that's a very impressive performance.
So it's a flat tyre for Blanchard. Yeah. So that is now a real problem to get back to the pits. You've got to just be real careful not to drive it too fast. It causes huge damage if you drive it too fast. The tyre becomes like a rope and starts dismantling itself. It can pull some of the body components and other... There you go. You just got to be real gentle now. Got to go real steady and drive it over onto the grass. Don't leave it on the tar.
And he can't get out of the car, Mark. He's not done his 54 laps yet.
Right.
So they're going to have to repair this, send him, and then you can't just bring him back in for fun and put Russell in unless you get a safety car, so that commits him when they stick fuel back in it to another stint. Ideally, you want Russell to do the back end of this. Look at it all going on here.
Oh. That was close. That was very close. That was Craig Baird.
And Jason Bright is 4 laps out of this race in the Team BOC entry after all the troubles they had earlier on. So they're not really a factor. He's got a shark bite out of the back of that car. And that was hit earlier in the day by his teammate Dale Wood.
Oh, great move.
Robert Dahlgren ended up on the grass down there on the exit of the chase. That's where Jamie Whincup got in strife before. And here's Tim Blanchard, Repair Management Australia Holden Commodore. So as we pointed out, he can't leap out. He's got to do another couple of laps before he gets the minimum requirement done. Fortunately, he didn't drive it too hard, as you were talking about earlier. Mark hasn't damaged the bodywork too much.
Oh no, 53 laps Blanchard's done. Needed to do one more lap.
Just clicked over one then.
It's a cruel game sometimes, the timing of those things. I heard Tim Edwards say earlier today, you need a little bit of luck to win this race, and that's absolutely right. It can be such a cruel sport. And what a game. We saw the dramas all day for car 360. We saw it in the fence twice at turn 2. James Moffat just recently did his fastest lap of the race at 8.1. That's faster than Webb. It's as fast as Owen and Winterbottom. It's one of the fastest laps of the race. So he's right back in it, and he's 6th. So that just shows you how you can forge your way forward. The same thing applied with Yulden and Coulthard with their car parked for the first safety car period. Oh, a little brake lock, and he got it done. Very good move.
It's a big push by Mostert, car number 6. So that moves him up to 12th position. Can you believe this number? They've done 10 stops in that car. They're on the lead lap in car number 6. They're well and truly in contention. And I'll just get a quick reference for you. He's 10.6 seconds from the lead of the race. He's absolutely a factor.
And these guys have all got a bit of history. Paul Dumbrell, Nick Percat, Chaz Mostert have been running in the Dunlop Series, and over the last couple of years when they were really battling, Mostert and Percat had some really healthy exchanges. So that was a pretty bold move there by Mostert down the inside.
But looking at the back of the Super Black Racing Ford Falcon, prepared by Ford Performance Racing, Kiwi entry, Kiwi drivers. And it's Andre Heimgartner, who's the youngest driver in the field. There's that damaged Dunlop from Tim Blanchard's car. He's got a fair pedigree, Heimgartner, as Shane Van Gisbergen prepares to take over from Jonathan Webb, New Zealand Formula Ford champion. We know him from the Dunlop Series here in Australia. There's Russell Ingall. It wouldn't be a pleasant chat with Russell right at the moment.
No. We're about to find out. Lucker?
Oh no, good luck with that.
Hey Russell, you would only be too aware, mate, 1 lap away from him doing his minimum amount of laps, so bad luck.
Yeah, that's pretty shattering, you know. Car was pretty strong, you know. I don't think we had a car to win it, but I'll tell you what, if a bit of luck went our way, we might have stepped on the 3rd step of that podium, you know. Jesus. Oh, I don't know.
I feel for you, buddy. I really do. And it's not a moment to make light of it, but when we whacked you on that lie detector the other day and you told us a fib that you're going to retire, mate, you're telling us another fib. I reckon you go around again.
Oh, well, it's good. It is good fun out there, I can tell you. It's, you know, this is Bathurst, you know, when it kicks you in the guts, geez, it kicks hard, you know. But look, we were there, you know, there's no doubt about it. We came from the back of the grid to the front, and we drove it up there. We didn't fluke it.
Just at the end of the day, you're a race driver, mate, and you're driving really well. Well done.
Yeah, you feel for Russell Ingall. It's so disappointing. He's won this race on a couple of occasions. His 23rd start today. Formula Ford champion back in 1990 when he used to battle with Larko. Formula Ford champion in Britain. He won the Formula Ford Festival over there, which is always a great indicator of genuine talent. Said Bathurst winner on a couple of occasions. V8 Supercar champion of 2005. But I reckon one of the most telling stats for Russell is the fact that he's finished this race 20 times out of 22 starts. That tells you something about his skill.
Yeah, he's rock solid, the enforcer. We have 52 laps to run. We've been racing for 5 hours and 44 minutes, and we're going right to the end, right here on 7. Stick with us. It's hotting up from here on in. There's your lead car, Jonathan Webb and Shane Van Gisbergen. The Holden pair are leading the great race. If they are successful, it will give Holden an unprecedented 30th win in the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. No other manufacturer has had that level of success. Larko, I know you want otherwise.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, Bathurst wouldn't be Bathurst without having a good chat to my old mate Kevin Fitzsimmons, the motorsport manager at Dunlop Tyres, because our tyres today, mate, are doing a great job. They're copping all sorts of grief out there. Tarmac breaking up, bits falling off cars. Mate, seriously, they are copping some great punishment.
Yeah, it's that type of thing. Late in the day, typical street circuit type scenario sort of thing with the walls throwing the debris back onto the track and guys run over it. And you get cuts and abrasions. But anyway, we'll just roll the dice and see how we go for the rest of the afternoon.
Mate, you'd be wrapped about the 17-pound rule, minimum pressure now, to make sure there's no failures as a result of too low a pressure.
Yeah, that's it. You know, not so bad here. Gold Coast, Homebush, places like that will sort of be interesting to see how it pans out there. Should be okay tyre life-wise and everything like that, but certainly gets a bit of safety back into this though, which is what it's all about.
Anyway, well done, mate, and great job, Dunlop.
Cheers, bud.
So there's inside the bunker at Red Bull. And just been blazing on the calculator in the last several minutes, and really just looking at this at the moment, Jonathan Webb, David Reynolds, Craig Lowndes, Steve Owens, just focusing on those cars at the moment, and perhaps even car number 6, who's down the order at 10th, Chaz Mostert. But in simple terms, number 97 team VIP entry that's leading at the moment, and car 888 Craig Lowndes, who's storming through the field, and the Mark Winterbottom Steve Owen entry, they stopped only a lap apart, lap 91 for the Gizzy car and lap 92 for Lowndes' Winterbottom car. But remember, Reynolds is a little bit out of sync. He stopped on lap number 98. Now, what that means is, with 2 stops remaining for all the key players, that car number 55 won't have a little bit more, well, they will have a little bit more flexibility, and they won't have to stand still as long to return the car to full. Remember my little rave right at the very beginning of the day when I said the focus should be somewhere in the last 3 or 2 stints of the race to get to a position where you pull a little bit of fuel magic in the last stop? That could happen here for car number 55. We need to stay focused on that.
Ant Pedersen, you were here as a Bathurst wildcard in 2010, and so far yourself and Andre Harmgardner with Super Black Racing, so far so good.
Yeah, you're right. So far so good, but there's still a lot of laps to run, so anything can happen. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but yeah, it's been a good day so far.
Obviously comfortable in the car.
Yeah, feeling really good in the car, enjoying the day. Team's done a ripper job. Strategy's been good. Andre's done a fantastic job, so yeah, it makes it quite easy when things fall into place.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
They've done a terrific job. Just to be in the top 10 at this stage of the day after what's been a real heck of a race is a great performance from those young fellas in car number 111. We know that it's good machinery, but you've got to be able to drive it. Both of them have got a strong pedigree. They've been running in Dunlop Series races on this side of the pond. They've been running in New Zealand Super Touring on the other side of the Tasman. But just keep in mind that the fella that's driving this car at the moment is just 19 years of age in the biggest motor race that we do annually. And he's inside the top 10. He's 7th at the moment.
How's the sprint at the moment for Reynolds and Lowndes? On their last lap, lap 112, they did an 8.39 and an 8.17 respectively. They were the 2 fastest cars on the track, and they are driving them like qualifying laps at the moment. You can see Reynolds now catching Webb. Van Gisbergen about to get into that car, forecasting for car 55 to come in. Just having a look on our screen.
It's about lap 116, Scapey.
116?
Yeah, I had it at about 115, but the safety lap gives you back a bit of fuel. Ish. Now, they can play. They've got a little bit more flexibility, so they can play a game, a little bit more of a game here than the others. But this is a really interesting situation for these guys. Remember that Reynolds had that tremendous battle with Whincup a couple of years ago when he basically got beaten home by a car length, and that stung him, and he was very bitterly disappointed with what happened in qualifying here to make that mistake and end up in the wall. That's why I said a little bit earlier, he's on the road to a little bit of redemption here. So how's the speed for him at the moment is very impressive. And Lowndes, you just know that at this point in the day, as it begins to cool out and a few shadows appear here and there and the fuel load is easing, and They'll have good tyres for him, nothing surer, and the track is rubbering in. He's just going to go berserk.
Don't discount this young bloke. He has done a great job. I mean, this car was parked in the fence, and Mostert has driven the wheels off this thing to bring it back. Don't discount him.
No, well, he's also got an interesting bit of strategy on his side, so not dissimilar to the car 55 situation for him in car 6. So they're both Ford Performance Racing cars, and the other guy that you just can't write off, even though he's showing down the order at the moment, Paul Dumbrell, Jamie Whincup, car 1, what they've got on their side is just absolute raw speed. They've got great lap speed in that car at the moment, and it might just play to their advantage. Here comes 6. So Mostert having a look here at David Russell. David tried to cover him, so Chaz went round the outside. That's another spot.
He's driving it well. You see the little movement there? There you go. There's the leader in. Jonathan Webb to hand it to Van Gisbergen to sprint home. This is a crucial stop for this race.
Now remember, they came in on lap 91, so it's a lap earlier than this ideal situation. They're a bit fuel compromised. If it stays green to the end of this race, they're going to have to be very careful in their fuel burn. That's working on 23 laps a stint.
Well, they're a little bit compromised. I think they might be also banking on a little bit of safety car action. Remember, we've seen so much of it so far. A little bit of a problem there for Webb to get out. They're both big, tall guys.
Intake looks clear.
And a pad change, a late pad change, which is always a little risk in terms of getting it done. But the second part of that is if you can get it done and affected properly, the pedal quality is better, and that's what Van Gisbergen needs to be able to sprint home from here.
Pump your pedal, pump your pedal.
You want everything. And that's not a green tyre, so they'll hopefully have green tyres for the last run.
Now they really need a safety car.
Yep.
They're probably just ideally a lap short of where they need to be if it ran green to the end. Oh, trouble here for car 34. Big damage, it's wiped the wall. Is this a safety car? It's mobile, it's Robert Dahlgren at the helm. He'll struggle to get that back. He'll have to... It's a bit more than that.
You need to be really careful now.
Super slow.
Really careful now. So easy to go in the fence.
That'll pop that tyre. So he's gone into the wall at the cutting. So rear end stepped out. That's also been popular this weekend, and big heavy contact with the wall. Target speed in there is about 85 kilometres an hour at the apex of the corner, but they approach it at 195 kilometres an hour.
This is going to work for his teammate, however.
And that tyre is going to be chewed all the way around the top of the hill and all the way down the straight.
Here's the driver change. Loosen your belt now.
Meanwhile, check this out. Lowndes has just broken the lap record. He's done a 7.76, the fastest lap of the race, the fastest lap ever of this place. He's currently second. You can't discount him, ever.
These guys may have thought there was going to be a safety car, but they're pretty much out of range anyway. Lap 115 was about where we projected for them. There it is. Yeah. Back to the drawing board. I'm going to get the numbers going again.
But it does make for more cars in contention. Yes. Because 97 and 33 and 888 were all hurt, and 5 were all hurt by having to come in at the moment. So what this has done is it's just put those 4 cars with a little bit more fuel flexibility back in the race. Still not disadvantaged versus 55 and 6 because they've got to stop for less time.
That's right.
But it has helped them.
I was grappling to get my head around what the impact was for car 33 there. But that's exactly right. Yeah, so I knew that dragging that tyre for so long over the top of the hill was going to be a nightmare for Dahlgren. He needed to walk that car back at very, very low speed.
How's Lowndes, Neil? 7.76. That's an extraordinary lap time. and he's making ground on the in-lap. So as this all happens, he's trying to get up there as close as he can to Dave Reynolds. This is called the catch-up flag. And the yellow flag's out. He's just driving the car as fast as he can. And they're both in.
Hey, here's a story, Scapey. I don't think Paul Dumbrell has done his laps. He's got another 4 laps to go before Jamie Whincup can get back in.
No.
I'll confirm that for you.
He's done 51. That's right, Neil. You are 100%. And how was that for a pit entry? That was out of control for those two guys. They got the car into pit lane, but that was sideways. That just shows the level of commitment in every area of this race. It's a race into pit lane. They almost bunkered it. We've seen guys in that sandpit over the years. We've seen Larry Perkins, one of the greats of the sport, crash in that exact spot. Here we go, pad change for Lowndes. But there's a little bit, is that there? That's Whincup having now to stack.
It's Dumbrell at the helm of that car. So double stacking's going to burn him here as well. Remember, he was down the order, but we talked about the car pace that he had. But there's been nothing wrong with Paul Dumbrell's pace, by the way. But he hasn't got to the driver minimum. Just looking at the numbers that I've got here, we're showing him as 49 laps. Yeah, so he's 4 laps short, 5 laps short. Oh, he's just clicked over another one. So another captive wheel nut issue here for this time car number 1 right front. It was their team car earlier in the day, left front for Country Load. It was at that stage Stephen Richards. So they've got a little thing going on there.
So after all the drama, after one of the most extraordinary races you've ever seen, this is an absolute sprint, Brett.
Oh, Scapey, that's why we love it. All the combinations and permutations are unfolding in front of us now, and they will over the next 45 laps. That's all we've got left. We've been racing for just over 6 hours. We've got more to come.
Waiting on driver, waiting on driver, waiting on driver, waiting on driver. All clear, go, mate, go.
So turn your driver light off, please. Turn your driver light off. Remember to pump the pedal before you get to the end. They're going to put that sweeper out on turn 2. Just be careful coming up to turn 2 and the train. The back of the train is coming out. Not really parked at the moment. Just out of the tree. You got a rag here. Ready. DPS light on. 0 to fuel.
Well, drama here for David Reynolds, car number 55. Why is he pulling off to the left of the road on Mountain Straight? We were just sitting here working out strategy because one of the great puzzles was that there was a 7-lap difference in the last stop times between Reynolds and Lowndes, and we wondered how Lowndes managed to jump in front of him because it should have taken longer to return the 888 car to full than it did the 55 car to full, so I suspected that maybe Red Bull had short-filled slightly to get track position. But this thing, meantime, it's Matty Roberts on screen there for Botlow Racing and Ford Performance Racing. What is the story with this thing? So forget about the strategy of the race, and that is Dean Canto, who's blown away by what he can see.
Seriously. These guys, after the weekend that they've had, were absolute favourites based on the strategy that they were on to win this race.
So there should have been about 33 odd litres of fuel difference, because if we take an average of 4.7 litres a lap burnt, they should have had that much difference. 9 seconds different in the refuelling, so I don't understand how Lowndes got in front of him.
Down here, mate, we've got a massively dejected Dean Canto over there. Nathaniel Osborne, the engineer's just walked out bitterly disappointed. Rod Nash, team owner. Can you give us a heads up? Why is the car stopped, Rod?
Yeah, the alternator's been dying for a while, so obviously the volts have been dropping. So obviously once they get below a certain point, well then it just shuts down. It's as simple as that. So they were trying to just get some clean air to, cool it and keep the volts up. But yeah, it's just died, and that's the end of that.
Hey, such a shame, mate, because what a great day for the Botlow Falcon. Gee whiz, it was in contention all day.
Yeah, well, the boys have had a great week, really, because, they've been, both of them have been, the car's been fast all weekend. Obviously, after a major accident, boys fixed it really well, and they just bounced back, and then, here we are contending for the trophy again, and it's as simple as that takes you out. So that's this lovely place called the Mountain, and we get to tell stories like this, unfortunately.
You've been here enough times to know how it is, mate. You handled it well, and best luck next time. It's a great effort today.
Thanks, mate.
That was Nathaniel Osborne, the engineer. We're looking at Dean Canto and David Reynolds. Staggering. So a failed alternator. Without it charging the battery, it's ultimately taken the charge from the battery, doesn't supply enough power then to keep all of the electronics going, and it's just failed at a critical moment in this race. These guys were runners-up after a scorching race in 2012, losing by 1 car length to Jamie Whincup. Stopped charging about 109, so they saw it on the data.
See Dean there in tears, shows the emotion and what this race means. The biggest race in this part of the world, and what an extraordinary outcome. Such great speed, massive crash, great repair, car back on the track, start at the back, forge the way forward, get to the front, lead the race. So have that happen. It's just unbelievable.
Did Lowndes get to full then, I wonder?
Well, that's what we've got to try to find I have no understanding of why Lowndes jumped them in the pit. There's no explanation for that, because there should be 30-odd litres difference in fuel fill.
Absolutely. Meantime, car in second position, car number 14, being driven by Fabian Coulthard. They've done a pretty good job with their strategy. Brad Jones sent a text before, gave himself a high five, said that was clever, meaning himself. It's interesting, isn't it? Tells you something. But he just also added, I'm not 100% sure that we're fast enough. We'll see. And I reckon he's right. It's going to depend on the way in which the track behaves in the final phases of this race. Still a heck of a long way to go.
But just have a look at the top five. Lowndes, Coulthard, Mostert, McLaughlin, Van Gisbergen. They are all fast enough to win this race. Winterbottom is 8th. He's also very fast. And Dumbrell, Whincup, because remember, we've still got to put the series champion in the car yet. Dumbrell will be out of laps very shortly.
Oh, trouble for McLaughlin.
Oh, no!
You're kidding me. He's found the wall at the cutting just like his teammate Robert Dahlgren. And this astonishingly quick young Kiwi, who's done a great job all day, has also made a critical mistake at the back end of the race.
He's apologising.
All right, buddy, just get it back here, mate.
It's a carbon copy of what happened to Dahlgren.
Idiot, I'm sorry.
There's his engineer, Richard Holwaite. And what can I say? It's an absolute carbon copy of what happened to his Swedish teammate, and there's the team owner, Gary Rogers.
Yeah, I can just see dejection of Richard Holwaite's engineer. Sorry, mate. Gary, you've been here. You've been here enough times, mate. What do you say about that? I mean, there's tough stories all the way up and down this pit lane today.
There is. You just got to grin and bear it, do your work, get on with the job. There's nearly 2 hours left, mate. You never, ever know, do you?
No, you don't. And the thing I like about Scotty, I've got to say, he's the very first to admit he made a blue. That's the sort of guy he is, isn't it?
Yeah, he is. Like, you know, you hate it when it happens, but the fact is it does from time to time. You just got to get over it and move on, and all you do is spend your whole life sucking and crying. I'd sooner be drinking a few beers and having a bit of fun.
Good on you, Gary.
Dave Reynolds, sometimes this sport is just truly heartbreaking. I'm so sorry to end your day like that.
Oh, well, you know, that's Bathurst, that's motor racing. You know, unfortunately, we had an awesome car. The boys did a fantastic job all day. I can't take credit away from Dino, except he's crying, a little fella. You know, the pit stops were good. We had a few dramas in there, but otherwise we had good pace. We were running effectively second, you know, trying to do it for the Bodlow crew, and just a small, probably 20-cent piece failed.
You guys were red-hot favourites, and this place, it brings grown men to tears.
Yeah, I was in tears on Friday after qualifying, and it was all smiles before, and the tears have come back again, but we'll come back next year.
We know you will. Bad luck, guys.
Thanks.
Unbelievable. Well done, Rihanna, and that's the dejection. As we said before, the cruelty. Oh, there might have been a bit of contact here. Nah, he just got wide. He did it to himself. There was some racing, bit of gamesmanship in this. So down the inside was Van Gisbergen, and he was just out in the grey. He was just out offline. So he didn't run in there too fast. It didn't run in there like the Dahlgren deal. He actually was around the outside, and because it's so slippery offline, he just found the fence. So on board, just up. Let's have a look here. Yeah, so he got it turned in. You can see it start to slide, and bang. So we're going to try to explain this Lowndes, this stop.
Yeah, well, we know that this is the outcome, but the curious part for me is how they managed to do that. Now, the stop from the data that we've reverse engineered was about 3 seconds better, but you've got to go back in time to look at their last sequence of stops. There was 7 laps difference between them. So this will help Craig Lowndes now, this additional safety car intervention, and help his economy. But I reckon they had to short fill to try and get track position, banking on this happening, and it has. Unbelievable. Take a break from Mount Panorama. We're back in a moment. Lowndes is the leader.
Copy. It just looks like a little bit nothing major.
Copy that, mate. Copy that. So be careful. We don't want any outliers. Keep going, you're all right. Keep going.
There are 41 laps remaining in the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000, around about 250 kilometres, and your leader is Craig Lowndes in his 20th appearance at this race. Neil?
And he's got to get to lap 138, and that's the critical question. We've spent the entire break as we look at Scott McLaughlin come in. Let's focus on this for a moment. Richard Holway, his engineer, Scott McLaughlin, just tell the entire story. So we've spent the entire break just crunching numbers, looking at transit times, lap times either side of the pit stops, and to the best of our knowledge, the gain was made by Lowndes in the stationary time in the pit stop, depending on whose calculator you believe and your interpretation of the fuel burn and fuel flow. And we think that, no surprise, Triple Eight's fuel flow into the tank in the pit stops is very, very good. They made something in the order of 6, 7 or 8 seconds, depending on what you believe in your theory, in the stop. And the only way you can do that is because you just didn't fill it. So that's coming back to him now with safety car laps. For every safety car lap, you get a half lap bonus. It's like the extra bring us now before 7 o'clock you get the steak knives. So it's a little bonus offer. And that's actually helping Craig Lowndes' cause. But it doesn't matter what happens here. He's got to get to lap 138 in order to be able to get a full load of fuel to get home. This is all on the assumption of there being no headed safety car intervention. No further. And that's a bit unlikely the way things are unfolding at the moment. We're up to number 8.
So at the restart, Lowndes, Coulthard, Mostert will give you this shot. Van Gisbergen, Percat, Moffat, Winterbottom, Perkins, Pedersen, Kelly. That's your top 10. And this now is the critical phase for so many of these guys to make sure they tune the car properly, because there's one more stop to make. You've got to read the race. You've got to understand what the car's doing and make sure you can communicate that back and tune the car to sprint at the end. Van Gisbergen on the inside there. Gets that done, got the inside of Mostert. That's a good move. He's been very aggressive. In fact, he was very aggressive on McLaughlin at this spot in the previous run, which didn't force McLaughlin into the fence, but certainly helped him.
Meantime, just an update on Paul Dumbrell, Jamie Whincup. Car number 1 at the moment is 11th, championship leader. That's vital points. Paul's cleared his minimum driver laps now. Not that there's any great deficiency. And the crowd are loving this man. As always, Craig Lowndes. The big cheer goes up over the top of the hill. He's got 5 race victories to his name from 1996, 2006, 7 and 8, the three-peat. And then with you, Mark, in 2010. He's won races this year, 3 of them, and the guy that's chasing him, Fabian Coulthard, has also won a race, but he just lost a spot to this charging Shane Van Gisbergen. He's also been successful this year with 3 race wins. So the heavyweights are duking it out.
Well, they're putting a full set of front and rear suspension on Scotty McLaughlin's here, mate. I know you gutted, buddy. Just got a little bit wide there going around the outside of Giz and got a right rear in the dirt.
Yeah, I didn't know he was there till the last second, and yeah, paid the price. But I just got caught in the marbles. I couldn't see him. I just couldn't back out of it. Yeah.
I can't say anything to you, mate, but you'll be back for at least 20 more, mate. There's plenty to come, and you're having a great day up to then. So keep your head up, mate.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Thanks, everyone.
What on Larko, you captured the emotion of that and the absolute dejection on the face of Scott McLaughlin.
Scapey, this guy that we're on board with here at the moment is blazing. His last lap, Shane Van Gisbergen, 0.6 of a second quicker than Craig Lowndes. He's got pace, and he's going to apply big pressure, and he's got to put a move on, and he's done it up the inside at 2. Man. In fact, that was easy. That was easy for Van Gisbergen. And inside Techno Autosports, that's the garage, and they're watching it. That was Jeff Slater, engineer, Steve Hallam down there in the bunker. And Lowndes is a bit vulnerable here because Fabian Coulthard's right on him as well. That's the reaction. And that was Jeff just saying eyes forward. Look at this. Lowndes has got some pressure on here. I'm not sure that this thing is in mint condition at the moment, the Triple 8 car.
Well, Neil, I spoke to Jeremy Moore, Craig Lowndes' engineer, in regards to the fuel issue. He said he doesn't know if Craig can make it on just 1 stop, and it will also depend how slow he has to drive in order to make it with just 1 stop. So hence why he's driving to a fuel number at the moment. He may have to come in for a splash and dash late into this race.
Thanks, Rihanna. Okay, so I'll decode that. That means there's no chance that he can get through. He's driving to a number, and that's, unless a safety car happens, they're going to have to do that. Because that completely confounded me when Reynolds and Lowndes were together, and then all of a sudden he was able to reverse that position, knowing the difference in where they are at with their respective fuel loads. I mean, he's a magician around here, but I don't know how he can pull that kind of stuff. That would be a rabbit out of a hat.
No doubt. So that explains it. And as you can see now, Van Gisbergen, who is not in the same position, is able to absolutely sprint. Give you the lap time on this one now. So Van Gisbergen, who has just done an 8.6 versus Lowndes with a 10.2 and Fabian Coulthard with a 9.7. In fact, everyone else is in the 9s except Winterbottom, who's done an 8.96. Winterbottom is in 6th position. So Van Gisbergen, Lowndes, Coulthard, Mostert, Percat, Winterbottom, Perkins, Moffat, great names, Pedersen and Dumbrell. Pedersen, that Super Black entry, is doing an extremely good job. There they are there. Dumbrell right up in the slipstream behind. And have a look how much road Van Gisbergen is using. They're all sprinting now. Oh, and I just gave him a rap. He almost went in the fence. That was so close. That was the commentator's curse.
Roland will be up there at turn 2, just sprinkling anything he can on the road just to excite things, because that's what Craig Lowndes needs here. If he gets another safety car, puts him back in the game, and then he can run flat out and maximise any performance that car's got. And don't forget Mostert, who's been very quick all along, and he's just stalking along. We're on board with his teammate here. This is Mark Winterbottom. We're looking at the rear bumper of Nick Percat's Holden Commodore.
I think Mostert is being hurt by some older tyre quality in this stint of the race. So Neil explained before, you get 8 sets. You have to stop 7 times. There's 8 stints in the race, but you use those tyres through practice. This is the little dive. Dumbrell was there, and you could see Pedersen having to run wide. He just got out of that groove. We've seen so many cars, and he actually did a very good job to rescue that. Good driving to get away with that one. He almost went in the fence. It was a good save and kept car 111 off the barrier. So I was just trying to explain that right now, Mostert may be just affected a little bit by the tyre quality he's got on. But remember, when they all stop the next time, Croppo, they're going to put fresh tyres on. Pretty much all the top 5 or 6 guys will have green, brand new tyres for the last stint.
They'll have managed them that way to be sure that they've got firepower at the end. The other thing to just bear in mind, I referred to it a little earlier, is that Mostert in car 6, position number 4, he's stopped 11 times already in this race. Good strategy, presence of mind by the boys inside Pepsi Max Performance Racing. They just keep playing the marbles all day long, get in there, resolve the problems, patch it up, sort things out, get him back out there. They've kept themselves in the game with a fast car, with a fast driver in it at the end of the race. So co-driver-wise, we've still got Paul Dumbrell in car number 1. He's 9th. We've got Dean Fiore and Andrew Jones in their respective cars. They're 17th and 18th, and everybody else is a main gamer that runs for the majority of the series. And look at this. Fastest personal lap on that last lap for Shane Van Gisbergen. 2 minutes 8.1. He's got a 2-second margin now over Lowndes.
Young Jack Perkins also did his fastest lap on the last lap, Neil, with an 8.48. They've been impressive all weekend. I've been really very encouraged and really pleased with the way Jack's applied himself this weekend. He made it into the top 10. He made a little mistake right at the end of his lap, which would have put him 3 or 4 spots forward in the top 10. We said earlier today to have Perkins and Moffat in that top 10 shootout was great for our game, but they haven't let us down. They're 7th and 8th in the race, and Jack, fastest lap of his race on lap 124.
With the pace that he's showing at the moment, and where they're at with their fuel and the way it's burnt through the day, Shane Van Gisbergen and Jonathan Webb are in a prime position to win this car race. They've got 2.4 seconds of margin up their sleeve at the moment. The VIP Pet Foods Holden Commodore, with the man that started on the pole. He lost ground at the very beginning, fell back to 3rd at turn 1, but they've been factors all day.
And not many times has the race been won from pole position.
No. In fact, if I look at them, there's a guy whose initials are MS, surname might start like Scaife, who did it in 2002. Greg Murphy did it in 2003. And Garth Tander did it in 2009. So, yeah, that's a statistic that hasn't often worked for the pole sitter. There's Jonathan Webb. Team owned by the family. His dad, Steve Webb, is there in the background in that light-coloured shirt, light grey or blue. He was further to the left. And look at this. So a little bit of hurry up here from Mark Winterbottom. on Nick Percat up at the cutting. It's going to be hard to figure out how this is going to play out for the podium. Jack Perkins in this as well. James Moffat in this as well. There's Jack. It's a great story.
Oh, that was a monstrous moment for Mostert. He was almost in the fence, right out sideways where Dave Reynolds crashed in qualifying. He was sideways. He got to the grate and it just bolted on him. He couldn't control the oversteer. He gathered it up. It was a very nice piece of driving to recover. Wow, that was close. And we talked, Neil, about the trials and tribulations, the strategy plays, the thinking on your feet. But a safety car right now for FPR would be disastrous because they'd have to double stack those cars. So right now, a safety car will work for Lowndes. It will not work for Mark Winterbottom. Check this out. Right out wide. Oh, have a look at that. That is as close as you go at over 200 kilometres an hour.
Look at this.
To firing in the fence. He's going to run. This is Winterbottom down the inside.
And it was on the rev limiter. He moves to the inside. He might get his nose chopped off down there. Percat has nothing of that. Closes the door. And Winterbottom was totally rev limited by the time he showed the nose down there. But he's got some pace in that car, but applying it is another problem. But you're right, both, because of the stacking, both those Pepsi Max cars were in the pit lane together last time. So they'll both have the same range. They'll both have very similar fuel economy. They can't afford for them both to arrive for their final stop in concert. They're going to have to stagger them. That may be resolved based on championship position and track position.
Well, I would do that earlier at the moment for him, wouldn't it? If you can't get by, you've got to get him out of that. Remember, 138.
And Frosty is contending the championship. That's an interesting headache for Tim Edwards. He's all over the back of Nick Percat at the moment, Mark Winterbottom. This is the run up to the cutting and Percat covers him. Just ran shallow in there to make sure that he didn't dive up the inside like Van Gisbergen did to McLaughlin.
And that was the piece of that little interview that I was really interested in with Mark Larkham, that Scott was angry with himself. He didn't see Van Gisbergen coming. That meant that he positioned the car wide. He was one car width wider than he wanted to be. He was in the grey, he was in the dirt, and he was effectively in the slippery stuff, couldn't maintain the line, and ran wide into the fence.
Todd Kelly's just done a personal best lap in the race as well. He's 10th in car 7. Look at Frosty working the back of this thing at the moment. It was a 2-minute 8.8. He's going to try and sneak down the inside somewhere, but what Percat's having to do now is drive shallow everywhere. One of Larry Perkins' famous lines is...
Race control has been informed. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, the complaint from Frosty will be blocking. The fastest way around the racetrack, Larry's line, is on the racing line. And when you start to cover, the problem is it sneaks lap time away from you, and that's Nick's problem at the moment. He tries to cover again. He's not far enough up. No. If he doesn't get far enough up, he'll end up with the Holden wiping the corner off that car. So Frosty's got to get into an assertive position. Sounds easy, not so hard to execute. Oh, he's made a mistake, Percat. He's locked the rears at the critical moment, and he's out in the weeds, drops a couple of spots, and you can smell that pressure mounting.
Dumbrell by 2, so Moffat and Dumbrell, they just snuck by Nick Percat with that little mistake. Here we go, we're on board. Mark Winterbottom in front, and he's just locked the rears, and he almost went in the sand trap fully. He did a good job to rescue that.
And that sand trap there is very effective. If you end up in it, you stay in it. So here it is again from the chopper. And it was initially the rear that locked and was unstable, and then as the car unweighted the inside front, as he tried to offer it up at the turn, just locked that inside front tyre and straight ahead he went. That's Renee Winterbottom.
Oliver Gavin, this race has thrown just about everything at you drivers, and unfortunately Nick Percat under a lot of pressure in that part of the race.
Yeah, I mean, Nick's driving brilliantly. You know, this is his first go as being a main game driver, and you know, I'm lucky enough to be here to partner him. And you know, big pressure there from Winterbottom, and I had exactly the same thing. It sort of happened to me, you know, many laps ago, and you know, just locking the rears maybe, and then just snagging a front on the way into the last corner. Ran wide, got onto the grass, and then 2 or 3 cars blew by. But we're not out of this. You know, there's still some way to go, somewhat sort of 33 laps or so to go. So we know that an awful lot can still happen. And, you know, Nick he's doing a brilliant job today. He's been absolutely a master behind the wheel, and you know, I think he's really come on strong. You know, this is his first full year as being a main game driver, and he's just been phenomenal. So I'm just super happy to be here and be his partner. So it's just fantastic, loving it.
Thanks, Oliver. Good luck for the rest of it.
Thank you.
Tim Edwards, you often end up in this unenviable position late in a race, mate, where you've got the 2 team cars together. How are you going to manage through this? You'll be fine?
I'll be fine if the safety car doesn't come at the wrong point. But look,
yeah,
at the end of the day,
about the double stacking, obviously, for us.
Yeah, obviously. But I mean, there's a pretty narrow window anyway that they've both got to stop in. So let's fingers crossed we don't have to worry about that.
All right, mate, I'll let you focus.
He'd love an easier question, please, Larko.
So here comes Winterbottom. So don't discount Mark Winterbottom. His speed was good. We saw him put that pressure on. He's been very fast all weekend. We're on board now with Dumbrell. He was pressuring Moffat. He's down the inside now. That gets him to position 7, Bretts.
Just 33 laps remaining in the great race. We have plenty more action. We are racing towards the finish. It will be on 7, no matter what time it finishes. Please stay with us. We've got more to come.
You've come back at an intense moment in this race because there's a huge battle going on for third placing. Fabian Coulthard's been told to fuel save. Meantime, Chaz Mostert has just squeezed by him, but Mark Winterbottom, importantly, has been given pit lane priority by Grant McPherson, his engineer. So that resolves the question we raised a little earlier. But these guys are in a heck of a battle, and right behind them, Jack Perkins. So Perkins there, the watching brief and the Geldwin entry, he's absolutely in this as well.
He was the fastest guy out of this pack on the last lap. And these guys are driving like qualifying laps. Have a look at this. This is the big dive. So Mostert down the inside.
And the second part of this move, watch Mostert when he goes second to third gear here. It steps on it right there. And that was the incentive that Fabian needed to make an argument about it down in the final corner. Frosty went, well, I go left or right. It's just a wall of colour. There was nothing he could do. He actually tagged the back of Fabian just a little, but he lost his momentum. Look at these guys. Chris O'Toole in the foreground, the car controller. Oh, the top of the hill. Big moment here for Paul Dumbrell. He's seventh, and the Gillette replay had to come out of the throttle, and then he got back on, put it back in third, and then second, and got on with the job. Now Moffat was so close to wiping that Nissan on the wall. He's been complaining about no grip at all in the left rear tyre in the last couple of laps. That was all the vision and evidence that they needed back in the bunker. Now when Whincup gets back in car number one with a fresh set of tyres, watch out for him as well in car number one. This is building towards a mega finish. The final stop of the race is coming up. It's somewhere in the next 6 or 7 laps. And then the heavyweights, the big teams and the best drivers are going to battle this out to the conclusion of this great race of 2014. Van Gisbergen's got a 2-second margin over Lowndes, who's in fuel conservation mode, over Mostert, who's charging but will have to yield to his teammate, who's third in the championship, over Coulthard, who's in fuel saving mode, and then Winterbottom is fifth, followed by young Jack Perkins next in the queue, and then the reigning champion and his teammate, Whincup and Dumbrell.
And look how close he is, Neil. Dumbrell, even after that big mistake, is right up in behind Perkins now. Lucko?
Just down here with Paul Morris, I've never seen you stand on your toes so many times, mate. Chaz is out there doing a ripping job. He's not on the best set of tyres, so there's still plenty to come, but he might have to give way for Mark Winterbottom coming through.
I wouldn't tell him that. I don't think he knows that plan.
He's doing a good job though, mate, isn't he? I mean, you're well and truly still in the game.
Yeah, he's doing a ripper job, you know. There's two blokes out there loving this at the moment. That's probably Shane and Chaz. Like, they're loose as everyone else is tight. They're just having a ball.
Good luck, mate. You've done a great job today.
Thanks, mate.
Paul Morris, vastly experienced. He has done a great job, hasn't he? And he played a big hand in that performance last year where Scott Pine, he partnered for position 6 in the race. It was very impressive.
Wow, it hasn't got good yet because the fresh tyres have got to go on the cars. We're only 5 or 6 laps away from that.
How much pressure do you think are on crews here, on the crews as they do this last stop to get 4 wheels and tyres on, deliver their fuel, for the drivers to pull up accurately in the pit box? And there's a bit on. And in the case of car number 1, it's a driver change.
That's right. And it's going to happen at a very similar time for them all. They'll just get to that critical lap number that Mark Larkham explained earlier today. Winterbottom just struggling there to get this move made on Fabian. Can't get close enough in the braking area. And what also happens is the bit of heat soak, everything gets hot when you're in behind the car like he's been. So the brake pedal quality starts to go away. The engine gets a little hot in terms of its water temperature. So its ultimate amount of power is not quite as good. You get a bit frustrated as a driver. You turn and focus on all your exits and getting a good run onto the straight to get yourself in that position. And as you can see there, Mostert was the fastest with an 8.44. And as Larko just said, we thought that he's on old tyres. So his relative performance will improve in the last sector when they put fresher tyres on that car, probably green tyres, brand new tyres.
Lap 132, the last lap for Craig Lowndes' mark was a 2 minute 7.8. It was only 1.5 tenths slower than his best time. Look at this up the inside. This is a massive, massive shut at turn 2 again. This is going to be the moment that Craig Lowndes can capitalise on. So you can see that one coming. Russell Ingall, car 23. And we've got Lee Holdsworth upside down in the Erebus entry on the outside of turn 2, which has been the bogey turn of this year's race.
Ingall hit you.
You got to now take your time. Try to get yourself organised with this.
And he's getting out now.
Lee Holdsworth just being extracted now. When you're upside down, it's hard to get all the window nets and the Hans device and everything hooked up.
Just how this plays now, because it's a rolled car, it's going to take a long time to intervene and get it up on its wheels, get it on the flatbed, get it out of there. That means they'll get to the critical lap, I reckon. We're on lap 133. The critical lap's about 137.38 to get home. So this changes the game again. Now, the marshals are doing a ripper job. You commended them early. The medical car's here to make sure that Lee's okay. It's a big impact.
But the complexity of this, Neil, is when you're parked upside down, all the orientation is strange.
Now, remember that Lee went through this at Sandown. End of the back straight. That car, which has been rebuilt. Huge work for Erebus Motorsport to turn it around on the Gold Coast to get it here. And he had a tyre fail at Sandown, pitched him into the wall, the end of the back straight. Twice in consecutive race meetings, Lee Holdsworth has had a big one. He's out of the car and okay.
Great job.
That's great to see.
Great job. What I was trying to explain with all the things, the driver aids, the radio leads, the cool suit, the window net, the Hans device, the seat belts themselves. When you're upside down, it's so hard to just get all the orientation right. And because you're stuck on your head, the thing that happens is you undo the belts and you fall on your head. So you've just got no idea of how you might get out. And there's a bit of stacking there. That's hurt Wick up a little bit, but that won't be too bad.
And they also, that was what Tim Edwards didn't want. They had to cue Winterbottom because he didn't have track position over his teammate Chaz Mostert, because there's nothing he can do about it. So Whincup in. Oh, Jack Perkins having to yield there. Perkins yielding to Fabian Coulthard. This is burning Mark Winterbottom badly. And it's the opposite of Red Bull, because over the years we've seen Lowndes cop some shockers in the stacking. This time it's Whincup that gets it. And the problem is it's the safety car. They're taking it. They're hoping this is their final stop of the race. They'll need to fuel conserve here.
They will. You can see the level of frustration on Mark Winterbottom's face.
And that's Paul Dumbrell,
PD.
And he's suffering from having spent a long time in that car because it's a longer stint than he would have played it. And remember, he's done a lot of driving this weekend. So there's a point where it's hard to continue to rehydrate when you keep on getting in the race car. You can't pour enough water in. And he's a very fit man. He's an athlete that works very hard on his fitness. That's distressing to see.
And the team physio, their fitness advisor there, Chris Brady, was right on the spot. As you said, he does triathlons. He's unbelievably fit. But after the amount of driving this weekend, there's Ingall. That was a big moment down there. And have a look at this. This is the replay. So there was a gaggle of cars. Ingall fires down the inside of Todd Kelly. He then battles to stop it. Locks the rears. He was out of control for 150 metres. He then makes contact heavily with Lee Holdsworth, E63 Mercedes-Benz. And this little roller, that's very gentle at the end. The initial rearward force would be very high.
You know, I reckon it's happened to Russell there. He's ended up losing his perception of where he is on the racetrack. Because he was in behind the Nissan, he's popped out and he didn't realise he was as close as he was to turn 2. It's a guess, clearly. That's not good to see. But as you said, a gentle rollover, but it's not Russell's modus operandi to get involved in stuff like that typically.
No, it's not. And again, Scapey said it earlier, again, first-class effort by the marshals. They were there with the fire guys in particular, because when a car's upside down like that and you can't get out of it in a hurry, the last thing you need is a fire. Now, Paul Dumbrell's just done that whole last stint. His cool suit froze up, which happens quite a bit sometimes. So that's why he's overheated. I think he's okay. He walked away, not in great shape. Mark Winterbottom, when he came and stopped there, he sat still. I counted it myself in the fingers. 11 seconds he sat there for. for. So they clearly weren't going to prioritise him, and for me, that's put him out of contention. But I can tell you that everyone now, or all the key contenders, all on green rubber. This is game on.
Yeah, thanks, Larko. So that's great to confirm. Firstly, the part that's important is the green tyres for all of the main cars, but as you said, this has really hurt Mark Winterbottom. He's gone back to 12th on the road.
Ryan Maddison, CEO of Erebus Motorsport. We've seen the replay of that incident. The good thing is Lee Holdsworth got out of the car. He appears okay at the moment. Your thoughts on the incident?
Yeah, Lee's fine. He was straight on the radio to us once again, second time in a few weeks. Unfortunately, I've had to say that. My thoughts on the incident, I'll reserve judgment. Obviously, it wasn't Lee's fault, innocent bystander, so really unfortunate. We're on strategy for a good result for us, which is exactly what we all needed.
A short time before we head to the Gold Coast 600, there appears to be a lot of damage to that car.
Yeah, these guys are capable of miracles, so I've got no concerns with being at the Gold Coast.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks a lot.
Ryan Maddison there, who runs operations at Erebus Motorsport. Here we are in the garage at Pepsi Max Ford Performance Racing. It's Adam DeBore on the right, engineer for Chaz Mostert. On the left, it was Paul Morris. There was a big scare earlier for James Moffat. This is what we've seen over the weekend at Turn 2. It's just been an absolute hot spot. Warren Luff, hydraulic failure, brake problem into the back of Lowndes. Problem between Cam Waters and Taz Douglas when they were arguing earlier in the race. Found the tyre wall up there. Then Paul Morris got into the wall up there, and the fact that car 6 is 4th in the race at the moment is a bit of a miracle when you consider that. Taz Douglas a second time. Scott Pye in the wall at Turn 2, and then Russell Ingall pops out from behind Todd Kelly. Absolutely nails Lee Holdsworth. The Petters Chrysler safety car is out. Lee Holdsworth is okay. We're moving towards the final critical phase of this race, and Shane Van Gisbergen is the leader from Craig Lowndes.
Okay, mate, there's 27 laps to go. 27 laps to go. We can currently do 23 laps on the tank. Maybe 24, so just save as much as you can, mate. Save as much as you can. Okay, mate, nice and smooth, mate. Nice and smooth, mate.
Back at Mount Panorama, gee, it's poised at an interesting point. That safety car's come at such an awkward moment. I mean, the fact of the matter, even though we're under the safety car, they didn't get to that critical lap. So it doesn't really matter whether or not you're in full fuel conservation mode or not. You're just not going to be able to make it home. They're all hoping that it might work out to be the last stop. We don't think that's going to happen now. And one of the smart plays might be, if you're at the sharp end here, you're really crimped with what your options are. Do you give away track position? But if you're down the order, i.e. Mark Winterbottom, in, say, position number 11 at the moment, and you're fuel compromised, I'd come in now, grab some fuel, and then go back out there and not be one of them that's fuel compromised at the back end of this race. So
Yeah,
we're going to... I'm sorry, mate.
No, mate, you're exactly right. And this is going on up and down the pit lane. I was just watching these guys. This is a tough decision, Neil. This came a little earlier than everyone expected, and they're doing a lot of fuel saving out there right now, but they're still not comfortable. So I just want to say, young Cam Water doing a ripping job today in there with Jack Perkins. I know Raylene and Larry will be watching. Your boys done you very proud today. And Charlie Schwarkold, been a tough year, mate, but we've seen more of you and Jelwyn this weekend than we've seen in a long time. It's been great.
It's absolutely fantastic. The boys have just done an amazing job, and having a
some are going to come in and give them a splash of fuel.
Yes,
not a bad strategy. I know you guys are going to go very close, Charlie.
Really close. But with these safety laps, we should be okay, I hope. So, it should be okay, I hope.
All right, mate.
Everyone's in the same boat, I think, Marco.
They are. You can see Winterbottom's going to roll the dice here and give it a splash and see what happens. This is going to be fascinating.
Yes.
Thanks, Charlie, and well done already this weekend.
Yeah, so thank you. They're going to jam some fuel in that. And then because they're still under the control of the safety car, the field is compressed. So you kind of get a free kick, but you do lose track position. But then you're out of the woods in terms of managing this little fuel nightmare that's unfolding for some of them at the front.
But you know what it also does is it does actually give priority to this guy, because if they've got to do the same for Mostert, they'll do it next lap, and he'll be behind. He'll be behind. So this is interesting, because that little splash and dash may prove to have an ultimate track position effect for Winterbottom versus Mostert.
That's the rubbish on the road that was delivered by Russell Ingall earlier when he shot up the inside. So they're still clearing all that debris. It's going to take a little bit longer just to get all this cleared. It's very hard for us to work out what the implications are here. Here's the replay of why we've got a safety car. So focus on the Gillette replay as Russell Ingall fires out from behind car number 7 and absolutely belts the side of Lee Holdsworth's car, launches both of them up into the fence. And I'm sure that what's happened there is that as he's come out from underneath the rear wing of the Nissan, Russell's gone, you're kidding me, the corner's right at my nose.
Exactly. So he lost his orientation in terms of how far down the road he was, because he couldn't see the brake marker. And he was going to crash by himself now. He was in the fence by himself. So Lee Holdsworth was just driving around the corner. In fact, it was very similar to the circumstance with Warren Luff and Craig Lowndes earlier in the week.
Don't discount Todd Kelly in all this. We haven't made a lot of noise about him either. So he's rolling along nicely in car number 7. So we've got a problem also, we understand. Car number 222, Nick Percat. We'll keep monitoring that for you. He's pretty hot in there. He's actually plucked off the air feed from the back of his helmet just to try and cool out a little bit. It's a hot, hard day out there. I looked at the temp middle of the day and it was about 26, and some of them have been having cool suit issues as well. Nick's currently 9th in the race and desperate in need of a bit of temperature relief there at the moment. But keep an eye on Todd, Jack Daniels Racing Nissan Altima. He's in 6th position. They've worked very hard this year as a group to improve their aerodynamics, to improve their engine performance, to improve their fuel efficiency to get in this game, and they are in it at the moment.
So what do you do, Neil? You haven't quite made the 1:38. You're not at the critical lap number. You either conserve the fuel and have a punt to make it home, or you go like hell. At the start of this restart, you go as fast as you can possibly go, and you have to come in. For me, the smart play still is you've got to come in under a safety car, because there's less negative to that.
I try and put a little bit of science in that answer, and it's not, it's just voodoo. But we've got 9 safety car interventions in this race so far. The only time in the race where we got anything like a number of laps away with Green Racing was the first stint of the race. Didn't get our first safety car till lap 25. Everything else after that has been much shorter intervals. So you're basing your universe on a green flag run at the end. I don't reckon we'll get it. Based on 8 of the 9 safety cars have come in intervals less than 23 laps. So you reckon that is that
okay?
or a reasonable bit of science?
No, I like your answer. It's a good answer. However, based on that answer, I would have still taken a risk management approach, put fuel in it now, and had track position. Although that would hurt some, I still think it's a lesser of two evils. Anyway, Van Gisbergen, who didn't come in. Lowndes right behind. Mostert right behind. Coulthard, Perkins, Kelly. So they've taken the last stop. They're massively early. The only guy we know for sure that can make it home out of that lead bunch is Mark Winterbottom.
Yeah, he's the only one that's actually bought himself the insurance policy he needs, but he's got terrible track position.
And he's 13th.
Yeah.
Green flag.
And the other problem with track position when you're down the order is you're more likely to buy a ticket to a disaster. So car 111's come in. So peeling off is Andre Heimgartner. The Volvo's peeled off as well. I saw car 33 go out before as well, trying to ensure that he's classified. Scotty McLaughlin, they were replacing everything, as you heard Mark Larkham describe before. We're racing once more. Van Gisbergen in control. From Lowndes, from Mostert, from Coulthard, from Perkins, from Kelly, from Whincup, from Percat, from Moffat, and then Rick Kelly. And there is car 33. Oh, actually that crossed my mind when I saw Jack in the side of that car at the last stop. So it's a black flag and a drive-through penalty for the unsafe release for contact in the pit lane for Jack Perkins. That's the Gelbwen entry right there on screen now.
Currently running 5th.
I think that was with Coulthard, wasn't it?
Oh, seriously, it was, yes, but seriously, those sorts of things sometimes are so unfair. We know they're the rules, but based on that, he almost went in the fence before he did it. That was very close to going in at the top of the hill. We're going to have a classic sprint to the end of Australia's great race. We've got all the guru players involved. Van Gisbergen from Lowndes, young Mostert's coming forward. Fabian Coulthard, Jack Perkins going to be plucked out. So Todd Kelly in the factory Nissan's going to go to 5th. Whincup back in the car. We saw his drive early today. It was remarkable. He went from last to first. We've got Nick Percat, Moffat, Kelly. That's your top 10.
And we've seen graphic evidence. It's the voice of Dave Patterson, the engineer for Jack Perkins. We've seen plenty of evidence this year that Whincup's prepared to put it on the line, to drive the wheels off it, to make a statement. And he hasn't been playing a conservative game at all, and he's not playing one now. So that was Todd Kelly that he just rounded up. And it reinforces the point that I'm trying to make, that he's not a guy that's got a 273-point cushion that's on some cruisy run out there. He's determined to make a statement. So that moves him up to position number 6. Meantime, Jack Perkins has peeled in. Van Gisbergen's got a margin now of 7/10 of a second. He's got a quick car. The last lap for him was a 2-minute 9.6. Craig Lowndes did a 2:9.08. Mostert a 9.9. And then they're in the 10s as Jack trundles down the pit lane. Where does this leave them all in terms of fuel conservation? There is Jack Perkins. Meantime, Winterbottom has already made a move up to 9th position. He's released from all the fuel trauma. He's got a load of fuel on board, enough to get him home. Perkins has completed that stop and has dropped him down to 12th. What a terrible shame. It's been a tremendous performance for him today, Larko.
Jono Webb, rock solid job today. You've put your man right in contention here now. Obviously the question is the fuel question. So he's going as fast as he can. He doesn't look like he's conserving fuel to me. Can you make it? That safety car just came too early, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. But, you know, everyone's on the same strategy. We're all in the same problem. I think maybe Frosty's got one lap up his sleeve more than the rest of us. But at this rate, I still don't think it's going to be enough to get us to the end for anyone. So, look, we'll do what we do, see what everyone else does. And, you know, one more safety car, I think we're all in the bag. But we know we've got the speed. We've just got to finish the thing.
Best of luck, mate. This is going to be a nail biter.
Well, at the moment, Winterbottom is 6 seconds from the lead of the race. It takes 34 seconds to transit the pit lane, plus whatever you add. So if it stays green, Winterbottom is in reasonable shape, but we'll keep looking at the numbers for you here. Try and understand it. Here's Van Gisbergen. Came at an awkward time, didn't it, that last stop. 9 safety car interventions. So that's nudging the sort of numbers we saw back in 2006 when we had 10 of them, and it's near enough to a 7-hour race. So I just heard Phil Keith say to Fabian Coulthard, there is no way that we can make it, which is what we figured. So they're just going to have to press on. And then it becomes, you know, we thought we were calling the last stop. We didn't get there because we hadn't reached the critical moment. So then it becomes another little race here of all the teams as they all try and vie for position. Squirt fuel in. They won't do tyres. They'll just couple up, drop a few seconds of fuel to get them home. But if that is the case, Winterbottom's in good shape here.
I totally agree. To me, Mark Winterbottom's play is the best play yet. However, the pace of the race will determine, number one, whether all these guys get home, which we're saying at the moment there's no way they can, but it will also determine where Mark Winterbottom is relative to them, because if he gets sucked along, if he ends up on the race pace that these guys are on, he won't make it home either. So it means that they're all in the same position. It's a very strange circumstance, Larko.
Yeah, well, let's talk to Tim Edwards about it. I mean, Mark suffered a lot of pain in the double stacking, lost about 11 seconds, I counted there, but great manoeuvre to bring him back in, mate, after that bit of pain. He's in good shape. As you know, there's a lot of people down pit lane talking about not making it home. He's 5.2 seconds behind the leader, 34, 35 seconds to transit the pit lane. You're not in bad shape, mate. Take that smirk off your face.
I was waiting for the question. Oh, look, I mean, we've even still got to save a bit of fuel for Mark. So he's driving to a number as well, but his number's not quite as far away as some of the other blokes.
I reckon his number's a lot better than the other blokes.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, best of luck, mate.
So that's the reaction. So just so we get that right, Tim Edwards has just given us a little wink on that one, meaning that they're all in fuel conservation mode. Mark Winterbottom is slightly less in fuel conservation mode, and he is 6 seconds from the lead of the motor race. So that's the point we've got to concentrate on. How much do the other guys conserve? They're in. First one to blink.
Yeah, now why they've done that is they've reasoned at Brad Jones Racing that if you're going to have to blink, which they will, you may as well do it early and give yourself the maximum window to try and recover from it. So that's what they're doing down at Brad Jones Racing. So thinking about this...
4 tyres and fuel. It's going to be quite a short stop, probably around 8 seconds. I'd say, just a reminder to keep your foot on the brake, please.
Now, I just also got word that they've told 97 just to go as hard as he can go. But maybe Winterbottom isn't quite as comfy as I'd like to think, because they probably also managed his stop relative to when they thought the safety car would be released again. It probably didn't work out ideally for them for the stationary time that they grabbed for that second opportunity to get Winterbottom in and get some fuel in. So they're only a couple of laps better off. It may not be enough. Right about now is when you need to be able to very accurately know what's inside everyone's tanks and what's going on in everyone's bunkers. Winterbottom at the moment is 8th. He's making ground. He's 4.8 seconds from the lead of the race. How many times do you reckon I'll pick the calculator up today, Scapey? I'm going to get a new one. It needs rings and bearings, this thing. It's worn out.
The only reason I'm laughing is there is so much strategy unfolding before our eyes based on sprinting, based on track position, based on fuel consumption, based on what tyres they've got left, and whether you make this decision to come in early. What I was also impressed with is that the 111 car took that stop early too. So they might be in a reasonable spot as the wild card.
They've all rolled out to 10s. So that they've taken the pace out of the things just to try and see whether there's another solution to the problem. Meantime, James Moffat's been instructed to pit this lap. Car 360 is currently in 7th position, Nissan Altima. Best placed Nissan in the field is Todd Kelly. He's now 5th. It's a good performance from Todd. There he is. And there's his teammate. So Moffat reacts to the call.
Hey James, nice and steady, line up on the mark.
Lowndes just said, you tell me what numbers you want. And push hard for Todd Kelly and in this lap.
It's your United fuel flow number for the E85. 25 litres, a little balk on the exit. That will have hurt Moffat a little bit, but got away with it. So here he is. Lowndes talking about the young charger Mostert. He's saying, what number do I need to do to keep him at bay? But Mostert's in the same problem. They're all in the same boat because they all came in on that lap.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter.
It's lap 132, 6 shy of where they'd ideally like to be, because we base our numbers on theories and they've got to be broad brush because you're dealing with so many cars. Of course, the pace changes during the day and it's a trick to try and figure out how to reverse engineer the numbers. And what's hard is we haven't had clean stints because of the safety car interventions. It's a little hard to work out precisely what the range is. So then what you need to do is work out how long they stood still, and how long they stood still tells you how much fuel went in.
Yep.
But then you've got to take into account the problems with wheels going on and all the rest of it. So it's not clean data. And car 22, they've decided to bring James Courtney in. He's had a little hit somewhere. He's in 14th and he's hit something. And Rob Starr's just saying we don't want to risk the car, so we're going to bring him in and resolve it.
Getting on with it, he's given up trying to save fuel, so we're going to be out in front of them once they pit.
Now, just a reminder that we will be staying with this race until its conclusion. So for viewers in Victoria, New South Wales and South Australia, 7 News will follow immediately at the finish of this race.
What great news that is, Brett, because what an unbelievable race we've got unfolding.
Todd Kelly in, and a move down the inside for Whincup. And there could be a crisscross on here because Mostert's back up the inside. So Jamie had to throw it down there. And now he's out of position, or is he? Oh, he's in the weeds. He wants to make an argument of it. Mostert's got it back again.
Chaz held his ground then. That was absolutely right. He did the crisscross. He was up the inside. He doesn't need to give it away, and you don't need to get involved in a race at this point to conserve fuel, Lucko.
And Chaz Mostert will hold his ground. Interesting radio message from Adam de Boer's engine. He said, do not worry about the fuel. Just drive the thing as fast as you can.
Yeah, some people are just deciding to just get on with it, and others are trying to drive to a number. Paul Morris, teammate to Chaz Mostert, number 6 car.
Now, but the only way that works...
replay here of Jamie Whincup having a lunge here at Mostert. Gillette replay shows that he threw it in so quick, couldn't control it, ran wide. Chaz got back up on the inside. They made an argument of it then down at turn 1. And then ultimately Jamie ended up wide of the line and in the gravel on the exit. We're with Jamie here. Here's Fabian for his stop. Look at that. And he just stayed 100% throttle. Jamie just rooster-tailed in second gear, pressed on, jammed it back on the racetrack. On we go. Is the replay from above. So there's no chance that he was going to make it round there. He tried to use the car to block for track position. Didn't work. Chaz wisely, Chris Costa got up the inside. Then watch what happens down here. Tried to outbrake him, Jamie, because if he could just sneak a bit further around, that would work, but it didn't. And look at the rooster tail of dirt.
And that was Fabian Coulthard back in. That wasn't a replay. So that was him back in again for a right-hand front tyre. So Fabian has now dropped to 13th. He flat spotted a right front tyre. No, a left front tyre, sorry. So he's flat spotted a tyre. He come in, but he's had to come in again.
Okay, so that's a disaster for him, Lucko.
Yeah, Scafie, I think you were just about to say when we were talking about Chaz Mostert, just going to go as hard as he can. They'll be rolling the dice on a safety car to save them. I mean, that's really all that can, isn't it, at the end of the day? And they know if they pit, they're going to be in strife. So someone in his position in the championship, maybe not a bad option. And the amount of safety cars we had today, I wouldn't count it out.
100%, Lucko. That was really the converse. We were talking about it in the break before. The only way is to have a punt, press on, see what happens, and if, for instance, there's a safety car late, you get away with it.
Lucko, use all your persuasive powers to slide in. Nobody will notice you in that bright red suit, and see if you can see the data for Mark Winterbottom's car and what their fuel burn looks like. I'm sure that'll be an easy mission. Good luck with it. Because that's really the interesting one here, isn't it? Have they got enough to get by? He's currently in 5th place. He's now 8 odd seconds, and James Moffat's complaining about the fuel number coming and going on his dashboard at the moment. He's actually 10th at present. Gee, there's absolutely no predictability in this at all.
There
Grant
he is.
McPherson, the engineer. There's Larko trying to steal those numbers.
That's the first time he's done what he's told. It goes on there.
I was half joking.
I know.
But that's okay, because if he's taken the bait, we might end up learning something, but I'd be surprised if they'd reveal it.
So this is the highest placed Mercedes E63 with Will Davison on board. He's currently 8th. It's now the only E63. So Van Gisbergen, Lowndes, Mostert, Whincup, Winterbottom, Percat, Rick Kelly, Will Davison, Heimgartner, great job. They've done a really good job, those guys, and they're actually in reasonable fuel load mode now, and Moffat is 10th.
So what Will's doing here in car number 9 on screen, position number 8, he's gone the other way. He's gone into road car mode. So he's down around the 12s and 13s for lap speed at the moment. So they've gone, we've got X amount of fuel, and we're going to drive to a number, and we'll just roll out of the pace to make sure it finishes. That could work too. That's another way around the problem. Meantime, fastest personal lap of the race for Chaz Mostert. Not the fastest for the entire race. That's still held by Craig Lowndes. But Mostert just did a 2 minutes 7.9. Remember they said to him early, just drive the wheels off it? That's what he's doing.
But don't worry, Van Gisbergen has also the lap prior. So on lap 143, Mostert did a 7.93. On lap 142, Van Gisbergen did a 7.86. So the lap prior, Van Gisbergen was the one that responded. Now Mostert. Lucko?
Well, the boys down here have been kind enough to share their numbers with us. Now, I'll just point, I'm not going to show you it, don't want to go in too close, but that's the number they're looking at. And they're looking for a 0.1, and Mark's been hitting it every lap. They reckon they're just maybe going to sneak over the line. This will go right to the death.
Wow. And if that's the case, then they're on for a back-to-back. They're on to bring home Mark Winterbottom in position 1 for the 2nd successive year. That's a big call, and we've got a long way to go. And history shows us that 8 of the 9 safety cars have come in lap intervals less than 20 laps.
And Neil, it's the bizarre way it's going to happen. We're going to roll right up to the end, and half the field's going to come in and pit. Bizarre.
Actually a bit worn out.
Oh no.
I've got a touch of the Paul Dumbrells going here at the moment, just trying to keep up with the way in which it works, because there's been so much stuff going on out there today to try and understand it. It's been very hard for the teams too.
Now, just a reminder that we will be staying live with the finish of this incredible race today. For viewers in Victoria, New South Wales and South Australia, 7 News will immediately follow the race finish this afternoon. So don't go anywhere. You'll get the best of both, this incredible race finish and 7 News straight after it.
Let's focus on lap speed here. So Van Gisbergen about to cross the control line. We'll get a current read on whether or not he's still pressing on. Mark pointed out a moment ago that he was, and he is. 2 minute 8.1 for him. 2 minute 8.0 for Craig Lowndes. For Chaz Mostert, he's just done his personal best lap of the race. 2 minute 7.7. For Jamie Whincup, it's a 2 minute 8.3. For Mark Winterbottom, his last lap was a 2 minute 9.6. Then it's Nick Percat, Rick Kelly, Will Davison, these guys on screen, followed by Andre Heimgartner and James Moffat. That's your 10.
But remember, gap to the leader. Winterbottom has lost some time. We said he was 6 seconds behind the leader. He's conserving that fuel a little bit. Van Gisbergen, Lowndes, Mostert are pressing on to establish a bigger gap. He's 11 seconds now. Winterbottom is 11 seconds from Van Gisbergen. But the transit time alone is 34 seconds. So if they've got to come into the pits, Winterbottom is perfectly positioned if he can make it home. There's only 1 lap differential in the fuel load.
Yeah, so they didn't get to stand still as long, just to clarify that, as they would have liked, because they were hemmed in by the fact that there was the possibility that the safety car would release the field. That would have been a disaster for them. They couldn't sit still while that was going on. So that really dictated the amount of fuel that could be dumped. Car 23, pit lane drive-through penalty for Russell Ingall, Tim Blanchard car. For a driving infringement. That'll be the one up at turn 2, I imagine.
Yeah, for sure. And that's like being smacked over the hand with a feather duster or feather. So it's not a, I suppose, you know, we always talk about penalties fitting the crime. It's not a penalty at this part of the race. that really has much bearing on the race based on where Russell and Blanchard are and effectively putting Holdsworth out of the race. So this is Lowndes. We'll give you the lap time again this time because these guys are driving laps like qualifying laps. Van Gisbergen, he crosses the line with a 7.69, the fastest lap ever of the place. And then a 7.68 for Lowndes. He knocks him off by 1/100th of a second. And then a 7.77 for Mostert. It's unbelievable pace. Check that out.
Sorry, Paul Dumbrell, this is crazy, mate. They're out there smashing lap records. People are conserving fuel. We don't know what's going to happen here. How are you, mate? I saw you fall out of that car, clearly dehydrated.
Yeah, no, it was a bit crook in my stint earlier, so I really couldn't eat too much. So I didn't get in the car in the best shape. And unfortunately, when we did a driver change, we put some dryers in the car, but we actually clamped the cool suit on the lid of the whatnot. So we tried to fix it, but we couldn't. And in the end, I sort of actually pulled the cords out, which, as you know, cool suit not plugged in means hot water just sitting on your body. So I was not feeling the best, but yeah, bit of a ice bath and feeling okay now.
Nice to see you back up, mate, for this fascinating finish. Take interest.
Hope we go near someone in the front.
Paul Dumbrell, thanks for the update, Mark Larkham. We're looking at Shane Van Gisbergen. Big focus at the moment because he's doing lap record speed. This is what it takes to get around here. See him look down, looking towards the shift lights to make sure those shifts are accurate. Even to just touch the rev limiter will hurt your speed in every one of the 6 gears. So he wants to manage every shift. He wants to manage every careful brake reference. He wants to manage every turn into that apex. And in fact, he just made a little change to the brake bias on the car on the right-hand side, just near the door. Now he glimpses the mirror. He wants to check the margin to Lowndes.
So please bear with us because we're trying to simplify what's going on. The first 3 guys are breaking the lap records. They are pressing on as hard as they can. They are going to have to stop again for a splash and dash. They're trying to establish a gap over Whincup and Winterbottom, the 2 series protagonists. And Winterbottom is conserving fuel, hoping to get home. He's only 1 lap different in terms of their last fill versus the first 3 guys. So it's a remarkable state of strategy in this intriguing race. Van Gisbergen, Lowndes, Mostert.
See, Frosty can probably afford some buffer as well because he's got a 16-second margin over Nick Percat. And really what he's got to do is just make sure that he can get home.
Explain that.
Yeah, well, you can see that's just reiterated what your point was about the key guys at the front, Mark, all in the, basically call it mid-7s, and then Whincup and Winterbottom, totally different pace, trying to do a completely different thing. So here we are on board here, car number 5, driving to a number on that display, and it's a couple of seconds away, 1.5 to 2 seconds away from those at the front of the field.
And what it means is that Mark Winterbottom's not like he's cruising. What he's doing is he's driving the car as fast as he can drive it, but he's rolling out of the throttle. He's not blipping the throttle as much on the down changes. He's making sure that he's as committed and as fast as you can drive the car, but using less fuel. There's a real technique to this. It's very hard to do without making a mistake, Lucko.
Exactly, Scafie. And just to remind everyone, it's going to take 35-odd seconds for those other guys to transit through the lane and give them a splash of fuel. So the fact that Mark's not backing off and giving that buffer that Neil was just talking about gives us a hint that we may watch a bizarre finish to this race where the 4 front guys peel in and he rolls into the lead.
Yeah, so just to clarify, that transit time is just what it takes to get in and out of the lane. Then it's plus the refuelling at the rate of 3.6 litres for every stationary second.
So the current gap is 16.3 seconds. This is the one that's really critical. We're going to guide you through this. The front blokes, Van Gisbergen, Lowndes, Mostert, sprinting. Van Gisbergen in first. He has 16.2 seconds now to 5th position, Mark Winterbottom.
Now, did you notice that what Frosty did then into the chase was he rolled out of it. He didn't bother to he's short shifting, so he's pulling the gears early, not using all of the 7,500 revs. So watch the little illuminated display. Not much blipping of the throttle on the downshift. Now watch the top of the steering wheel. Second gear. So that time he went to the 7.5, and he did again then on pit straight. But he's rolling out early. So where he's actually saving it at the moment is an early rollout and rolling up to the corner braking. You find half a second. I said in my little piece earlier on today that the magic in this race was going to be about how you made lap speed without burning fuel. And you've got to try and save those 150 to a couple of 100 mils every lap. Do it by short shifting, do it by rolling off early, doing it with the engine guys, making sure that your fuel-air ratios are as good as they can be without compromising power.
This race is reaching a climax, so don't go anywhere. You will see it live to the finish on 7 where you are right now. For viewers in Victoria, New South Wales and South Australia, 7 News will follow immediately after the race finish. But hold on tight, this is going to be great.
Oh, I couldn't believe that last lap time then. 7.66 Van Gisbergen. That's a new lap record. Fastest lap ever. 7.68 versus 7.68. They've all done 7.6s on that lap.
Guys, I just want to give you a quick update on Lee Holsworth. He is in the medical centre. He is okay, but they want to keep him in there for a little bit longer for observations.
Thanks, Rihanna. It was very good to see Lee get out, and it was also a big statement over the weekend for the new generation cars without the fuel cell behind the rear axle. We've seen cars crash there over the years and some quite big fires, and the way that the cars have withstood those accidents over the weekend is testimony to the build quality and architecture of the new cars.
Now, I know we're trying pretty hard to predict what's going to happen here, but I'll be honest with you, I'm not trying to build the moment. These guys in the Ford camp, Mark Winterbottom's car, are now not entirely convinced. They're not getting too far ahead of themselves at all. And look at their faces, they're just a little bit concerned. So this is going to go down to the wire.
Oh, it is, and the top 3 cars, they're just pushing numbers. We've got a new lap record for Chaz Mostert. He's done a 2.7.4 personal best for both Van Gisbergen and for Lowndes. So they've just got almighty pace unfolding here. Whincup and Winterbottom, they've chosen the different path home. They're in fuel conservation mode. They've knocked a second and a half, a couple of seconds out of their pace. Incidentally, that incident earlier on involving Stephen Johnson in the yellow Wilson Security Ford up the top of the hill, it was a transmission failure that tipped that car sideways. So something failed at the back of the car and threw Stephen into the wall. It wasn't a driving error. So just want to tidy that up to make sure that everybody understands why car number 17 was in the wall. That's a shocking, tough break there for Stephen Johnson.
Thanks for picking that up, because we said at the time Steve doesn't normally make mistakes, so that's actually had a gearbox transaxle issue and spun itself around. Steve lucky to get away with that. Actually, it was probably a little lighter in terms of contact than it would normally be. So then Gisbergen, Lowndes, Mostert continuing to sprint. Mostert now has taken ground off Craig Lowndes. The gap to Mark Winterbottom from the leader is 18.1 seconds. They're not sure, as Mark Larkham just reported, whether Mark Winterbottom at this pace, whether he can make it. So if he's going to stop, then he's over and out. If he doesn't have to stop, he wins the race. It's as simple as that. They are driving these cars so hard. I can't reiterate enough, at the end of 1,000 kilometres, to have to do qualifying laps, lap on lap on lap on lap to win the race is extraordinary.
There's still a long way to go. You know, there's still a lot of laps to unfold here. This is not a... Oh, no, more trouble for car number 23, Tim Blanchard in the wall. This is another safety car.
What's that do?
Oh, man.
Can they make it? Do you come in?
Well, remember I said to you earlier that you did. If we haven't been getting big, long, clean stints, and so if we did get this other safety car intervention, how does that play?
Well, what do? Do you come in straight away?
Track positions.
Do you stay it out there?
Well, track position's the key at the moment. Oh, he's gone in very hard, Blanchard. He's had no chance of stopping that. He was still in the third gear approach phase of that corner. That's 190 kilometres an hour. He would have taken a little bit of pace off before he got there, but not much.
I've got an ice cream headache after that. I don't know what you do now. I don't know. I don't know how close they are, whether you can get away with this or not. He hasn't slowed down one bit. These are the catch-up flags in full flight. You can see him now going for it.
Down the right between the FPR and the 888 pit, and the boys are all out here. They're ready to go. They're ready to fuel. This is where you need experience. This is when you've got to be able to look at that shunt and know how long is your safety car going to be out here for. 2 laps, 4 laps, 6 laps. That's what will make the difference.
The reason Van Gisbergen's going like a blur is we're expecting that he may well come in, trying to monitor his radio, and that way he minimises the damage. So they're going to try and, I reckon, sneak him in. That's why they said to him, stay with it.
Well, I think by the body language of these 2 cars, Neil, they're all doing it. I'm sure they're all coming in. But what do you do if you're Frosty? Will it make it home? How long will the safety car be out there?
Yeah, look, yeah, so they're only just deploying the safety car now. There's a protocol, and there it is in the background. You can see it exiting pit lane. So Red Bull are ready. Ford Performance Racing are ready. Here is the race leader, Shane Van Gisbergen. He's got a margin of 12 seconds. They're going to squeak him in here. Let's watch and listen. He's going to drive the wheels off this thing to get it in here. They just need a squirt of fuel. He wants to hold position. It's track position he's chasing with fuel.
Will he do tyres? Will he do tyres?
I wouldn't have thought so.
Let's just check. Here, look at that. That's out of control. Lowndes and Mostert.
Lowndes was off the road.
He was 23 seconds in the lead to Winterbottom. 23 seconds Van Gisbergen to Winterbottom. Let's check this.
Now, what's going to happen here is these guys will be racy. They'll be racy, but Winterbottom then is the one that's got to conserve. Oh, stalled it. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds. This is murdering Shane Van Gisbergen. You're kidding me. He's not a factor now. He's not a factor.
He's gone.
That is working all day long. After 7 hours and 30 minutes, the race leader can't get car number 97 working. He cannot start it. And Craig Lowndes has got the squirt of fuel. So what happened was he popped the clutch, it stalled, and they can't start this car. Winterbottom is the leader. And he's fuel compromised.
Yeah, so they can't get Shane's car started. They're asking for the stands under the car to put it back into the garage, but they are still working on it at the moment in the lane, as you can see. This is a disaster for Techno Autosports after such a long day.
Unbelievable. So Whincup and Winterbottom are fuel compromised. They lead the race. A bobbled departure for Van Gisbergen. Meantime, medical intervention up there for Tim Blanchard just to make sure he's okay. They're going to get that car number 23 away. Here is Van Gisbergen.
They're hitting it with a hammer under there because they can't get the bendix. So when you go to start it, check this, Whincup. Whincup off the road. That's what's let Winterbottom by. He's made a massive mistake. He's made a massive mistake. We're on board.
Gee, he's been surfing the edge today, hasn't he? Jamie Whincup. Unbelievable. And there goes his key rival. They've had incredible battles together over the years. And if you're a risk assessor and you're risk assessing Jamie Whincup today, man, he just lost his no-claim bonus because he is starting to be a spooky prospect at the moment. He's been driving so hard to try and make lap speed. We've seen errors that we've never seen before from him here.
And he had 10 seconds over Winterbottom before that. So that in that phase of the race, he backed off more. He then made that mistake. Winterbottom is by. He's still in some fuel drama in terms of whether the consumption will get him home. Will his economy be good enough to get him home? But check this out. This is just tragic. He made the most simple mistake. He just stalled the car, leaving the pit bay. He then could not restart the car because the starter motor won't engage. And he's out of the car after one of the great drives. A superb pole position yesterday. His first pole position ever. You've got to put your hands together for this young Kiwi. He's an extraordinary talent, Brianna.
Shane. Clearly Shane's heartbroken at the moment, and Jonathan Webb has also left the garage. Such a disappointing way to end such a big race.
Incredible. That's his dad, Robert.
And this is probably we said yesterday was the biggest showing.
7.5 hours of hard work. Yeah. And no result. But if there's an upside, and he has shown today what unbelievable speed and competitiveness he and that team have got.
You know what that looks like? It looks like Glenn Seaton in 1995 with his dad, Barry. They were so close to winning the race, and that is just so cruel. It is an extraordinary sport sometimes to have applied that effort, to have gone as fast, to have driven so well, and to make the simplest mistake. It's extraordinary.
The other thing about the Win Cup off at turn 1, that had to be under yellow because they were probably trying to get back on the train. So that even amplifies that, as it just goes to show how hard they're all having to push at the moment. So there it is, the Techno Auto Sports Holden Commodore back in the garage. There's Steve Hallam, who was in tears when he saw his man grab a pole position here. And they're peeling car number 8 off the racetrack as well. Remember, they had a tough day and lost laps. They're 3 down on the lead. Jason Bright's 15th at the moment. We'll get points for that. So,
you know what it does? Lowndes and Mostert are going to make it home because they've been topped up. They are now right behind Whincup and Winterbottom, who Winterbottom must conserve. He must. He's got to conserve. So, in terms of outright pace, it's still going to look like Lowndes with real race pace in the closing part of this event.
Oh, mate, it ain't over yet. I'm just hearing down here now, if Whincup looks like he's not going to be able to make it on fuel as he gets closer, he'll let Lowndes go by. And then it'll be game on because Lowndes will be racy. Whincup will still be conserving. FPR are watching very, very closely that rescue of that car up there. They need as many laps under safety car as they can here so he can go like gangbusters. And I can tell you what, it was lucky for Winterbottom that did happen to Shane Van Gisbergen because Jamie Whincup held up Mark Winterbottom all the way over when the safety car boards went out over the top of the mountain, and a clearly agitated Tim Edwards down here at Ford Performance Racing didn't like it at all. So that little gap that he was maintaining to Van Gisbergen may not have been that gap. So, wow.
Thanks, Larko. This is what I wanted to see because depending on where they're at with this recovery influences how many more laps we'll get of safety car. And I noticed the race director has slowed the safety car right down. So we're not far away from clearing this scene. Then they need to make sure at Cam's Race Control that the track is clear up there. And then we sprint to the end of this, a 161-lap race. There's Tim Schenken. Steve Priest is on his right. On his left is Jason Bargwanna. Here's the reason why. Tim Blanchard, heavy contact with the wall at the cutting. Just on the exit of turn 3, before you get to that left-hander, it's a blind corner. Can't see round.
That looked like the throttle jammed. That just went in so fast, so straight. On board now with the series champion, current leader. Right, he's so close to going in the wall, Neil. That is so lucky, not only to get away with that, but look, he's right out through the sand trap, onto the grass. And normally, if you make the grass, you make the fence.
Grant McPherson, I'm going to tune his radio in so I can hear what he's saying.
The extraordinary part for me now is what is the Mark Winterbottom position for fuel? What happens? How much has he got left? If he can sprint properly, we know he's fast.
What he does have is track position. Shane Van Gisbergen's back in that car and he can still be classified, he can still get points. It's a starter motor failure. We've seen several of them this weekend. We saw a starter motor change for Michael Caruso that influenced his run in the qualifying on Friday. We saw it for Scotty McLaughlin as well. They did that in that extended red flag and suspended period of the race earlier in the day. Now we're seeing one for Shane Van Gisbergen, who must be wondering what on earth has happened to him.
Don't discount, do not discount Chaz Mostert. Chaz Mostert has been the fastest man today. He broke the lap record on lap 148. He was, before that safety car, the man on a mission. He was catching Lowndes. He's right behind him. We know he's right for fuel. So Lowndes and Mostert are right for fuel. Winterbottom and Whincup, who knows?
Now, here's the The car was running, and that's really weird. So he actually was running, he launched, and then it stalled, and then something's gone awry with the starter motor at that point, and Jonathan Webb distraught, co-driver. Cannot believe it. The time, the money, the investment, the hard work. We're going to get a restart this time round, I understand. So I heard the voice of Tim Schenken from race control there a moment ago, quickly down to Larko.
Say when, yep.
Larko?
Yeah, see that guy on camera there? That's Grant McPherson, Chippy, he's known as. He's Mark Winterbottom's engineer, and for me, he's going to be man of the match here today if they pull this off, because it was him that made the call to drag Winterbottom back in on that safety car when a lot of others didn't. Now, he had to do a lot of really quick calcs to pull that one off, and he may well just do it. They're not there yet, but if he does, for me, there's your man of the match right there.
I agree, Larko. That was the call of the race. If he can get home from here with enough fuel to sprint. The other guys can sprint.
Okay, I said at the beginning of the race, shuffle up to the edge of your seat. Suggest it's a good idea to do that again, because it's on. In the closing stages of the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000 of 2014, and this is high stakes poker. Mark Winterbottom leads the field. From Jamie Whincup, from Craig Lowndes, from Chaz Mostert, from Will Davison, from Rick Kelly, James Moffat, Andre Heimgartner, Todd Kelly and Nick Percat. That's your 10. But the focus is going to be on these first 4 or 5 heavyweights. They are playing for keeps here. They're playing for the greatest prize in Australian motorsport. And 300 points. 2 of them are fuel compromised, we think, inverteds. And the others have released themselves from that problem. But what have they all got? What's their tyre condition? What is the balance of the cars? The track will be coming to them. The shade is now appearing in various places around this racetrack, so it's going to be quick. And this is an unbelievable arm wrestle between 2 old foes, Winterbottom and Whincup, at the top of the mountain.
This was the battle last year. Factory Ford versus Factory Holden. Whincup versus Winterbottom. They're currently leading. The same circumstance we saw last year. Oh, massive moment for Lowndes. He was right out and almost crashed there. Mostert right up behind him. That was absolutely out of control. 220 kilometres an hour in rallycross mode.
Lowndes nearly binned that on the exit of McPhillamy. He wrestles it back and it's loose at the rear. They've not been good on their restarts on several occasions in car 888. That was a move there for James Moffat, a critical one. He puts a move on Will Davison. It's a little air gap now for Winterbottom. What have they got in reserve? Do they have enough fuel? 300 kilometres an hour. Frosty's trying to go back to back. Whincup's done it before. They've got a little gap over Lowndes, who frightened everybody up at the top. Todd Kelly, he's in a battle there. Look at this. Covering. Whincup down the inside. He's got the thing chirping on the rear brake. And Whincup goes to the lead. They're on for the crisscross. Jamie Whincup is the leader of the race. It's now Holden from Ford as they roar down towards turn number 1. There's absolutely nothing in it. And Lowndes has got a sniff. With Frosty. Mostert's gone to second. Frosty's out of business. There's going to be emotion attached to this one. That is going to erupt in an absolute brawl in this paddock. Unbelievable circumstances to close out this race, and it is not done yet. Van Gisbergen is back in the motor race. What a great thing to see.
Now, Lowndes didn't mean to turn him around then. Whincup got wide. Winterbottom got wide. Had too much wheel spin. When he was rejoining, it was just slightly slower, and Lowndes caught the back. Oh, spin for Perkins late. We've seen so much action up here at the cutting over the weekend. And Jack Perkins, who was going so well. Let's have a look at the replay. So a massive dive. Down the inside goes Whincup. Gets it done. The crisscross for Winterbottom. He tries to get back there. He can't. He moves it over. He shifts across. He then shifts back. He wants to optimise his line to get onto Mountain Straight. He turns it in. Mark Winterbottom makes a mistake. He gets wide. And Lowndes, who was on a run, he wanted to get the run. He'll be caught for that.
He's a big chance for a penalty, Craig Lowndes, for that one. He's a big chance for a penalty. And you can see how frustrated they are inside the garage at Ford Performance Racing. And equal amounts of emotion inside Red Bull. Can you believe that race control's going to have to make a really tough decision here? Do they look at it later, or do they nick him now?
Yeah, I agree. He didn't mean to make contact.
Just a reminder, we are staying with the finish of this race. It's incredible. But for viewers of Victoria, New South Wales and South Australia, 7 News is coming up straight after race finish. This is amazing.
Jamie Whincup has still got control of this race by just over 1 second from Chaz Mostert.
Remember, he started at the back. What an unbelievable story of the day. He started on the last row. In the first stint of the race, he come from the last row on the grid to lead the race. He's forged his way forward all day. He's taken huge risks. He's made a couple of mistakes in recent times. He almost crashed at turn 1 in the safety car period under yellow flags, but he's got away with it. He's currently leading. We don't know his fuel position, but we know Mostert and Lowndes can chase. Lowndes with a cloud over his finish based on the contact with Mark Winterbottom.
This is Frosty. He's dropped down now to 9th position. Unbelievable to see that kind of stuff happening so late in the race. And there's always been needle between Red Bull and Ford Performance Racing. Well, that just went up another notch. So it's 1.19 seconds, Whincup to Mostert. Black flag, pit lane drive-through penalty for Craig Lowndes. Lowndes is out of it. Team manager Mark Dutton, engineer Jeremy Moore, they've got to pass the message on to Lowndes.
Oh, how is that? But what it does, Neil, it puts James Moffat on the podium. Nissan Motor Company, 2nd year back in this sport. It puts them back onto the podium. Again, after an unbelievable day for Car 360. They've been in the fence twice at turn 2. But how's Lowndes? Look at the reaction in the Red Bull garage. He didn't mean to make that contact. Craig Lowndes he never fires people off for no reason. He didn't mean to do it, but he did do it. It was outside the regulations. It was on the exit of the corner. It spun Mark Winterbottom around, and he is going to get a pit lane drive-through penalty with 5 laps to go in this race. Unbelievable.
We'll check the margin for you as Lowndes comes in for his penalty between Whincup and Mostert. It was 1.5 seconds. It's still 1.5 seconds. Whincup won this race with Lowndes 3 times and then won it in an amazing battle in 2012 with Paul Dumbrell defeating David Reynolds. He's on target to do it again with huge question marks over the fuel in this car that leads. Look how tight this thing is. We've been running now for 7 hours, 46 minutes and 27 seconds, and it's still intense. At the end of the day, the shadows are long. It's Whincup, it's Mostert, it's Moffat, it's Davison, it's Percat.
Yeah, and I just had a quick chat to Paul Dumbrell. He said it's 2012 all over again. He does not know if this car will make it to the end of the race.
It's unbelievable. And look at the fellas down there at the Norton Hornets garage for Nissan Motorsport. If they can get James Moffat back in this game and up on the podium after a topsy-turvy weekend, that's a remarkable performance. Remember, that car found the wall twice at turn 2 today.
You are looking at history. If he can make it home, it is the lowest qualifying position to ever win the race. Peter Brock won in 1987 when he started 19th. He started today, Jamie Whincup, 23rd on the grid. He was on the back row. If he gets home, he's only led today, Croppo, he's only led 4 laps in the whole race. And to lead at the pointy end of this race and to possibly, say possibly, big question mark, inverted commas on that one, he may be able, that's David Couchy saying, we need a little bit of fuel please man. He's got to get the fuel consumption right and drive the car to the number, because if he runs out of fuel, Chaz Mostert will win this race.
Together with Paul Morris. And if they slip up at all at Red Bull, then that's going to be a big story for Mostert. One of the youngest guys in the race, one of the least experienced at Mount Panorama, together with one of the most experienced. So also inside the top 10 for Nissan includes Rick Kelly and Todd Kelly, 8th and 9th. There's a lot going on in the radio in the background here at the moment. People are boxing on to the very last lap of this race. Personal best for Whincup that lap was a 2 minute 7.7. There's a new lap record that's been set by Mostert, 2 minutes 7.4. Percat did a personal best on that lap, a 2 minute 8.5. And the margin now is 1 3/4 seconds between Whincup and Mostert. He's not backing away from it at the moment, Whincup. He's showing no sign of requiring to conserve fuel, despite what David Couchy said. Listen to the front tyres on the Ford. They're just chattering across the road at the cutting. Big slide by Whincup. He's got nothing left. This is a qualifying lap. He's squeezing every last 10. Got nothing left. Everybody in the paddock's got nothing left. They've given their all today. This has been a remarkable motor race. A range of precedents set, new lap records, races suspended, a string of incidents involving 10 safety cars today. We've been running for 7 hours and 49 minutes, and Whincup has got control by 1.66 seconds. For the last 4 years, this thing's been won by half a second or less.
And make no mistake, lads, Chaz Mostert is pushing that car as hard as he can because he knows his best chance is to push Jamie, make Jamie use fuel, make him use fuel.
Oh, how's that moment there? That's 195 kilometres an hour on the Exeter there, right out sideways. We've seen so many cars crash there over the course of the weekend of the last couple of years, and he just got away with it.
This is Winterbottom attacking Percat, trying to find every last point and position that he can at the moment. You imagine the emotion that he's got at the moment, but he's got to stay focused, and that's what he's doing. He's trying everything to claw back here. Larko.
Dutto, I have to ask you the question, mate. Everyone wants to know, millions of them, can you make it?
Yep.
Yeah? Love your confidence. That's all we needed to hear.
Mark Dutton, team manager, Red Bull Racing, formerly the engineer for Jamie Whincup. Dave Couchy's got that role now, and he just told Jamie, I want you to conserve fuel. There's Taz Douglas. He's on for a podium. What a result that would be for his short main game V8 supercar career. Look at this. Frosty up on the outside of Percat. They're going to argue all the way over the hump in the braking area to turn 2. Frosty's in an awkward spot. A very awkward spot out wide, but he's got to play for keeps. And he is. They touch. And Percat emerges on the other side, still in control. It's Whincup, Mostert, Moffat, Davison, Winterbottom, Percat, Heimgartner's an outstanding performance. And then the Kelly brothers, Todd and Rick. Fabian Coulthard is 10th. And the margin, 2.5 seconds between Whincup and Mostert. Still no blink from Whincup.
Oh, this is brave, Neil. Right at the end of the race, we've seen the number of cars today that have made contact with the fence. There's Renee with one eye closed saying, wow, that's pretty high risk in terms of that manoeuvre, but he got away with it. And they've taken huge risks today. I haven't seen a race at this distance over the many years with as many risks taken by the lead guys. They have been so bold and so committed.
We have 3 seconds to car behind. I need as much fuel as possible, mate, now. It's all going to help us. We're marginal.
So that's starting to get urgent, that message. He's got a gap. He needs to roll out a little bit. His best lap of the race, Mark, was a 2 minute 7.7. His last lap was a 2 minute 7.8. He's within 1/10 of a second of the best speed he's achieved all day long. He's pushing the wheels off the Red Bull Commodore at the moment. But the big question mark is whether he can make it home. They're begging him, save fuel. Save fuel. Give us something to play with here. He's got the head down. The margin's gone out. It's 2.98 seconds. No, it's 3.02 now. It keeps seesawing in the micro sectors. Mostert tries to throw everything he's got at him. It's 3 laps to go. And another urgent call to Whincup. Save fuel. Please save fuel now. They're begging him.
That was a big moment for Mostert, Neil, on the exit of McPhillamy Park. We saw Lowndes make a big mistake there before, but wow, that's close. Some of the most historic moments, some of the best names have crashed at McPhillamy Park, and that was one that was really really close. 200 kilometres an hour, 4 wheels in the grass.
20 seconds, covers first to 9th at the moment. Yes, there's been safety car interventions, but these guys at the moment are squeezing out qualifying and lap record speed and performance at the back end of this race. Not a single person is left. They're glued to this all around the mountain. We hope you're enjoying the show too. We're going to give you every last little second that we can before we go to our news commitments around the country. Whincup has a margin. He just squeezed another 1/10 of a second. At what point does he call it quits? At what point does he try and save the last drop of this ethanol fuel? Here's Mostert. It's Holden versus Ford versus Nissan 1, 2 and 3. A big story today if Nissan can get up there on the podium with a car that's battered and bruised in the hands of James Moffat.
Mostert's taken a little bit of ground. He got back to 2.6 then. It's leaked back out again to...
So Dave Couchy, he's saying, mate, we've got 3 seconds. He's almost screaming at him now in my right ear, saying conserve. We're going to end up in the pot, which means he's in reserve. Once he gets there, he's got to be seriously careful. They're using fuel at the rate of around about 4.5 to 4.7 litres per lap. Why is Whincup continuing to hold that margin? Can he hear them?
Well, is there a radio drama? Because he hasn't responded. He's still going as fast. He's just done a 7.9. He did a 7.7, a 7.8 and a 7.9. Mostert's done a 7.8. I'm not sure whether he's actually listening to this.
Well, Mark Couchy's just been told by Dutton, maximum fuel conservation. The fuel guys have just been told, get out and get ready, get out and get ready.
We're not going to make it.
They're not going to make it. They're in the fuel pot, mate. They're in reserve.
Jane, I'm not joking. You're not going to finish if you don't conserve maximum. We're talking maximum minus 100.
I don't think he can hear them. I'm sure it must be something wrong. Is his earpiece out? Paul Dumbrell can't believe it. This has continued to escalate. I haven't heard him respond, and I've got him tuned on my radio at the moment. Whincup has been told over and over and over again, back off.
And the protocol always with Jamie Whincup is he always goes back and says copy. He hasn't said copy at all. I'm not sure whether he can hear at all on this. In fact, it's escalated out of David Couchy's hands.
Enough fuel for 1 lap, and you've got a lap and a half to do. Copy that.
Focus on his earpieces. They are plugged in. I can see he's plugged in.
He copied then. He copied then. He pressed the button, the radio button. He said copy. Mark Dutton just said.
1.8 now. Keep using it. Keep using it now. Use as much as you can now.
So he just said, you've got 1.5 laps to go. You've only got 1 lap of fuel left. Copy. And he went bang on the radio. He understood the message. He hasn't understood in terms of pace.
We're not going to make it. I need you maximum save. You've got 2 seconds to go behind. Maximum save, mate. We're not going to make it. We're just going to have to chance it.
They'll have very accurate fuel burn data. They'll know exactly what they're looking at Red Bull. They don't leave anything on the table. He's in trouble. He's going to lose the lead of this motor race on these numbers.
1.4. 1.4 the second gap now. Way back from 3. He has responded now.
I don't understand why it took so long. Anyway, you're getting your money's worth today, folks. Look at this. This might be the biggest moment of Chaz Mostert's career. And for Paul Morris, who's had a win here in the 12 hour, and he's done a lot of things over a long period of time. On his 22nd start, he might win this thing. It's only the 2nd start for Mostert. These guys are going to have an unbelievable duke out in the dying moments of this race. We've got less than 6 kilometres to run. It's an unbelievable storyline. Whincup is out of fuel. He's really struggling to get this thing home. Mostert is going to throw everything he's got at it, but he's got to be a bit careful. He can't throw it in the weeds.
He was just told, use it down the hill. We've got to be able to conserve the fuel down the hill so you can go down to the chase on full speed. Look at this. This is a battle for Australia's biggest race. Whincup is conserving fuel. Mostert is totally fine.
He's in trouble. He's got to be in trouble. Can he redeem this? I very much doubt it. He's just got to find a gap now, Mostert. This is for the Bathurst 1000 victory. And Mostert tries to go around the outside at McPhillamy. There's no space there. He tries to do it at Skyline. There's no space there either. Now he's just got to hold station because it's a one-line groove down through the dipper, and on the run towards the elbow. This is off the scale as Whincup does everything he can. He had a 3-second margin. He blocks down the inside because he can. He comes away and another whack. And Mostert goes through on the inside. This is huge in Australian motorsport. They've gone berserk at Ford Performance Racing. This kid is going to win this thing today, and so is Paul Morris.
Has not led a lap all day, Croppo. Not led a lap. Chaz Mostert is going to win with Paul Morris. Extraordinary motor race. Something you have never seen before.
We are approaching the 8th hour of the 2014 Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000, and Chaz Mostert, who's had 21 V8 Supercar events and 56 previous races, is going to make a very special name in history here. He is the winner of the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. Moffat second for James Moffat. And Nick Percat makes it onto the podium. I'm out of breath. It's an unbelievable outcome. Davison fourth, then Whincup, then Winterbottom, then the Kellys, Todd and Rick, then Coulthard, and Craig Lowndes finishes in 10th. Genuinely unbelievable, Mark Beretta.
Unbelievable, Neil. Now, viewers in Victoria, New South Wales and South Australia, you are going to 7 News. If you want to stay with us at the mountain, go to 7 Mate now. Go across to 7 Mate to stay with the Bathurst 1000. If not, stay where you are for 7 News, which is coming up right now on the 7 Network around Australia. Thanks for your company.
I'm just seriously out of words. I don't know how to describe what we're seeing here. Jamie Whincup has driven the wheels of it.
You know what, it makes a lot to make this man cry. What a race. Paul Morris, winner Bathurst 1000. Doesn't get any better than that.
Mate, this joint's been beat me up for years. And Chaz just carried my old ass around here all day, man. What an unbelievable ride by him.
Chaz Mostert, how good is the kid?
The guy is just a freak, mate. He's just a freak. It's just unbelievable. I can't believe it.
Well, hey, let's go. This is fantastic. Fantastic. Timmy Edwards, well done, mate. Great strategy. Outdone the blokes up the road. You've got to be happy with that.
Look, I mean, we should have had 2 cars there, but back to back, I mean, just absolutely wrapped for Chaz and Paul and the whole team.
Fantastic, mate. A great effort, a great team effort. I was going to look for, there he is, just come with me for a second. He's a guy we've got to grab. There's Big Eddie Mostert. This is Chaz's father. Hey, Eddie. You must be very, very proud of your boy, mate. What a great day for him.
That's what dreams are made of, I think. It's unbelievable.
Mate, you've karted him around at karting tracks all his life, and here he's delivered on the biggest stage in the motorsport world over here.
Okay, he's got the passion, the kid's got the passion. It's just him, it's just wonderful. He makes me so proud. He makes everybody proud.
He does, mate. Well done, Eddie. Enjoy.
Oh, that is just incredible, isn't it? Chaz Mostert, what a superstar young man. And what a drive. That car was in the fence. They repaired it through the day. They have worked so hard to get it back into contention. Chaz Mostert, it's only his 2nd start at this place. It's extraordinary. A 2nd start at Mount Panorama, and you win the biggest race of the year.
And his 3rd victory in a V8 supercar comes at Bathurst. Here's a little story for you. A winner at Queensland Raceway last year, a winner in Western Australia earlier this year, and he's shot. Can't believe it.
Is absolutely exhausted in every way. Physically, he's given everything. Emotionally, he is completely wrung out, and you can understand it. That is a day to remember forever for Ford fans and for Chaz Mostert.
Chaz Mostert. Chaz Mostert, you are now a Bathurst champion.
Oh, wow. 2nd year in main game, and this happens. You know, we were doubting what we're going to do this weekend. The car was good out the gate, and it's a credit to the FBR boys, Pepsi Max guys. They gave me a rocket ship race car. Didn't have it in qualifying, but God, we have it in the race.
How intense were those last laps?
Oh, unbelievable. He said he was going to cough, and then he started slow in the last 2 laps, so I had to have a crack. All I could remember in my back of my head was David Reynolds. I'm like, I have to have a crack. And we pulled it off. Go forward! Woo!
Think back back to this morning. You started from last position.
Yeah, from 26th to 1st, it's unbelievable. Everything went our way. Strategy, lucky safety cars, and now we're Bathurst champions. Again, for second in a row.
Your co-driver, Paul Morris, he debuted here in 1991. You weren't born that year. You guys are Bathurst champions together.
Thank you very much. Me and Paul, woo!
Let's just soak it up. It's a special moment for these guys.
Adam DeBore, engineer.
It was a lottery, wasn't it?
One more time up on the roof.
Unbelievable.
And what a great result for Ford fans too, who've been put through the tumbler a bit the last week.
And not only that, to do it back-to-back with this team, Barrett's extraordinary for the factory team to win 2 years in a row, and that is a life-changing moment for that young man. Ford blokes.
Let's have a look at the unofficial results for you. Chaz Mostert and Paul Morris, who qualified 14th and were then disqualified and started up the back, have won this race by 4 seconds from James Moffat and Taz Douglas, and that's a big story, but it's been overshadowed for the moment by all that happened at the front of the field. Looking further back down the order at the moment, you can see lots of stories. Every line you look at has got another story attached to it. We've had so many safety car interventions today. We've had so many incidents, and I've got to make a very special shout out to the officials around here today who've worked unbelievably hard to deliver this race meeting in really trying conditions. Done an unbelievable job. Look at Paul Morris.
That's a big catch to bring down Paul Morris too.
They're in love.
Oh, isn't that fantastic? This is one of the great moments of Australian sport, and it's to be enjoyed by Chaz Mostert and Paul Morris. We're going to have a great podium. You get a feeling about it already. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Well, continuing for our coverage around the world, and we hope you've enjoyed a very special day of motor racing today. A weird day with that red flag suspension of the race in the middle, Mark. A huge crowd. They've all stayed to the very end of this thing, completely and utterly unpredictable, all the way to the end. For the life of me, I can't understand what happened there with Whincup, who had a 3-second cushion, was within a few laps of being able to nail this race, and then right at the end he started to acknowledge, and I was welded on his radio. I couldn't hear the copy signals at all.
That's right, and I only saw that last copy. It was Mark Dutton who raised the stakes. Normally David Couchy talks to Jamie Whincup. Mark Dutton, he escalated those signals. He spoke to him at the end. He said, mate, we have to do this. And finally, Jamie Whincup responded with a copy. And how's that for the Mostert family? Check that out.
Yeah. Guys, I've got to ask you both, Neil, you've been coming here all your life. You've started 15 of these, Scafe. You've won 6. Have you ever seen a more extraordinary race than what we saw today? I mean, a 1 hour, 10-minute suspension in the middle and then this for a finish.
No, it was just really almost impossible to imagine that we could have a situation like that. It's also, incidentally, folks, moved Mark Winterbottom up to 2nd in the championship as a result of the way things unfolded there at the end, and it's given Ford fans something to cheer about. It comes at a critical time for them too, because we don't know what the intentions are of the Ford Motor Company in Australia, whether they'll continue with factory investment in the sport. But that's a pretty big statement made today by their factory team, and their president was here today. Bob Graziano was watching, president of Ford Australia. So hopefully he's been influenced by what he's seen here today. A great performance from his team of guys. His squad did a great job.
We tend to use the expression fairy tale in sport quite a lot, but what we've seen today is just a golden fairy tale, isn't it? To start from the rear of the field, when your sponsor and your company needs you to really stand up and get the win done, a veteran and a young gun together, everything about it is just magnificent. An extraordinary day at the mountain, an extraordinary win, a young gun and a veteran, and just when Ford needed it most, the celebrations have been extraordinary as well. Look at this, Paul Morris and Chaz Mostert. They got it done. They started from the rear of the field. It really is a fairy tale win. All right, let's go for a great moment in Australian sport. It's podium time. Here's Aaron Noonan.
What a classic. Super Cheap Auto, Bathurst 1000, the longest 1000 in race history. If you didn't like that, you are hard to please. In third place today, in the heavy haulage Australia Commodore, Nick Percat. And for the UK, Oliver Gavin. In second place for the Norton Hornets, Nissan back on the podium at the mountain, James Moffat and Taz Douglas. Representing the winning team for the second year in a row, for Ford Pepsi Max crew, Tim Edwards. And the winners of the great race, from last on the grid, they led one lap, Chaz Mostert and Paul Morris. To present the third place trophy, Stephen Dutton, the Chief Executive Officer of Pertec Fluid Systems. To present the second place trophy, Councillor Gary Rush, the Mayor of Bathurst. To present the Castrol winning team trophy, Sean Riley, the General Manager of Australasia for Castrol. And to present the winners, Peter Brock Trophy, Chris Wildsmith, the Managing Director of our naming rights sponsor, Super Cheap Auto. Ladies and gentlemen, your podium finishes in the 2014 Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. What a stunning finish to the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst 1000. Let's get the podium finishers in for a chat. We might grab Nick Percat and Ollie Gavin. Come on in, boys. Third on the last corner. Nick, you know all about winning this race. That's got to feel like a win today.
Yeah, for me, from where we were probably 30 laps ago, I can't believe we're standing here. A bit of a lunge at one, bit of a lunge at the last corner is awesome. But Ollie, my whole heavy haulage crew, the heavy haulage Hold'em was awesome. Big thanks to Coat Tire, Morris Finance, and a big thanks to this guy here.
Ollie, you've done it all. You've been on the podium at Le Mans. How does Bathurst stack up?
Oh, Bathurst has to be one of the best podiums I've ever been on. It's amazing. You know, this place is phenomenal. I've just had such a blast here the whole week. I have to thank all of Walkinshaw Racing and all the guys at HRT. My teammate here, Nick Percat, was just absolutely phenomenal. The pit stops were amazing. I want to thank Ty and Alex for amazing strategy. Great call at the end there. And yeah, just want to thank Nick again. Just did a brilliant job at the end there. Fantastic driving, amazing.
Well done, boys. We'll get the runners-up in for Nissan. Nissan back on the podium at Mount Panorama, a famous name as well. For the first time in 30 years, a Moffat on the podium at the 1000. James Moffat, how does that feel?
I just want to call everybody a very nice pack of lovely people. I've got to say full credit to Nissan Motorsport. They're the hardest working bunch of guys in pit lane. This has been over 2 years in the making. Thank you very much, boys. My mate Tassie D did a fantastic job all day. I can't believe we stuck the car in the fence twice and we ended up second at Bathurst. This is ridiculous.
Taz, you can't have thought twice in the fence and you were going to finish P2. How on earth does that happen?
It's unbelievable, mate. The Bathurst, it just brings up everything. And when I was sitting in the fence that second time, I was like, I hope it's not damaged. And I took off and the car seemed okay. red flags. Mate, my mate trimmed him off. Did an awesome job in our car. Struggling down the straight, just getting eaten up, but he just ragged it over the top. Nearly binned it about 8 times, but here we are. Go the Nissans.
Well done, James Moffat and Taz Douglas, their first podium finish at the great race. But the men of the moment, they led one lap. They led lap 161. They started last. The lowest grid position for a winner in great race history. Chaz, you got to talk to your people. They are your people now.
Oh, this is awesome! Woo! Oh, hey, I tell you what, Bathurst 1000, there's only one lap you need to lead, and it's the last lap. Unbelievable. Oh, the last 5 laps, all I could think was, cough, you bastard, cough! And it did it! Woo!
Come on in, dude. This kid wasn't even born when you debuted in 91. You stood up here in 1997. They took it away from you. This has got to be sweet.
Yeah, it is, mate. This place has been beating me up for years, and, you know, Chaz just carried that car today. Like, what an unbelievable drive. I just kept the seat warm, and he just got up in the wheel and just drove it to the front.
I've got a funny feeling there might be a party tonight.
Oh, yeah, there's always a party. We're going to be better than the Holden party. I can't wait to go to... I reckon we're pretty quiet at the Ox tonight. And I can't wait to go to Roland Danes for dinner next week. There'll be a lot better going there now.
There you have it. For the second year in a row, Ford has won at Bathurst.